everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Naruto Multiverse Character Templates, Chapter 150 to 166, Chapter 150, Uzumaki Onoka Konoha's ANBU headquarters. Natsuki read through the documents Asahino had given him. They contained information on the current situation in Amigakure. Things were much the same as before. Nothing significant had happened. Have you ever heard of ice release? Natsuki set the documents down. I have heard a little about it. Asahino immediately replied, Kirigakure once had shinobi who possessed ice release. Investigate whether there are still any ice release shinobi in Kirigakure. Natsuki instructed, if there aren't, investigate the villages in the land of water where it snows throughout the year. Yes, Lord Natsuki. Asahino bowed slightly before turning to leave. Since the investigation involved the land of water and Kirigakure, it would not be appropriate to leave it to Akatsuki or Kakuzu. Using Konoha's ANBU was the simplest solution. Natsuki was not worried about Hiruzen learning of it either. He planned to arrange for Haku's mother to join ANBU, just as he had done with Chino and Fushin. In that case, Hiruzen would have nothing to complain about. After all, ice release was a powerful Kekkai Genkai. Having someone with that ability join Konoha would bring nothing but benefits. Natsuki stood up. After thinking for a moment, he headed to Jiraiya's residence. Minato and the others usually trained there. Natsuki wanted to know how Minato's training in the flying Raijin jutsu was progressing. After spending 2 months in the land of snow, he had come to understand the value of space-time ninjutsu more than ever. Without space-time ninjutsu, returning to Konoha was far too troublesome, and wasted a great deal of time. Unexpectedly, Jiraiya's residence was empty. Jiraiya was not there and neither were Minato, Uzumaki Kei, or the others. After a moment of thought, Natsuki returned to the Senju clan compound. He had only returned to Konoha that day. After bringing Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato back to the land of rain from the land of snow, he had not stayed long before leaving. At the Senju clan compound, Nawaki and Kushina were still training. Do you know where Minato and the others went? Natsuki got straight to the point. Minato came by 2 days ago. He said Lord Jiraiya had returned and was taking them on a mission. Nawaki immediately answered, but he didn't say where they were going. Just as Natsuki had expected. If all 4 of them were absent from Konoha, there was only one possibility. They had left on a mission. Why are you looking for him? Nawaki exhaled and stopped practicing water release. I wanted to see how well he has learned the flying Raijin jutsu. Natsuki smiled and asked, aren't you curious? Of course I am. Nawaki puffed out his chest proudly. The flying Raijin jutsu is an S-rank ninjutsu created by my granduncle. Have you and Lady Tsunade ever tried learning the flying Raijin jutsu? Kushina suddenly asked. My sister tried but she couldn't learn it. Nawaki shook his head. I haven't tried yet, but I doubt I could learn it either. The flying Raijin jutsu is an S-rank ninjutsu. Most shinobi can't learn it. Natsuki comforted him. There's nothing wrong with not learning it. I think you should give it a try. Nawaki explained, your reaction speed is extremely fast. You might actually be able to learn the flying Raijin jutsu. When I have time, I can ask the Hokage for permission to study it. Natsuki had originally intended to refuse, but a thought suddenly occurred to him, so he agreed. He would eventually spar with Minato, and there was a good chance he would awaken a character template related to space. When that happened, he would need an explanation for using such abilities. The best solution would be to claim that he had modified the flying Raijin jutsu. By now, Natsuki had already proven his talent for creating original ninjutsu. It would not seem unreasonable for him to create his own space-time ninjutsu. Aren't you free right now? After hearing you talk about it, I want to see the flying Raijin jutsu too. Nawaki smiled. Besides, it's almost noon. We can visit the Hokage's office and make it back in time for lunch. I'm coming too. Kushina immediately stopped training and ran over to Natsuki. Before he could speak, she wrapped her arms around one of his arms and looked up at him with wide, blinking eyes. Then let's go. Natsuki patted her head. At this point, refusing her would have been difficult. Kushina cheered and pulled him outside. The corner of Nawaki's mouth twitched as he followed behind them. The three soon arrived at the Hokage's office. You want to learn the flying Raijin Jutsu? Hiruzen paused briefly before smiling. Of course. That won't be a problem. For Konoha, the more shinobi who could learn the flying Raijin Jutsu, the better. After all, it was a ninjutsu of immense strategic value. It would be even better if the shinobi who learned it belonged to the Hokage's faction. Natsuki and Nawaki both met that condition. Follow me. Hiruzen stood up. The ninjutsu stored in the regular archive were all below S rank. S rank ninjutsu and above were kept in a separate room. There are two types of ninjutsu stored in this room. As Hiruzen opened the barrier, he explained, one type consists of ordinary S-rank ninjutsu, while the other consists of powerful forbidden jutsu. The Scroll of Seals. Nawaki asked instinctively. That's right. Hiruzen nodded. The Scroll of Seals contains every forbidden jutsu possessed by Konoha. Looking at the barriers and traps surrounding the room, Natsuki became even more certain that Naruto's theft of the Scroll of Seals in the original story had been tacitly permitted. Under normal circumstances, even a jonin would have difficulty breaking into this room, much less an academy student who had not yet graduated. The flying Raijin Jutsu is an S-rank ninjutsu. The scroll cannot be taken out of this room. Hiruzen removed a ninjutsu scroll from a shelf. Memorize it first. With that, he handed it to Natsuki. Kushina, since you're already here, you should study it too. Hiruzen smiled warmly. If the Ninetales Jinchuriki could learn the flying Raijin Jutsu, she would be virtually unbeatable. Imagine a Jinchuriki who could teleport directly into the enemy headquarters at any time during a shinobi war. She could launch tailed beast bombs while teleporting away. Moreover, the distance covered by the flying Raijin Jutsu and the size of the objects it could transport depended on the user's chakra. In the original story, although Minato mastered the flying Raijin Jutsu, the distance he could teleport was limited. For example, he could not teleport directly from Konoha to Sunagakure. However, if Kushina learned the flying Raijin Jutsu, her chakra, as the Ninetales Jinchuriki, would be practically inexhaustible. Of course, imagination was one thing, while reality was another. Kushina most likely would not be able to learn the flying Raijin Jutsu. Still, there was no harm in trying. Kushina nodded. The three of them began studying the flying Raijin Jutsu. Hiruzen remained nearby and waited. He thought that if even one of the three managed to learn the flying Raijin Jutsu, it would be a tremendous advantage for Konoha. Half an hour later, all three had memorized the contents of the flying Raijin Jutsu. You may come to me if there is anything you don't understand. Hiruzen returned the ninjutsu scroll to its original place. Natsuki and the others nodded. Natsuki, I remember that you're interested in summoned creatures. Hiruzen suddenly thought of something. I have a mission related to summoned creatures. Would you like to accept it? Nawaki immediately became excited. Our team hasn't gone on a mission in a long time. You can read the details first. Hiruzen smiled and took out a mission scroll. Natsuki accepted the scroll and began reading. Anbu had discovered an island called the Forgotten Island within the Land of Water. Many summoned creatures lived there. A group of researchers had established an experimental facility on the island, and were attempting to create the ultimate summoning beast. Their mission was to investigate the nature of this so-called ultimate summoning beast. After reading the scroll, Natsuki immediately remembered the incident. There had indeed been such a storyline in the original series. It involved Naruto, Might Guy, Yamashiro Aoba, and Yamato. They had accidentally arrived on the Forgotten Island, and encountered the ultimate summoning beast. How should he put it? The so-called ultimate summoning beast was remarkably weak. However, the real point of interest was not the ultimate summoning beast. On the Forgotten Island, they had encountered the ghost of a woman named Anoka. Ghosts, or perhaps some kind of spiritual entities, truly existed in the shinobi world. Anoka was clearly a shinobi of the Uzumaki clan. She had red hair and knew the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. She had been invited by other researchers to help study the summoned creatures. However, the ultimate summoning beast eventually went out of control and killed her along with the other researchers. Her will remained behind and became a ghost. We'll accept this mission. Natsuki returned to his senses. Nawaki was delighted. Envy flashed through Kushina's eyes. She could not go with them. The three bid farewell to Hiruzen and returned to the Senju clan compound. After lunch, Natsuki went to ANBU headquarters. I need the names of every member of the Uzumaki clan. Natsuki summoned Kenpei and gave him the order. Yes, Lord Natsuki. Kenpei immediately accepted. Although the task was somewhat sensitive, it was not difficult. Many members of the Uzumaki clan had previously relocated to Konoha. All of them had been officially registered. Investigating the remaining clan members would also be simple. After all, Natsuki only needed to confirm a single name. In the original story, Anoka appeared to be in her 20s. However, she had been a ghost, and her appearance remained the same as it had been at the time of her death. In other words, no one knew when she had died, or how old she truly was when she encountered Naruto and the others. Natsuki's idea was simple. He wanted to determine whether anyone named Anoka currently existed among the members of the Uzumaki clan. If she did, and she had already been invited to the Forgotten Island, then he could arrange for her to join Akatsuki. Natsuki had always felt that Akatsuki's research department lacked someone capable of leading it. Anoka would be suitable. The thought made Natsuki laugh. He was beginning to resemble Orochimaru, bringing every talented person he encountered back to Otogakure. However, he was still better than Orochimaru after his fall. At the very least, Natsuki would not force talented people to kill one another. Natsuki returned to the Senju clan compound. Natsuki, when are we leaving for the mission? Nawaki asked impatiently. Wait another 2 days. Natsuki casually offered an excuse. We'll leave after I learn water release, water trumpet. During this period, he had been studying ninjutsu from all 7 chakra natures. He had spent most of the 2 months in the land of snow doing exactly that. Because he possessed the talent for all 7 chakra natures granted by the Hatake Kakashi template, his progress had not been slow. Only 5 yang release ninjutsu remained, all of which were medical ninjutsu. Natsuki had originally planned to include the mystical palm technique among those 5 medical ninjutsu, but after thinking about it carefully, he decided against it for now. The mystical palm technique was difficult to learn. It would be better to learn 5 less difficult medical ninjutsu first, and unlock the 3-tomo Sharingan from the Hatake Kakashi template. With the assistance of the 3-tomo Sharingan, learning the mystical palm technique and other ninjutsu would become much easier. Of course, the reason he had given Nawaki was only an excuse. He was actually waiting for the results of ANBU's investigation. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. At Konoha's main gate, Natsuki, Nawaki, and Nono were registering their departure. Only the 3 of them would participate in this mission. Tsunade had said that since they were all already jonin, they should try completing missions as a 3-person team to gain more experience. Natsuki suspected she was simply being lazy. After registering, the 3 headed toward the Land of Water. The Forgotten Island was located within the Land of Water, but it was far from Kirigakure. They were unlikely to encounter any Kiri shinobi. As they traveled, Natsuki took out a scroll. Kenpei had given it to him, and it contained the names of every member of the Uzumaki clan. Natsuki read through it and found Anoka's name. She was indeed a member of the Uzumaki clan, but she was not part of the clan's main family. She was of mixed blood, and her father was not a shinobi. Even in a major shinobi clan, not everyone possessed the talent to become a shinobi. For example, many ordinary clan members lived within the Uchiha clan compound. Those ordinary clan members were also important to the Uchiha clan. They earned money. Those who could not become shinobi often became merchants. Anoka's father had done the same. While conducting business, he met Anoka's mother, a shinobi from the land of water. Natsuki suspected that Anoka's father was also involved in the experiment on the Forgotten Island. Experiments were notoriously expensive and required vast amounts of money. The fact that the Forgotten Island had gathered so many researchers meant that several complicated forces were undoubtedly supporting it from behind the scenes. However, Natsuki did not care. After all, Konoha stood behind him. On the morning of the third day, the three arrived at the Forgotten Island by boat. Why are there so many summoned creatures on this island? Nawaki asked in confusion. They had encountered many summoned creatures as soon as they stepped onto the island. Their numbers greatly exceeded what they had expected. Perhaps the environment here is well suited to them. Natsuki answered casually. The only unfortunate thing is that none of these summoned creatures are particularly strong. Nawaki sounded disappointed. If they encountered a summoned creature powerful enough, he could take it for himself. What exactly is this ultimate summoning beast? Nawaki changed the subject, sounding interested. The name makes it sound incredibly powerful. You'll understand once you see it. Natsuki smiled. I suggest you don't expect too much from this so-called ultimate summoning beast. Using the map provided by ANBU, the three located the laboratory on the Forgotten Island. We should infiltrate it first. Natsuki thought for a moment before speaking. Then let's compete, and see who can find the ultimate summoning beast first. Nawaki was full of enthusiasm. With his current strength, infiltrating a laboratory would not be difficult. Natsuki turned toward Nono. Nono, wait here for us. He was not worried about her safety. He had brought a squad of ANBU shinobi with them. After speaking, Natsuki and Nawaki entered the laboratory one after the other. Natsuki activated electromagnetic sensing. In the next instant, he detected a violent and chaotic mass of chakra. It was clearly the ultimate summoning beast. To Natsuki, it felt like a collection of many different kinds of chakra. It appeared that the experiment on the Forgotten Island involved stitching together all the summoned creatures on the island to create a new one. Natsuki thought of Hiriko's chimera technique. Its effect was to merge 5 different Kekkei Genkai into one body. However, before developing it, Hiriko had experimented on summoned creatures. In the original story, he had summoned a hybrid creature made from a dog, a bird, and a 2-headed snake. Compared to the chimera technique, the ultimate summoning beast on the Forgotten Island was extremely unstable. Its different chakra signatures seemed to have been forcibly stuck together and could collapse at any moment. Natsuki did not rush to find the ultimate summoning beast. He quickly sensed every researcher within the facility and eventually identified Anoka. The reason was simple. Members of the Uzumaki clan generally possessed unusually large chakra reserves. The person with the most chakra had to be Anoka. Natsuki headed directly toward her location. When he reached her room, he raised a hand and knocked on the door. Anoka's voice came from inside. Natsuki opened the door and entered. The first thing he saw was a red-haired young woman, who appeared considerably older than Kushina. Why you are? Anoka thought Natsuki looked familiar, but she was not certain. Natsuki of Konoha. Natsuki introduced himself. You're Natsuki. Why are you here? Surprise appeared on Anoka's face. Long ago, when Tsunade and the others had supported the Uzumaki clan and driven back the shinobi from Kirigakure and Kumogakure, she had seen Natsuki from a distance. There was even less need to mention the Second Shinobi World War. Natsuki's outstanding performance had made him famous throughout the shinobi world. Onoka had heard stories about him many times. The Hokage ordered me to investigate the ultimate summoning beast. Natsuki answered honestly. What does the Hokage intend to do? Onoka fell silent for a moment before asking. I just examined the ultimate summoning beast. Natsuki did not answer directly and changed the subject. Judging from its current condition, the ultimate summoning beast will most likely never succeed. Onoka hurriedly asked, wouldn't sealing techniques work? Sealing techniques can only force all the chakra together. They cannot make the different chakra types truly merge. Natsuki shook his head. If they cannot merge, then the ultimate summoning beast is destined to become a mindless monster. I should have realized that long ago. Onoka sighed. After all, she had already tried many times, and not once had she succeeded. If you truly want to continue the experiment, I know of a forbidden jutsu capable of producing a similar result. Natsuki smiled slightly. I have established a research department, and it happens to need someone to lead it. Onoka froze. Was he inviting her to become the head of his research department? To be honest, going to Konoha offered far greater prospects than remaining on the Forgotten Island. The researchers you know can come with you as well, Natsuki added. Onoka immediately made her decision. She had been invited to the Forgotten Island because her father was also involved. However, Natsuki's offer was far too generous. He was even willing to let her bring the researchers she knew. Moreover, Konoha had once saved the Uzumaki clan. Whether out of gratitude or personal interest, she had no reason to refuse. To be continued. Chapter 151, Chapter 151, Sharingan. 35-25 words, go gather all the researchers you know. After Onoka agreed, Natsuki spoke. Wait here for a moment. Onoka immediately left the room. In less than 10 minutes, she returned with 7 people. Natsuki looked them over and found that none of them were shinobi. That was fine. It would make them easier to control and manage. Lord Natsuki. One of the researchers spoke. We would like to know exactly what effect the forbidden jutsu you mentioned has. Natsuki then explained the effects of the chimera technique to them. There is actually a forbidden jutsu like that. If it can fuse 5 summoned creatures, then it should be able to fuse countless summoned creatures. This forbidden jutsu is exactly what the ultimate summoning beast requires. After hearing the explanation, the group began discussing it among themselves. Do you accept Lord Natsuki's invitation? Onoka asked after clearing her throat. We accept. The 7 answered in unison. Natsuki nodded. He could tell that all 7 were the kind of legendary mad scientists who were obsessed with their research. That was precisely why the chimera technique had attracted them. Naturally, Natsuki did not possess the chimera technique. However, that was not a problem. He could simply find Hirako and obtain it from him. Hirako had originally been a classmate of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and the others. After his research into the chimera technique was exposed, he became a missing nin. In the original story, he targeted Kakashi's Sharingan, intending to use it as one of the Kekkei Genkai fused through the chimera technique. Aside from the Sharingan, he had also fused Storm Release, Dark Release, Steel Release, and Swift Release. Pack your things. After thinking for a moment, Natsuki continued, we'll meet here in half an hour. I'll take you out. The 7 researchers turned and left. You should pack as well, Natsuki explained. I'm going to call my teammate over. After saying that, he headed toward Nawaki's location. Nawaki had already found the ultimate summoning beast, and was hiding nearby, observing it. When Natsuki appeared, Nawaki was startled. A moment later, however, he smiled. I found the ultimate summoning beast before you did. Nawaki lowered his voice, sounding pleased. It was rare for him to beat Natsuki at anything, even if it was only something insignificant like this. Natsuki did not care about winning or losing. He looked at the enormous insect-like summoned creature in the distance. Did you discover anything? This ultimate summoning beast has no intelligence. It looks no different from a crazed animal. Nawaki shook his head and commented, calling this thing the ultimate summoning beast is an insult to the word ultimate. Natsuki paused before continuing, come with me. Where are we going? Nawaki asked in confusion, are we just going to ignore the ultimate summoning beast? We'll deal with it later. Natsuki answered casually. The two soon arrived at Anoka's room. When Nawaki saw Anoka, he froze. He instinctively looked at Natsuki, his face full of questions. What was going on? She is a member of the Uzumaki clan. Her name is Anoka, Natsuki introduced. Why is a member of the Uzumaki clan here? Nawaki asked in surprise. I came here to help them research summoned creatures, Anoka explained. Nawaki thought for a moment before asking, the ultimate summoning beast hasn't been completed yet, has it? No, it hasn't. Anoka sighed. Perhaps our approach was wrong from the very beginning. Nawaki glanced at Natsuki and roughly guessed that the two had already spoken. Lord Natsuki has given us another direction to pursue, so we have decided to abandon the ultimate summoning beast project. Anoka quickly recovered and smiled. Nawaki scratched his head. He had not expected their mission to develop like this. There are two things we need to do next, Natsuki said calmly. First, dismiss all the researchers. Second, destroy the ultimate summoning beast. These researchers come from many different places. I'm afraid they won't be willing to leave, Anoka said with a slight frown. They won't have a choice. Natsuki smiled faintly. Come out. Kenpei appeared before them wearing an ANBU mask. Gather all the researchers together, Natsuki instructed. Move them away from the laboratory. Yes, Lord Natsuki. Kenpei turned and left. Although his squad only had 4 members, they could use the shadow clone technique. In addition, none of the researchers were shinobi, so they had little ability to resist. The task would not be difficult. ANBU really is impressive and convenient, Nawaki remarked. Natsuki waited a while longer. Once all 7 researchers had gathered, he led them out of the laboratory. At that moment, Kenpei's squad had forcibly gathered all the other researchers together. The Ultimate Summoning Beast project is pointless, so the experiment will be terminated starting today, Natsuki announced as he walked toward them. Why is it suddenly being terminated? Who are you? Why should we listen to you? Many of the researchers immediately objected. I am from Konoha. Natsuki's tone remained calm. The protests stopped immediately. To them, Konoha was an existence they absolutely could not afford to provoke. Although some of the researchers came from Kirigakure, Kiri was considerably weaker than Konoha. They were not foolish enough to stand out and object at a time like this. You have 2 choices. You can return to where you came from, or you can join us. After saying that, Natsuki ignored them and turned to Nawaki. Nawaki, go deal with the ultimate summoning beast. Nawaki immediately became energetic. He rushed into the laboratory. A moment later, a sound like an explosion rang out. An enormous summoned creature charged out of the laboratory, chasing after Nawaki. Many of the researchers retreated in fear. The ultimate summoning beast noticed the large group of researchers and charged toward them like a wild animal. Your opponent is me. Nawaki snorted and immediately formed hand seals. Water release, water colliding wave. A massive tornado appeared. More precisely, it was a tornado formed entirely from water. The moment it struck the ground, it burst apart. Countless streams of water gathered into a long river and slammed into the ultimate summoning beast. The tremendous impact brought it to a halt. Fortunately for the creature, its body was large and heavy enough to withstand the river by force. It raised a claw and swung it toward Nawaki. Nawaki leaped into the air and avoided the claw. He immediately drew Samahata. Water-breathing, 10th form, constant flux. The water on the ground was quickly drawn toward him, and transformed into a massive water dragon. Nawaki swung Samahata down toward the ultimate summoning beast's head. The water dragon poured downward. Samahata also smashed heavily into the ultimate summoning beast's head. A scream rang out. The ultimate summoning beast thrashed wildly in pain. Samahata! Nawaki shouted. Samahata immediately opened its mouth and bit into the ultimate summoning beast. In an instant, it absorbed a large amount of chakra. The chakra inside the ultimate summoning beast was a mixture of many different chakra signatures. Such chakra would be harmful to any shinobi. Samahata, however, did not care. As long as it was chakra, Samahata could absorb it. As its chakra drained away, the ultimate summoning beast gradually stopped struggling and finally collapsed to the ground. Many of the researchers looked utterly devastated. The death of the ultimate summoning beast meant that all their research had gone to waste. Natsuki shook his head. He had just saved their lives. Of course, there was no need for him to explain. After destroying the ultimate summoning beast's corpse and the laboratory, Natsuki led everyone back to Konoha. During the journey, he explained the situation to Onoka and the others. They would continue their research in the Land of Snow. Although the Land of Snow was far away, it did not matter much to them. After all, the Forgotten Island was an isolated island at sea, and was also quite remote. After reaching Konoha, Natsuki personally made another trip, and escorted Onoka and the others to Yukigakure. He did not stay there and soon returned to Konoha. As for Hirako, he had already sent ANBU shinobi to search for him. Another 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Congratulations! Hatake Kakashi Template Ability 4 has been unlocked, 3 Tomo Sharingan. It had finally arrived. Natsuki, who was in the middle of training, immediately exhaled. He stood still and felt the change in his left eye. Natsuki glanced at Nawaki and Kushina before walking to the other side. He then activated the Sharingan. A scarlet light flashed. 3 Tomo immediately appeared in his left eye. At the same time, the scene seen through his left eye changed and became clearer than before. More precisely, everything seemed to slow down. The only unfortunate part was that he had only one Sharingan. Fortunately, he was not like Kakashi, who could not deactivate his Sharingan. It was his own eye, so it worked no differently from the Sharingan of a normal Uchiha shinobi. He could activate and deactivate it whenever he wished, and did not need to keep it open at all times. At that moment, Natsuki heard footsteps. He deactivated the Sharingan and turned around. Jiraiya and Minato were approaching. Minato smiled brightly. Long time no see. Jiraiya-sama, Minato, where did you go? Why were you away for so long? Natsuki walked forward and asked curiously. We went to the Land of Rivers. Minato paused before explaining. The mission itself did not take much time. Most of it was spent training. Natsuki understood. They had gone on a training journey, much like the 3 years Jiraiya and Naruto had spent traveling together in the original story. Nawaki and Kushina also came forward to greet Jiraiya and Minato. Your strength must have improved considerably. How about a spar? Natsuki suggested. Minato agreed immediately. I'll finally have the chance to see the legendary flying Raijin Jutsu. Natsuki felt relieved. He had been thinking about awakening a character template related to space for a long time. Now he finally had the chance. I won't disappoint you. Minato wore his usual bright smile. However, Natsuki keenly noticed that Minato was far more confident than before. That was only natural. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Minato, go bring Orochimaru and Tsunade here. How could they miss something like this? Minato paused briefly before disappearing from where he stood. How convenient. Nawaki could not help feeling envious. It's more than just convenient. Jiraiya smiled proudly. Natsuki, if you aren't careful, you might lose. Natsuki won't lose. Kushina clenched her fists. Jiraiya smiled at her words but said nothing more. A short while later, Minato returned with Orochimaru and Tsunade. Who do you think will win? Jiraiya asked with a smile when he saw them. You seem very confident. It looks like Minato has fully mastered the flying Raijin Jutsu. Tsunade sighed. That is truly rare. So far, only 2 people in Konoha had mastered the flying Raijin Jutsu, Senju Tobirama and Minato. Natsuki will win, Orochimaru said calmly. Then I'll bet. Before Tsunade could finish, she was interrupted. Big sis, bet on Minato, Nawaki said, blinking innocently. Tsunade froze for a moment before realizing what he meant. Enraged, she raised her hand and struck him on the forehead. Natsuki secretly gave Nawaki a thumbs up. What a good brother. He had perfectly taken advantage of Tsunade's curse of always losing her bets. Let's go to the nearby training ground. After being interrupted, Tsunade did not finish placing a bet. The group arrived at a nearby training ground. This training ground also belonged to the Senju clan, so no one else was using it. Natsuki and the others usually found the courtyard sufficient for their training. They only came to this training ground when practicing large-scale ninjutsu. Natsuki walked into the center of the field. As he looked at Minato, he considered the weaknesses of the flying Raijin Jutsu. The flying Raijin Jutsu had almost no weaknesses. The only thing that could be considered a weakness was that it required a flying Raijin mark to teleport. The flying Raijin marks were usually placed on kunai. However, they could also be placed directly on a target's body. The most troublesome aspect was that flying Raijin marks could not be removed. In short, Natsuki could not allow Minato to leave a flying Raijin mark on him. Jiraiya shouted. Minato immediately swung both hands. A large number of kunai scattered toward Natsuki like flower petals. Water release, water formation wall. Natsuki immediately formed hand seals. Walls of water rose around him, perfectly blocking the incoming kunai. Minato disappeared and reappeared in front of the water wall. Rasengan. A massive hole was smashed through the water wall. Natsuki had expected this. He threw the Kurosawa in his hand. An explosion erupted. Countless fragments shot toward Minato. Minato vanished immediately. In the next second, Natsuki heard the sound of air being torn apart behind him. Minato appeared behind him. A chakra projectile resembling a bullet pierced through the water wall and flew toward Natsuki's head. Water breathing, 6th form, whirlpool. Natsuki spun his body. Minazuki, wrapped in flowing water, split apart the rapidly approaching chakra projectile. More water surged outward and swept toward Minato. Minato disappeared again. Natsuki's attack struck empty air. As expected of the flying Raijin Jutsu created by my granduncle. Nawaki could not help exclaiming. It's incredible. Previously, whenever Minato sparred with Natsuki, he would lose within a few exchanges. It was always a one-sided defeat. Now, however, the situation was different. Minato had not lost, and the battle appeared evenly matched. Neither side seemed able to gain the upper hand. Kushina nodded in agreement. Minato truly was much more difficult to deal with now. He appeared and disappeared unpredictably, making his next move almost impossible to foresee. How is Natsuki's reaction speed so fast? Jiraiya asked with a frown. Minato's reaction speed had already been extremely fast. Combined with the flying Raijin Jutsu, most shinobi could not react to his attacks in time. Natsuki, however, had reacted to everything. It looked as though Natsuki could not do anything to Minato, but in reality, it was Minato who could not do anything to Natsuki. His reaction speed really is astonishing, Tsunade said with a slight nod. If this continues, Minato will lose, Orochimaru said casually. Using the flying Raijin jutsu this frequently will drain his chakra before long. The fight isn't over yet. Either one of them could still win. Jiraiya snorted. Although he already had a bad feeling, he refused to admit defeat before the outcome was decided. Natsuki looked around at the flying Raijin kunai scattered across the training ground. In the next moment, Minato appeared. One sword style, 36-pound phoenix. Natsuki immediately released a flying slash. Minato leaped into the air. During this period, aside from learning the flying Raijin series of ninjutsu, he had also learned Natsuki's Konoha 6 powers. The sound of rushing air rang out. Minato threw 4 kunai from the air. Natsuki responded by throwing a Kurosawa. The Kurosawa collided with the 4 kunai and immediately exploded. The 4 kunai were scattered by the resulting turbulence. At that moment, Minato aimed his index finger at one of the kunai. The force struck the kunai, sending it flying toward Natsuki at tremendous speed. As it approached Natsuki, Minato suddenly appeared beside it. Rasengan. Without hesitation, he slammed the Rasengan toward Natsuki's back. This was the tactic Minato used most often in the original story, the flying Raijin, second step. Brilliant lightning erupted. Minato's pupils contracted. Natsuki turned and slashed toward him. Countless arcs of lightning gathered around Natsuki's right hand, carrying enough power to tear through anything in their path. Minato made his decision in an instant and disappeared. He had no intention of trading injuries with Natsuki. He also understood Natsuki well. With armament hockey, Natsuki would be able to withstand the Rasengan without suffering serious harm. Minato could not do the same. Lightning release, lightning cutter clearly possessed piercing power comparable to a blade. What kind of lightning release is that? Why have I never seen it before? Jiraiya asked. Lightning release, lightning cutter. Tsunade smiled. Natsuki created it himself. Jiraiya immediately fell silent. At that moment, Minato reappeared nearby. Natsuki flexed his right hand. The lightning transformed into countless Senbon and shot toward Minato. Minato had not expected lightning cutter to transform into Senbon, but fortunately, he had learned the Konoha 6 powers. He hurriedly used Soru to avoid the wide barrage of lightning Senbon. The instant Minato landed, Natsuki raised one hand. A kunai shot toward him. Minato's heart trembled, and he disappeared again. When he reappeared, he could not help panting. Just as Orochimaru had said, repeatedly using the flying Raijin jutsu was rapidly draining his chakra. What frustrated him most was that even after using the flying Raijin jutsu so frequently, he still could not find an opportunity to win. Natsuki not only possessed extremely fast reaction speed, but he also had many abilities that could be activated instantly without hand seals. He was practically the worst possible opponent for Minato. Minato had never expected that even after learning the flying Raijin jutsu, he still would not be able to defeat Natsuki. Still, this was much better than the one-sided beatings he had suffered before. It's about time we ended this, Minato, Natsuki said with a smile. Minato had already used the flying Raijin jutsu, the Konoha 6 powers, and the Rasengan. It had to be said that compared to his counterpart in the original story, Minato had become much stronger. However, he was still not strong enough to defeat Natsuki. There was no helping it. Natsuki not only possessed the reaction speed granted by the Kurogaya Kazuto template, but also mind's eye from the Sasaki Kojiro template. No matter how fast the flying Raijin jutsu was, he could react to it. Minato's gaze sharpened. In the next moment, he saw Natsuki raise both hands. Invisible air. Natsuki gripped a Kurosawa and threw it. Minato heard the sound of rushing air, but he could not see the Kurosawa. With no other choice, He used the flying Raijin jutsu to evade. The Kurosawa struck the ground and remained embedded there without exploding. An invisible sword? Jiraiya looked surprised. What kind of ninjutsu is that? It's a wind release technique he created, Tsunade explained with a smile. It's called invisible air. It prevents the target from seeing the ninja tool. What an ingenious idea. Jiraiya shook his head. Minato has no reason to feel ashamed of losing. Although the battle had not yet ended, Jiraiya's experience allowed him to see that his student was barely holding on and could lose at any moment. Natsuki's hands moved so quickly that they became blurs. A large number of Kurosawa concealed by invisible air flew toward Minato. Minato was extremely fast, but there were too many of them, and he could not see the Kurosawa. After several seconds, one finally reached him. Minato sensed the danger and reacted immediately. The Kurosawa exploded. The wind carried countless fragments into Minato. His entire body was sent flying. Fortunately, Tekai protected him, so he was not seriously injured. Natsuki snapped his fingers. Every Kurosawa he had thrown earlier exploded. With the help of the wind, the flames spread, transforming the entire training ground into a sea of fire in an instant. Minato immediately felt the scorching heat below him. If he landed, he would be burned to charcoal. At the critical moment, he released Tekai and hurled a flying Raijin kunai into the sky. He then appeared beside the kunai. Natsuki raised his hand. Countless Kurosawa appeared and aimed at Minato. Minato's expression stiffened. Although flying Raijin kunai were scattered across the ground, all of them were covered by flames. He was also currently in the air. His only option was to use Jeppo together with the flying Raijin jutsu to escape the area. However, the Kurosawa covered such a wide range that if they all exploded at once, Minato would most likely have no time to escape. I surrender. Minato sighed inwardly and spoke. Where did Natsuki take out so many swords from? Tsunade asked in confusion. Natsuki had previously used a ninjutsu resembling unlimited blade works combined with broken phantasm against Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. At that time, however, he had needed time to prepare a large number of swords, and had also required the assistance of shadow clones. Now he could do it alone. Space-time ninjutsu, Orochimaru suddenly said. Jiraiya and Tsunade instinctively looked incredulous. However, after thinking about it carefully, that was the only explanation. Natsuki must have projected a large number of swords in advance and stored them inside another dimension. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pad if you're interested, Patreon. com/blownleaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, Door 2907 words Kushina said happily, Natsuki is still stronger. Nawaki nodded, then suddenly thought of something and said gloomily, I probably can't beat Minato anymore. Natsuki possessed extraordinary reaction speed. He could instantly detect Minato after he used the flying Raijin jutsu and counterattack. Nawaki could not. He could already imagine himself being completely toyed with if he sparred against Minato. Without Tekai and armament hockey, he would most likely be defeated instantly. Even with them, he could only passively endure Minato's attacks. Since he had no way to counterattack, he was bound to lose sooner or later. The flying Raijin jutsu is terrifying. The more Nawaki thought about it, the more frustrated he became, and he scratched his head. He could not think of any way to defeat Minato now that he possessed the flying Raijin jutsu. Natsuki glanced at him. This was not Nawaki's fault. For the vast majority of shinobi, the flying Raijin jutsu was a nightmare. In the original story, Minato's most exaggerated achievement was instantly defeating 50 IWA Jonin. That was what made the flying Raijin jutsu so absurd. Any shinobi who could not react in time, even a Jonin, was little more than a foot soldier before Minato. Combined with long-distance teleportation, he could fight or flee at will. Almost no one could stop him. In the original story, if he had not chosen to die alongside Kushina, he would not have died. The same was true of Senju Tobirama. He only died because he was forced to stay behind and could not flee. If Tobirama had abandoned the other Konoha shinobi, then with the flying Raijin Jutsu, there was no way he would have died. Jiraiya could not help asking, was that a space-time ninjutsu you used just now? Natsuki paused slightly. He noticed. However, after thinking about it, that was only natural. Taking out so many swords at once was unreasonable no matter how one looked at it. The only explanation was space-time ninjutsu. After my battle with Gravel, I continued improving my secret technique. After considering it for a long time, I eventually created a separate dimension. Natsuki admitted, this dimension can store swords that I projected in advance. I call it Unlimited Blade Works. For him, this was a good opportunity. It would further reinforce his image as a shinobi skilled at creating original ninjutsu. In the future, if he created a new space-time ninjutsu based on the flying Raijin Jutsu, they would find it easier to accept. That's incredible. Jiraiya could not help praising him. Ninjutsu involving time and space were not only powerful, but also unbelievably difficult to create. The fact that Natsuki had independently created a space-time ninjutsu sounded almost impossible. However, considering how many ninjutsu he had already created, it did not feel entirely unexpected. No wonder. Minato exhaled. Losing to Unlimited Blade Works, another space-time ninjutsu, made him feel somewhat better. You are now the second shinobi in Konoha to create your own space-time ninjutsu. A trace of reminiscence and nostalgia appeared in Tsunade's eyes. Well done. Orochimaru smiled faintly. Minato, you don't need to feel discouraged. With your current strength, there are already very few shinobi in the entire shinobi world who can defeat you. Jiraiya looked at Minato as he spoke. He was not merely comforting him. It was the truth. Even if Minato could not defeat someone, he could escape using the flying Raijin Jutsu. Across the entire shinobi world, there were no more than 5 shinobi who could truly defeat him. Minato can also learn Sage Mode, Tsunade added. I haven't taken him to Mount Myaboku yet, so I don't know whether he has the talent to learn Sage Mode. Jiraiya paused before continuing, if he does, then combined with the flying Raijin Jutsu, his strength might even surpass Natsuki's. Minato's spirits immediately lifted. Much of the disappointment from losing to Natsuki faded. After all, he still had hope of defeating him. Jiraiya had previously told him about Sage Mode. Its effects were terrifying and could enhance every aspect of a shinobi's abilities. Natsuki narrowed his eyes slightly. In the original story, Minato had indeed learned Sage Mode. It was unclear exactly when he mastered it, but there was no doubt that his current self had encountered Sage Mode far earlier than in the original timeline. This was the so-called butterfly effect. Natsuki's existence had inevitably begun to influence the shinobi world. There would be even more changes in the future. Because Minato had mastered the flying Raijin Jutsu so early, he was already qualified to begin learning Sage Mode. However, like Jiraiya, his Sage Mode had flaws. It took too long to gather Senjutsu Chakra, and he could not maintain it for very long. Even so, Sage Mode was still Sage Mode. It would genuinely improve his strength. Fortunately, Natsuki already had a way to obtain Sage Mode himself. As long as Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato reached Jonin-level strength, he could unlock Sage Mode from the Jiraiya template. I'm finished. Nawaki wailed, in the future, I won't just be unable to beat Natsuki. I won't be able to beat Minato either. He already could not defeat Minato with the flying Raijin Jutsu. If Minato also learned Sage Mode, Nawaki feared he would never defeat him in his entire life. Orochimaru and Tsunade both fell into thought. However, there was little they could do about it. It truly would be extremely difficult for Nawaki to defeat, or catch up with Natsuki and Minato. A thought occurred to Orochimaru. He remembered his Mokuton experiment. If Nawaki could use Mokuton, then perhaps he would have the strength to fight them. However, Orochimaru had not yet finished analyzing the red healing potion. He would need more time. You have awakened the Blueno template. A line of text appeared before Natsuki's eyes. Although characters named Blueno might exist in other works, Natsuki was certain that this was Blueno from One Piece. Blueno possessed the Door fruit, and could create spatial doors, making him a space-related ability user. However, Natsuki suspected that awakening the Blueno template was not only related to Minato, but also to the CP9 he had established within Akatsuki. After all, Blueno had been a member of CP9, and was skilled in the Six Powers, though he later became a member of CP0. CP0 was also an intelligence agency, but its primary purpose was to protect the celestial dragons. Overall, Natsuki was quite satisfied. Not only had he obtained a spatial ability, but he had also completed the remaining parts of his Konoha Six Powers. Natsuki looked at the newly awakened character template. Name, Blueno. Period, CP9. World, One Piece. Ability 1, Rankyaku. Effect, produces a flying slash by kicking at extremely high speed, and generating a blade of compressed air. It can easily cut a target in half. Ability 2, Kamii, effect, relaxes the entire body and senses changes in the air caused by an opponent's movements, allowing the user to easily evade incoming attacks. Unlock condition, learn water release, water body flicker technique. Ability 3, Tekai, break. Effect, while using Tekai, the user strikes the target with a punch powerful enough to shatter the ground. Unlock condition, learn chakra enhanced strength. Ability 4, Tekai, steel. Effect, further strengthens the defensive power of Tekai, making it the strongest defensive form of Tekai. Unlock condition, endure the strongest attack of a Jonin during 3 separate battles. Ability 5, Tekai, wheel. Effect, while using Tekai, the user spins at high speed and crashes into the target with enough power to shatter the ground. Unlock condition, develop any advanced form of the Rasengan. Ability 6, Door fruit. Effect, allows the user to create spatial doors anywhere and in any form, making it possible to infiltrate, launch surprise attacks, transport others and evade attacks. Unlock condition, have 9 orphans in Akatsuki's CP9 each learn one of the 6 powers. After reading it, Natsuki thought that his guess had been correct. Awakening the Blueno template was directly related to establishing CP9 within Akatsuki. Ability 1 was Rankyaku. Rankyaku was one of the 6 powers, and one of the rare offensive taijutsu techniques among them. Its power exceeded even Shurgon. Ability 2 was Kamii. Kamii was also one of the 6 powers. It was somewhat similar to Jeppo and Soru, falling within the general category of movement techniques. However, its greatest difference was that it incorporated prediction. By sensing changes in the air caused by an opponent's movements, the user could evade attacks more easily. Its unlock condition was learning water release, water body flicker technique. That suited Natsuki perfectly. He had already planned to learn water release, water body flicker technique. After all, this water release technique from Hanzo was genuinely useful. Abilities 3, 4 and 5 were all strengthened or extended versions of Tekai. The Blueno template only listed 3 of the 6 powers: Rankyaku, Kamii, and Tekai. In reality, Blueno could also use Jeppo, Soru, and Shurgon. However, because Natsuki had already unlocked those 3, the system had omitted them. Abilities 3, 4 and 5 compensated for Tekai's greatest weakness, the inability to move while using it. Tekai, break and Tekai, will transform Tekai into a taijutsu technique with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Tekai, steel further improved Tekai's defensive power. The 3 unlock conditions were all reasonably difficult. Natsuki now possessed talent in all 7 chakra natures through the Hatake Kakashi template. Learning chakra-enhanced strength or developing a new Rasengan technique would only be a matter of time. The only slightly troublesome condition was enduring the strongest attack of a Jonin in 3 separate battles. However, there were vast differences between Jonin. If he had to directly endure the 4th Raikage's strongest attack, he would certainly not dare try. But the strongest attack of an ordinary Jonin probably could not break through his multiple layers of defense. Ability 6 was the Door Fruit. The 6 powers were useful, but for Natsuki, having them was not essential. The Door Fruit, however, was an ability he could not give up. It was also the most important ability of the Blueno template. The greatest effect of the Door Fruit was its ability to create spatial doors anywhere. They could be opened on walls, in the air, through flames, or even on human bodies. The user could also transform themselves into a spatial door. Once a spatial door opened, it revealed a separate dimension. Natsuki could freely enter and exit that dimension through the door, achieving an effect similar to spatial teleportation. The user could also bring other people through the spatial doors. In battle, the doors could also be opened to evade an opponent's attacks. Compared to the Flying Raijin Jutsu, the Door Fruit had the advantage when it came to spatial transportation. The Flying Raijin Jutsu required a Flying Raijin mark. Without a mark, the technique could not be used. The Flying Raijin Jutsu had derivative techniques such as Flying Raijin, Guiding Thunder and Flying Raijin, second step. The Door Fruit could also be developed further. Blueno had only used it in a limited number of ways. After unlocking the Door Fruit, Natsuki could attempt to develop new applications himself. The unlock condition for Ability 6 was not difficult. It would simply take time. 9 orphans in Akatsuki's CP9 each needed to learn one of the 6 powers. It's rare for the 3 of us to gather together like this. Jiraiya laughed. Natsuki, you need to cook us a feast. Natsuki returned to his senses and agreed. Orochimaru and Tsunade did not object. Jiraiya, Minato, and the others had been away for so long. It was only natural for everyone to gather and share a meal after their return. I'll go get Nono, Nawaki volunteered. Minato smiled. I'm faster. The corner of Nawaki's mouth twitched, and he sighed. Why was it that, despite being a member of the Senju clan, he could neither use Mokuton nor learn the Flying Raijin Jutsu? Minato disappeared. The others left the training ground. I'll go cook. Natsuki headed toward the kitchen. I'll help. Kushina immediately followed him. After entering the kitchen, Natsuki handed her an apron. Looking at Kushina, he suddenly thought of the Door Fruit. Once he unlocked it, he could secretly take her outside to have fun. As long as they did not stay away for too long, it would be fine. Why are you suddenly staring into space? Kushina waved a hand in front of him. The apron suits you. Natsuki smiled. It's cute. Kushina blushed. It's only an apron. Next time, you could try wearing a dress or a maid outfit. Natsuki blinked and pushed his luck. You like those? Kushina tilted her head. That sounds a little improper. I was only saying it casually. Natsuki cleared his throat. Go wash the vegetables first. Kushina looked at him suspiciously for a moment before turning toward the sink. By noon, the food had been served. Natsuki's cooking is still the best. Jiraiya sighed contentedly. I've traveled to so many places, but none of their food can compare to Natsuki's. Did you find the child of prophecy? Tsunade picked up a piece of chicken and placed it in her mouth, chewing slowly. As the wonderful flavor spread across her tongue, she instinctively narrowed her eyes. No, Jiraiya answered. If the child of prophecy truly exists, they are most likely in one of the 5 great shinobi villages. No matter what, someone called the child of prophecy should possess exceptional talent. Orochimaru spoke casually. You might as well remain in Konoha, and wait for the child of prophecy to appear. I think Orochimaru has a point, Tsunade agreed. That is not necessarily true. Jiraiya shook his head. The Great Toad Sage's prophecy never said that the Child of Prophecy would appear in one of the 5 great shinobi villages. You really are stubborn. Orochimaru glanced at him and said nothing more. Let's not talk about that. Jiraiya changed the subject. Natsuki, have you heard of the Daybreak Company? It's a company based in the capital of the Land of Rain. Natsuki raised his head. Lord Jiraiya, are you interested in it? While I was traveling, I heard about the Daybreak Company in the Land of Rain. Jiraiya chuckled. I'm interested in the potion they sell. The stamina recovery potion had many effects. However, for various reasons, only one particular effect had spread widely. It could restore a man's vigor. Why are you smiling so lewdly? Tsunade frowned. What kind of potion is it? It's a potion for man. Jiraiya paused before explaining, I'm only curious whether it is as effective as the rumors claim. What do you mean by a potion for man? Nawaki asked in confusion. Can't women use it? Kushina asked, equally puzzled. Tsunade finally understood. She immediately stood and clenched her fist, preparing to hit him. Jiraiya was terrified and quickly shouted, if you punch me now, we won't be able to finish eating. I'll deal with you after the meal. Tsunade regained her composure and sat down again. Nawaki and the others exchanged confused looks, completely unable to understand what had happened. Jiraiya, you've always been this unreliable, even when we were children. Orochimaru smiled. Jiraiya did not dare respond and could only lower his head and focus on eating. The small incident did not affect the atmosphere of the meal. Their lunch ended amid the lively mood of old friends reuniting after a long separation. Jiraiya had originally wanted to ask Natsuki more about the stamina recovery potion, but he feared Tsunade would hit him, so he fled immediately after eating. Orochimaru did not stay long either. Ever since the war ended, he had immersed himself in his experiments, and had practically become a full-time researcher. Tsunade removed her outer robe and dropped onto the sofa. Natsuki looked at her. She crossed her legs and leaned back against the sofa. The fabric of her sleeveless top stretched into a deep curve, looking as if it could barely contain the pressure. His gaze drifted toward her pale skin. However, he quickly looked away. Do not spend too much time around Jiraiya unless necessary, Tsunade warned. Understood, Tsunade-sensei. Natsuki nodded. That goes for both of you too. Tsunade looked at Kushina and Nono. As for Nawaki, he had volunteered to wash all the dishes from lunch. Tsunade-sensei. Natsuki suddenly remembered something. I've created the 5th technique of the Konoha 6 powers. What kind of taijutsu is it? Tsunade leaned forward curiously. The strain on her sleeveless top became even more noticeable. I call it Rankyaku. Natsuki briefly explained its effects. In terms of power, it is at least an A-rank taijutsu. Tsunade praised him. At this rate, you could eventually be called the professor of ninjutsu. I'm still some distance behind the Hokage. Natsuki smiled before asking, in exchange, Tsunade-sensei, how about teaching me chakra-enhanced strength? I can teach you chakra-enhanced strength too. Kushina hurriedly offered. Nono opened her mouth but stopped herself. She had been a step too slow. Natsuki, who do you want to teach you? Tsunade smiled teasingly. Tsunade-sensei should teach me. Natsuki answered without changing his expression. Kushina and Nono both have their own things to do. To be continued. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, Kushina in a maid dress, bonus, 3064 words. It's a new week. Thank you for your support last week. Hopefully, we can keep it up this week. Enjoy the chapter. Early morning. Natsuki woke up on time. He changed his clothes, walked to the window, and stretched. It was already October, and Konoha had become considerably cooler. As soon as he opened the window, a cool breeze swept inside. What a hassle! Natsuki took a deep breath and shook his head. After awakening the Blueno template yesterday, he planned to have the Akatsuki orphanage continue recruiting people. After all, the more orphans there were, the faster he could unlock the door fruit. However, this created a problem. He needed to personally make a trip to the Land of Rain. Apart from him, no one else was particularly suitable. For example, there were the Umbu. Although he was an Umbu squad captain, his subordinates were not truly his. They were Hiruzen's subordinates. In other words, any orders he issued would most likely become known to Hiruzen. Explaining everything afterward would be troublesome. Natsuki did not want to explain himself either. There were two ways to solve this problem. The first was to place his own subordinates within the Umbu. For example, subordinates who had accepted his blood would no longer obey Hiruzen's orders. However, he was only a squad captain, not the commander. He could not place his own people too openly. Moreover, he did not have many suitable subordinates. At present, there were only Chino and Fushin. The other option was Akatsuki's CP9. All of its current members were orphans from the Land of Rain, and possessed no real strength. For a long time, CP9 would remain nothing more than an empty shell. His idea was to find two shinobi who had accepted his blood and appoint them as the people in charge. One of them could remain in Konoha permanently, making it easier to relay his orders. Of course, once he obtained the door fruit, this problem would immediately be resolved. Unfortunately, he had not unlocked the door fruit yet. Even after obtaining it, an intelligence organization would still be necessary. Natsuki rubbed his chin. Should he capture a white Zetsu? To be honest, white Zetsu undoubtedly suited his requirements best. The problem was that doing so might alert Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, making it risky. Were there any other shinobi like that? Haku's mother might be suitable, but her current location was uncertain. Natsuki pondered for a long time, before an idea suddenly occurred to him. It did not necessarily have to be a shinobi. A summoning beast would also work. In the original story, Mount Myaboku's intelligence-gathering abilities were no weaker than the Umbu of the 5 great shinobi villages. Jiraiya had repeatedly used Mount Myaboku to transmit information. That was because Mount Myaboku had an enormous number of toads. They could also command ordinary toads. As Orochimaru's student, Natsuki naturally set his sights on Ryuchi Cave. Ryuchi Cave also had plenty of snakes. Ordinary snakes were scattered throughout the shinobi world as well. Most importantly, the snakes of Ryuchi Cave had no sense of honor. Natsuki would feel no guilt about turning them into demons. He narrowed his eyes. The best targets for conversion would be the 3 great snake priestesses of Ryuchi Cave. They held high positions and could command all the snakes in Ryuchi Cave. The only problem was that he did not know how strong they were. After thinking about it, Natsuki decided to wait until he unlocked Sage Mode from the Jiraiya template before going. After all, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato were growing stronger very quickly. It would not be long before they possessed the strength of ordinary jonin. After breakfast, Natsuki went to the courtyard with Nawaki and Kushina. Unlike usual, Tsunade was also present today. She was going to teach Natsuki her super strength. However, Natsuki did not waste any time. He planned to have his main body learn super strength from Tsunade, while creating 2 shadow clones to study water release, water body flicker technique, and develop a new Rasengan. In the original story, the Rasengan had many derivative techniques. Examples included the giant Rasengan, wind release, Rasen Shuriken, and Sage Art, Rasengan. After considering it, Natsuki decided to begin with a relatively basic variation of the Rasengan by adding a chakra nature to it. For example, wind release, Rasengan, or lightning release, Rasengan. In the end, he chose lightning release, Rasengan. Lightning release, Rasengan came from Boruto, and he chose it because it could be used as a long-range attack. The day's training began. Like Natsuki, Nawaki and Kushina changed the focus of their training. They began learning another of the Konoha 6 powers, Rankyaku. Another half-month passed. After gaining a basic understanding of super strength, Natsuki found some time to visit the metropolis in the Land of Rain. He could also teach Rankyaku to Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato while he was there. Before Natsuki even approached the courtyard, he heard the sounds of fighting. He raised an eyebrow and walked over curiously. Standing at the entrance, he looked into the courtyard and discovered that the two combatants were Fushin and Yahiko. Chino, Konan, and Nagato stood off to the side, watching the battle. After thinking for a moment, Natsuki remained where he was and continued watching. Typhoon release, strong wind blast. Fushin formed hand seals. A violent gale appeared out of nowhere and surged toward Yahiko like an ocean wave. Blood demon art, cold white princess. Yahiko calmly raised his hand. Two ice-sculpted maidens appeared, one on either side of him, and opened their mouths at the same time. Freezing air roared outward. Wherever it passed, even the wind froze in place. Fushin's expression changed. Yahiko's strength had improved far too much compared to before. When they first met, Fushin could defeat Yahiko with certainty. Now, their positions had been reversed. The freezing air continued toward him without losing momentum. Fushin had no choice but to evade with the body flicker technique. Blood demon art, shuriken. Yahiko pressed his advantage. His blood transformed into shuriken and flew toward Fushin. For a time, Fushin was forced into a sorry state. Chino watched with mixed feelings. Even she could not push Fushin this far in a fight. Yet not long ago, Yahiko had been no match for him. Natsuki was the reason for this outcome. More precisely, it was because Yahiko had accepted Natsuki's blood. The same was true for Konan. Her strength was also rapidly approaching Chino and Fushin's level. Typhoon release, great violent blast. Fushin stopped and found an opportunity. As he completed his hand seals, a violent typhoon immediately formed around him. Blood demon art, winter icicles. Yahiko swung both hands. A large amount of blood transformed into icicles and rained down from the sky. The typhoon had only just formed when it was forcibly dispersed. Blood demon art, winter icicles perfectly countered typhoon release, great violent blast. After all, the center of a typhoon was its weakness. Unable to withstand the icicles falling from the sky, Fushin finally had no choice but to admit defeat. A smile appeared on Yahiko's face. When he first met Chino and Fushin, their Kekii Genkai had placed him under immense pressure. He had been afraid that Natsuki would neglect them because of it. Instead, Natsuki had granted them blood demon arts, causing their strength to soar. Now they were already comparable to Chino and Fushin. Natsuki stepped forward, clapped his hands, and asked, "When did you learn blood demon art, cold white princess?" "Natsuki-sensei." Yahiko shouted in surprise and delight. Nagato and Konan hurried over to Natsuki as well. "Natsuki-sama." Chino and Fushin followed behind them and greeted him. "I only learned it last week." Yahiko spoke with embarrassment. "It took me a little too long to understand it." Chino and Fushin were immediately speechless. The speed at which his strength had increased was completely unreasonable. Moreover, considering Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan's ages, under normal circumstances, they should not have possessed Chunin-level strength. They would not even have been able to defeat Genin, who had just graduated. Natsuki glanced at Chino and Fushin. Judging from their expressions, they must have clearly felt Yahiko and Konan's improvement during this period. Perhaps they would soon understand the situation and come to him voluntarily, begging him to turn them into demons. Although the lower moons were weaker than the upper moons, they would still awaken corresponding blood demon arts. He was looking forward to it. Natsuki returned to the main topic and said, go find the daimyo of the Land of Rain, and have him continue recruiting orphans. Yes, Natsuki-sama. Chino nodded, then left with Fushin. I'll teach you a new taijutsu technique called Rankyaku. Natsuki turned toward Yahiko and the others. He did not stay long. 1 week later, he returned to Konoha. Yahiko and the others had already become familiar with Rankyaku. The rest was simply a matter of time and practice. The 3 of them would also be responsible for teaching the newly admitted orphans. With so many orphans, gathering 9 people who could each learn one of the 6 powers would not be difficult. After November passed, the new year arrived once again. Natsuki successfully unlocked 3 abilities. All 3 abilities were related to the Blueno template. Congratulations to the host for unlocking ability 2 of the Blueno template, Kamii. The unlock condition was learning water release, water body flicker technique. Although water release, water body flicker technique was relatively difficult, Natsuki used a shortcut. While Nawaki was performing water release, water body flicker technique, Natsuki secretly activated his Sharingan and copied it. After unlocking Kamii, his Konoha 6 powers were finally complete. Congratulations to the host for unlocking ability 3 of the Blueno template, Tekai, Break. The unlock condition was learning super strength. Natsuki used the same method, but he did not copy Tsunade. He was afraid Tsunade would notice his Sharingan, and he would have no way to explain it. Instead, he found an opportunity to copy Kushina's super strength. After practicing it for some time, he successfully mastered super strength. Congratulations to the host for unlocking ability 5 of the Blueno template, Tekai, Wheel. The unlock condition was developing a new Rasengan. By combining it with Lightning Release, Natsuki successfully developed Lightning Release, Rasengan. The reason he had been able to unlock 3 abilities so quickly was that they were all related to ninjutsu. The unlock conditions Natsuki liked most now were those that required him to learn ninjutsu. After all, he possessed the Sharingan as well as an affinity for all 7 chakra natures from the Hitaki Kakashi template. Kushina ran over and grabbed the corner of his clothes. What is it? Natsuki looked down at her and asked. Come to my room tomorrow morning. Kushina smiled mysteriously. I prepared a New Year's gift for you. Why do I have to go to your room? Natsuki asked in confusion. Just come when I tell you to. Don't ask questions. Kushina snorted softly and released his clothes. All right. Natsuki smiled. Should your gift satisfy me, I'll secretly take you outside to have some fun. Kushina's eyes lit up. When have I ever lied to you? Natsuki asked in return. You're not allowed to bring anyone else. Kushina nodded and added another condition. It'll be just the 2 of us. Natsuki gently pinched her cheek. He had noticed that Kushina rarely went outside, so he planned to take her out for a while. Although Umbu Shinobi were monitoring her, he was still an Umbu squad captain. He could arrange for others to take over their shift. Naturally, they would not leave Konoha. As long as they remained within Konoha, Hiruzen would not say much even after learning about it. I'll be waiting for you. Don't be late. Kushina skipped away happily. The 3rd day of the new year. Natsuki woke up early and arrived outside Kushina's room. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Kushina's voice came from inside. Hearing her response, Natsuki pushed open the door. The first thing he saw was Kushina sitting beside the bed. He glanced at her and froze in surprise. Kushina had changed into a black and white maid dress. Her long red hair was tied back, and a pair of cat ears rested on her head. The maid dress was mostly black, with white trim along the skirt. Since Kushina was sitting beside the bed, the skirt spread neatly around her knees. She also wore black stockings. Good morning, Natsuki. Kushina greeted him with a smile. She lightly swung her legs back and forth. So this is your New Year's gift. Natsuki returned to his senses and asked. You don't like it? Kushina jumped down from the bed and stepped onto the carpet. It's cuter than the apron. Natsuki reached out and touched one of her cat ears. It was fluffy and felt quite pleasant. I knew you would like it. Kushina smiled proudly, then glanced toward the door. Did the Umbu shinobi notice you when you came inside? You don't need to worry about them. Natsuki understood what she was thinking and said, I'm an Umbu squad captain. I already told them not to follow you today. That's great. Kushina cheered. Then let's sneak out right now. After speaking, she took out a pair of shoes and put them on. You're going outside dressed like that? Natsuki was slightly startled. It took me a long time to put this on. I don't want to change. A conflicted expression appeared on Kushina's face. Then wear a coat over it. Natsuki thought for a moment before making the suggestion. You're so clever. Kushina immediately opened the wardrobe and took out a coat. Once she put it on, the maid dress underneath was completely hidden. The only remaining sign of it was the pair of cat ears on her head. We'll leave through the backyard. Kushina grabbed Natsuki and pulled him outside. The two of them quickly arrived in the backyard. Natsuki climbed onto the wall and extended his hand. Kushina took his hand and leaped up. The two of them jumped down from the wall. Outside the residence was a narrow path with trees on both sides. Sunlight filtered through the branches and cast scattered patterns across the ground. Kushina took a deep breath and felt an unprecedented sense of freedom. Although there were not many restrictions on her life within the Senju clan compound, she still could not go outside whenever she pleased. This was much better. Have you planned an escape before? Natsuki chuckled. You looked very familiar with the process just now. I only planned it yesterday. Kushina blinked. But fortunately, it was a complete success on my first attempt. As expected of you. Natsuki gave her a thumbs up. Where are we going today? Kushina looked around while walking. We can go anywhere, but we have to stay inside Konoha today. Natsuki paused and continued, once I learn a space-time ninjutsu similar to the Flying Thunder God technique, I'll take you around the shinobi world. Kushina was not disappointed. She smiled and said, I'm looking forward to that day. You still haven't told me where you want to go. Natsuki reminded her again. Let's try something adults do. Kushina suddenly thought of something and spoke excitedly. Natsuki immediately looked confused. Let's go to a casino. Kushina waved her hand enthusiastically. A casino? Natsuki paused in surprise. Has Tsunade-sensei influenced you? Every time she mentions casinos, she sounds furious, so I became curious. Kushina explained. Her gambling luck is terrible. She loses every time, so naturally she never has anything good to say about them. Natsuki could not help laughing. Then let's test our own gambling luck. Kushina spoke with great determination. Natsuki nodded and added, but we'll need to use the transformation technique to enter the casino. Neither he nor Kushina was an adult. Under Konoha's regulations, they were not allowed to enter casinos or drink alcohol. However, they were permitted to kill people during missions. Kushina grabbed his hand and quickened her pace. The two of them soon arrived at a nearby casino. After using the transformation technique, they successfully slipped inside. This casino is different from what I imagined. Kushina noticed a slot machine nearby. Give it a try. After exchanging some money for tokens, Natsuki handed one to her. Kushina inserted the token into the slot machine. The display began flashing. It has to be 3 sevens. Kushina clasped her hands together and prayed. Clearly, her luck was not that good. Kushina picked up another token. Natsuki sat beside her, caught a faint pleasant fragrance in the air, and smiled. It was a proven fact that gambling could become addictive. During New Year celebrations in his previous life, Natsuki's favorite activity had been playing mahjong with his friends. Slot machines were somewhat similar. 3 sevens. After an unknown amount of time, Kushina suddenly shouted. The slot machine produced a cheerful sound and released a large number of tokens. Natsuki glanced at them. At least you've earned back what you spent. Kushina's face was flushed with excitement. Should we try something else? Natsuki suggested, since we're already here, we might as well try every game. Kushina gathered the tokens and moved to another machine. Time slowly passed. The two of them continued playing until evening before leaving the casino. We won 20,000 Ryo. Kushina said happily. Natsuki thought that Tsunade really was the exception. How could a normal person lose every single time they gambled? Then we'll use this 20,000 Ryo to eat a feast. Natsuki thought for a moment. Since it's winter, we could try beef sukiyaki. Their cooking won't taste as good as yours. Kushina tilted her head. Let's buy the ingredients and go back so everyone can eat together. That works too. Natsuki smiled. Then I'll make my special version of sukiyaki. I call it hot pot. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pad if you're interested. Patreon. com/blownleaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, Infinity Castle 3127 words. After they finished the hot pot, the New Year holiday came to an end. On the first day back at work, Natsuki arrived at ANBU headquarters on time. He sat behind his desk and began the day's work. The first task was part of ANBU's routine duties. He needed to organize all the intelligence ANBU had gathered during the New Year holiday. The reports covered everything from the major nations to the various shinobi villages. After reading through them, Natsuki found one piece of information that interested him. Sasori, Chiyo's grandson from Sunagakure, had graduated from the academy early and become a genin. According to the report, he was only 7 years old. He was the same age as Konan and Nagato. Graduating at 7 undoubtedly made him an exceptional genius. However, that was not surprising. When Sasori first appeared in the original story, he had possessed the presence of a true expert. He had also been only 15, or 16 years old when he killed the third Kazekage. Natsuki rubbed his chin. Because of the butterfly effect caused by his actions, Sasori's parents had not died. The chances of Sasori killing the third Kazekage were now extremely low. Natsuki then thought of Pakura. They had previously agreed to cooperate, but they had yet to decide on a specific project. However, Pakura's current situation in Sunagakure was not particularly good. Raza had distinguished himself, and was already widely regarded as the next Kazekage. There was little she could do about that. Raza had studied under the third Kazekage, and learned magnet release. In Sunagakure, magnet release held a status comparable to Mokuton in Konoha. Clearly, Pakura could no longer compete with Raza politically. An idea suddenly occurred to Natsuki. He now knew what kind of cooperation he could offer her. Economic cooperation. Under normal circumstances, Pakura would also lose to Raza economically because Raza's magnet release allowed him to extract gold from the desert. However, Natsuki could help her by providing water. The land of wind and Sunagakure suffered from an extreme lack of water because of their desert environment. The land of rain, however, possessed abundant water resources because of its climate. Each side could obtain what it needed, making the arrangement beneficial to both. The current problem was that Akatsuki's research department had not yet developed a rainwater purification system. There was also the issue of transportation. If Natsuki unlocked the door fruit, transportation would become simple. However, he could not spend every day maintaining a spatial door. The transportation problem could be left to Pakura. They could build underground pipelines or construct a canal above ground. With Tsunagekyu's capabilities, either option was possible. Of course, those were matters for the future. The current priority was recruiting more researchers, so they could develop the rainwater purification system as soon as possible. Natsuki returned his attention to the reports and continued organizing the intelligence. Once he had selected the important reports, his first task was complete. The second matter was personal. Asahino's squad had finished investigating ice release. There were currently no ice release shinobi in Kirigakure. However, they had identified 5 villages in the land of water where it snowed throughout the year. After reading the information on all 5 villages, Natsuki immediately determined which one Haku's mother lived in. The reason was simple. That village possessed an intense hatred of Kekkai Genkai. Haku's tragedy had begun because of ice release. His family of 3 had originally lived happily together. One day, however, Haku's father discovered that his mother possessed ice release, and gathered the villagers to kill her. Haku witnessed everything and awakened ice release out of fear. He used ice release to kill his father and the villagers before fleeing in a panic. From that point onward, he became an orphan and survived by begging throughout the land of water. Eventually, he met Momochi Zabuza, who took him in and turned him into a tool for killing. Haku was roughly 3 years older than Naruto. Under normal circumstances, his mother was probably around Minato's age, or perhaps 2 or 3 years older. Of course, other possibilities existed. After some thought, Natsuki decided not to bring Nawaki or Nono this time. There probably would not be any fighting. Even if there was, they would only be dealing with ordinary villagers. Judging from the original story, Haku's father and the other villagers were not shinobi. Otherwise, they would not have been killed by Haku immediately after he awakened ice release. After finishing his work, Natsuki left ANBU headquarters. The only disappointing part was that Hiriko still had not been found. However, that was not surprising. ANBU had been searching for Hiriko ever since he defected, but they had never managed to locate him. Natsuki only vaguely remembered that Hiriko had conducted his chimera technique experiments inside a valley. Unfortunately, there were countless valleys throughout the shinobi world, so finding the correct one would take time. There was also the information on the Yomi cult. Kakuzu had already sent someone to deliver it. Natsuki planned to visit the Yomi cult after some time. He returned to the Senju clan compound. With the New Year holiday over, Nawaki, Nono, and Kushina had resumed their training. After practicing Rankyaku for 2 months, they had basically mastered it. "I'll teach you the final technique of the Konoha 6 powers, Kami-e." Natsuki walked over to them. He taught them until evening, then informed them that he would be leaving on an ANBU mission the following day. Since it was an ANBU mission, he would not be bringing them along. Although Nawaki and the others found it unfortunate, none of them complained. During dinner that evening, Natsuki learned something unexpected from Tsunade. Minato had already gone to Mount Mayaboku to learn Sage Mode. Barring any accidents, he would most likely master it before the Third Shinobi World War. Combined with the Konoha 6 powers, he would undoubtedly become even stronger than the Yellow Flash from the original story. Natsuki was not particularly concerned. After all, he possessed plenty of advantages of his own. Nawaki, however, felt a growing sense of danger. If things continued like this, the gap between him and Minato would only grow larger. He could not accept that. The following day, Natsuki left Konoha with Asahino's squad and headed toward the Land of Water. The Land of Water was an archipelago. Its largest island was located in the southeast. Both the Land of Water's capital and Kirigakure were situated there. The village Natsuki was heading toward was in the northeastern region of the country. After reaching the southeastern coast of the Land of Fire, he changed his mode of transportation and continued by ship. 4 days later, he finally arrived at his destination. It was a village covered in snow. Natsuki entered the village. He had never seen Haku's mother before, but since she had awakened ice release, she had to possess chakra. Regardless of a shinobi's strength, there would always be chakra inside their body. As long as she possessed chakra, a sensory technique could detect her. With a casual wave of his hand, Natsuki ordered Asahino's squad to spread out and search the area. He activated electromagnetic sensing himself. As Natsuki walked along the street, the nearby villagers watched him curiously. Very few outsiders visited their small village. Since Natsuki was young and striking in appearance, he naturally attracted attention. Natsuki ignored them. Before long, he detected a faint chakra signature. He walked directly toward it. Soon, he saw a young woman wearing a white apron. She had long black hair, delicate features, and a calm appearance that resembled Haku when he dressed as a girl. Natsuki immediately identified her as Haku's mother. She was working as a server in a small restaurant. Aside from her, there was also a young man and a woman inside. After thinking for a moment, Natsuki decided not to approach her immediately. He moved to a secluded corner and summoned Asahino's squad. Investigate this restaurant and the people working there, Natsuki instructed. Asahino nodded before disappearing again. Natsuki found a tree, climbed onto one of its branches and sat down. As he waited, he opened his system. He currently possessed many character templates, but unlocking most of their abilities required time. The ability he was currently working toward was accelerated regeneration from the Kibutsuji Musen template. Its unlock condition was mastering the mystical palm technique. Although both were A-rank techniques, the mystical palm technique was more difficult to learn than chakra-enhanced strength. Natsuki had also been learning too many ninjutsu at once, so he had not completely mastered it yet. However, he was close. At most, it would take another month or two. Aside from that, he also needed to learn the Chinoite clan's blood secret technique to unlock the blood demon art from the Kibutsuji Musen template. Natsuki did not have to wait long. Half an hour later, Asahino returned. He verbally reported the circumstances of the three people working in the restaurant. The young woman's name was Yukaina. She had fled to the village alone 5 years earlier. The woman who took her in was named Naomi. Naomi's husband had died young, and left her with a son, the young man named Katsuri. The three of them supported themselves by running the restaurant. Natsuki nodded slightly. An idea suddenly occurred to him. Although Asahino had not discovered where Yukaina originally lived, her past was most likely connected to Kirigakure. After all, Kirigakure was the only place known to have produced ice-release shinobi. Natsuki did not know what had happened 5 years ago, but internal conflict was common among the 5 great shinobi villages. Konoha and the Uchiha clan were a classic example. In the original story, Kirigakure had also wiped out the Kagaya clan, which possessed Shikatsu Miyaku. With that thought, Natsuki entered the restaurant. Yukaina approached him. "What would you like to eat?" "I would like to speak with you." Natsuki smiled. Yukaina froze. "Hey, what do you mean by that?" Katsuri immediately stepped in front of Yukaina, and looked at Natsuki warily. He suspected that Natsuki had taken an interest in her. Ever since Naomi had taken Yukaina in, Katsuri had viewed her as his future wife. Naomi had also promised to arrange their marriage once Yukaina was older. Now that someone far more handsome than him had appeared, Katsuri naturally felt displeased. "Yukaina, do you still remember your homeland?" Natsuki asked, ignoring him. Her homeland. Naomi also came over. "Guest, what is your relationship with Yukaina?" "I belong to the same clan as her," Natsuki answered. Shock appeared on Yukina's face. She clearly remembered that everyone from her clan had died. How could another clan member still exist? "I can prove my identity," Natsuki said after a brief pause. "However, I need to speak with Yukaina alone." "Yukaina, we don't know where this person came from. Don't believe him." Katsuri immediately raised his voice. Hesitation appeared on Yukina's face. "Yukaina is living well here. She has no need for clan members she has never met before. Naomi glanced at Katsuri before speaking bluntly. Guest, please leave. Naomi-san, I want to speak with him, Yukaina said after making her decision. But please don't worry. I won't leave. This is my home. Naomi frowned slightly. Since Yukaina had already said that much, refusing might damage their relationship. Katsuri wanted to object. However, since Naomi had agreed, he remained silent. Natsuki and Yukaina moved to one side. What proof do you have? Yukaina looked at Natsuki, still unconvinced by his earlier claim. Natsuki raised one hand. Ice release chakra gathered in his palm and formed an ice shuriken. Ice release. Yukina's eyes widened instinctively. Have you awakened ice release? Natsuki asked as he dispersed the shuriken. Yukaina extended her hand and created an identical ice shuriken. I hope you will leave with me. Natsuki nodded slightly. This village harbors an intense hatred of Kekii Genkai. If your ability is exposed, your life will be in danger. That won't happen. Yukaina shook her head. I don't trust the other villagers, but I trust Naomi and Katsuri. Is that so? Natsuki raised an eyebrow. Then are you willing to test that trust? You mean revealing ice release in front of them? Yukaina asked instinctively. A secret cannot remain hidden forever. They will discover your ice release sooner or later. Natsuki spoke seriously. It would be better to reveal it yourself and observe their reactions. If they can accept you, then you can remain here. Hesitation appeared on Yukina's face. It seems you don't truly trust them, Natsuki said with a smile. I do trust them. Yukaina took a deep breath. We'll tell them right now. Natsuki nodded. The two returned to the restaurant. Katsuri quickly approached her. He really is a member of my clan, Yukaina said. Then are you going to leave? Katsuri's expression changed dramatically. I'm not leaving, Yukaina answered firmly. Good girl. A smile appeared on Naomi's face. Did you hear that? You can leave now. Katsuri turned toward Natsuki. But there is something I need to confess. Yukaina suppressed her anxiety. You would discover it eventually, so I think it is better to tell you now. What is it? Katsuri asked in confusion. I possess a Kekii Genkai, ice release. Yukaina extended her hand and created another ice shuriken. Katsuri froze before instinctively taking 2 steps backward. Naomi's smile also vanished as her expression changed dramatically. I promise that I won't use ice release in the future. After seeing their reactions, Yukaina felt a sense of foreboding. Even so, she chose to continue trusting them. Why didn't you tell us before? Katsuri recovered and asked angrily. Yukaina trembled in fear. She had never seen such a frightening expression on his face. This is a serious matter. Sit here while we discuss it. Naomi grabbed Katsuri and led him outside. Yukaina stared after them, her thoughts falling into complete turmoil. Natsuki shook his head. He could not understand why they hated Kekii Genkai so much. However, this hatred did not exist only among the civilians of the Land of Water. Even the shinobi of Kirigakure shared it. Kirigakure had once gone through a special period known as the Bloody Mist Era. During that time, shinobi who possessed Kekii Genkai were relentlessly hunted down. Although Obito's control over the 4th Mizukage, Karatachi Yagura, had influenced the situation, the Bloody Mist Era had most likely begun much earlier. The reason was Zabuza. During his graduation exam, he had killed every student in his class. Despite killing all of them, he had not received any punishment. That most likely meant the Bloody Mist Era was already underway. At that time, Obito was still in Konoha, and had only recently graduated. We'll wait. Natsuki looked at Yukaina. If they haven't betrayed your trust, they will return soon. Yukaina nodded as hope rose in her heart. Natsuki activated electromagnetic sensing. He raised an eyebrow after sensing Naomi and Katsuri speaking briefly before leaving. They soon gathered a group of villagers and began heading toward the restaurant. Just as they had in the original story, they made the same choice. Thinking about it carefully, it was not surprising. Katsuri had killed Yukaina, and then tried to kill Haku. If he was capable of killing his wife and son, then it was even easier now, when he had not yet married her. Yukaina heard the dense sound of approaching footsteps and instinctively turned around. She froze. Naomi and Katsuri had led a group of villagers to surround the restaurant. They were carrying axes, kitchen knives, and other weapons. Their intentions were obvious. Tears began flowing down Yukina's face. Yukaina, if we had known you possessed a Kekii Genkai, we never would have taken you in. Katsuri spoke viciously. You two had better surrender quietly. Naomi threatened them. Do you want me to kill them? Natsuki asked softly. Please take me away. Yukaina spoke with complete despair. Natsuki placed a hand on her shoulder and used Jeppo. He leaped upward, broke through the roof amid the startled cries of Naomi and the others, and rose into the air. Natsuki casually threw two kunai before leaving at high speed. After leaving the village, he landed and released Yukaina. Yukaina collapsed onto the ground and began crying. There's no need to cry for people like them. Natsuki waited for a while before crouching down and extending his hand. You still have a better future ahead of you. Are we going back to Kirigakure? Yukaina asked, looking up at him through her tears. Natsuki shook his head. I'll take you to the land of rain. I established an organization there called Akatsuki. What does that organization do? Yukaina wiped away her tears. It exists to bring peace to the shinobi world. Natsuki paused as blood emerged from his hand. Your strength has stagnated for 5 years, so I want you to accept my blood. He then explained the benefits and drawbacks of the blood curse. I accept. Yukaina agreed without much hesitation. After being betrayed by Naomi and Katsuri, she had lost all hope. Perhaps the blood curse could grant her a new life. Yukina's information immediately appeared before Natsuki. Name, Yukaina. Race, human, demon. Ability 1, partial demonization. Effect, transforms the user into a half-human, half-demon state, increasing attack power, speed, and regenerative ability. Unlock condition, comprehended independently. Ability 2, full demonization. Effect, completely transforms the user into a demon, further increasing attack power, speed, and regenerative ability at the cost of greater energy consumption. Unlock condition, comprehended independently. Ability 3, Blood Demon Art, Infinity Castle. Effect, creates a fixed alternate dimension that the user can freely control. Unlock condition, comprehended independently. Ability 4, Blood Demon Art, Eyeball Clones. Effect, creates eyeball clones and allows the user to share their vision. The eyeball clones are extremely fragile and will burst if squeezed. Unlock condition, comprehended independently. Remark, once unlocked, you will also obtain the corresponding Blood Demon Art. A pleasantly surprised expression appeared on Natsuki's face. Yukaina had unexpectedly obtained the Blood Demon Arts of Neikime, one of the 12 Kazuki. If she unlocked Blood Demon Art, Infinity Castle, Akatsuki would gain an extremely secure base. Although it was a fixed alternate dimension, entering or leaving it required Yukina's permission and control. That meant enemies would have no way to infiltrate it. The eyeball clones would also be extremely useful, making them comparable to half a white Zetsu. In the future, Akatsuki's intelligence organization could also be placed under Yukina's management. To be continued. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, Partial Demonization 3074 words. Natsuki sent Asahino's squad back to Konoha ahead of him, while he took Yukaina to the Land of Rain. After another 4-day journey, the two arrived safely in the capital of the Land of Rain. Yukina's emotional state had improved considerably compared to before. However, she had also become much colder and more withdrawn. Naomi and Katsuri's actions had truly broken her heart. Natsuki had spoken with her several times, but it had not helped much. It seemed only time could heal her wounds. Still, she was already fortunate. At the very least, Katsuri had not killed her as he had in the original story. Natsuki-sensei. When Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan saw him, they immediately stopped training and ran over. Let me introduce you. Her name is Yukaina. Natsuki smiled. Konan and Yahiko, you can guide her during training, and help her awaken her blood demon art. The three immediately understood. Yukaina had accepted the blood curse, so she could be trusted. Get to know each other first. I'm going to visit the orphanage. Natsuki turned and left. The orphanage was also located in the capital of the Land of Rain, not far from there. He soon arrived. When Natsuki entered the courtyard, he saw a group of orphans practicing Soru. Chino and Fushin stood nearby, offering guidance. The two of them were also learning the 6 powers. So far, they had mastered Soru and Shurgon. By comparison, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato were progressing much faster. They had already mastered 5 of the 6 powers. Kamii was the only one they had yet to learn. Natsuki planned to formally teach water breathing to Nagato and Yahiko once they mastered all 6 techniques. In terms of swordsmanship, Nagato had also learned one sword style from the Roronoa Zoro template, placing him ahead of Yahiko. As for Konan, Natsuki had originally planned to teach her doll possession from the Bixlo template, but he had now changed his mind. He wanted to raise her strength to the level of a Jonin as quickly as possible. Once that happened, he could unlock the corresponding abilities from his character templates. Natsuki now planned to teach her weather arts from the Nami template. Combined with the sorcery Climattact demonization, and her blood demon art, she would be fully capable of reaching Jonin-level strength. Nono and the others did not need the sorcery Climattact for the time being. Once Natsuki unlocked unlimited magical power, he could create more through projection magecraft. Lord Natsuki. Chino and Fushin noticed him and quickly approached to greet him. How many orphans have mastered Soru? Natsuki asked. Only one so far, Chino replied. That's not bad. Natsuki raised an eyebrow and nodded. He was not merely saying that to encourage them. Akatsuki's orphanage had been established in May of the previous year. Roughly 7 months had passed since then. Producing one child capable of mastering Soru within 7 months was already impressive. It meant the child possessed exceptional talent. Of course, Natsuki's efforts had also played a part. These children had been orphaned by war, and most of them had been malnourished when they first arrived. Natsuki had spent a great deal of money providing them with the best possible meals. He had also purchased medicinal ingredients specifically intended to strengthen their bodies. Lord Natsuki. Chino and Fushin exchanged a glance. We want to accept your blood. During this period, they had watched Konan's and Yahiko's strength increase at an astonishing rate. They had also learned that after being transformed into demons, the two had obtained a form of immortality. Simply put, as long as Natsuki lived, they would not die unless every trace of his blood disappeared from their bodies. Very well. Natsuki smiled. He extended his hand, and 2 drops of blood flew toward Chino and Fushin. At the same time, he received the corresponding system notifications. With a thought, Natsuki opened Chino's information first. Name, Chino. Race, human, demon. Ability 1, partial demonization. Effect, transforms the user into a half-human, half-demon state, increasing attack power, speed, and regenerative ability. Unlock condition, comprehended independently. Ability 2, Blood Demon Art, Forced Sleep. Effect, uses altered eyes and mouths to trap the target inside a dream. The target can only escape by killing themselves within the dream. Unlock condition, comprehend it independently. Remark, once Blood Demon Art, Forced Sleep is unlocked, you will also obtain the corresponding Blood Demon Art. Just as Natsuki expected. Chino and Fushin had received far less blood than Yahiko and Konan, which meant their abilities were also much weaker. First, they lacked full demonization and could only achieve partial demonization. The resulting increase in strength would be moderate at best. Second, their Blood Demon Arts were also somewhat weaker. Blood Demon Art, Forced Sleep came from Enmu, one of the lower moons of the 12 Kazuki. Unlike Blood Demon Art, Exploding Blood and Blood Demon Art, Ice Crystals, which were powerful offensive abilities, Forced Sleep focused on support and control. In practical terms, it functioned like genjutsu. Even so, it would be more than sufficient against ordinary shinobi. Natsuki then opened Fushin's information. Name, Fushin. Race, human, demon. Ability 1, Partial Demonization. Effect, transforms the user into a half-human, half-demon state, increasing attack power, speed, and regenerative ability. Unlock condition, comprehend it independently. Ability 2, Blood Demon Art, Storm Blades. Effect, controls blood and transforms it into black and red blades that form a storm to attack enemies. Unlock condition, comprehend it independently. Remark, once Blood Demon Art, Storm Blades is unlocked, you will also obtain the corresponding Blood Demon Art. Like Chino's ability, Fushin's Blood Demon Art came from one of the 12 Kazuki's lower moons. Although it was an offensive Blood Demon Art, its effect was not much different from Wind Release Ninjutsu. It was still considerably weaker than Blood Demon Art, Exploding Blood or Blood Demon Art, Ice Crystals. However, it suited Fushin's Typhoon Release extremely well, and could also compensate for its weakness. The greatest weakness of Typhoon Release was the Eye of the Storm. Under normal circumstances, while Fushin was controlling a Typhoon Release technique, he could not defend against attacks directed at the center. Blood Demon Art, Storm Blades was different. It originated from his blood and required no hand seals. You will need to awaken your Blood Demon Arts yourselves. After thinking for a moment, Natsuki offered them a hint. Chino, your Blood Demon Art is related to Genjutsu. Fushin, yours is related to Wind Release. Thank you, Lord Natsuki. Chino and Fushin answered in unison. Although they had yet to awaken their Blood Demon Arts, their bodies had already begun transforming into demons. They could clearly feel that their physical strength had increased considerably. Continue training. Natsuki turned and left. His only reason for visiting the orphanage had been to learn how many children had mastered Soru. As he walked, Natsuki considered another matter. Where should Infinity Castle be placed? Although Yukaina had yet to awaken Blood Demon Art, Infinity Castle, it was only a matter of time. Natsuki rubbed his chin. Since Infinity Castle would become Akatsuki's base, placing it within the Land of Rain was clearly the best choice. However, it should not be located in the capital. It should be placed in Amigakure. Amigakure would eventually belong to Akatsuki. That would allow Natsuki to make better progress toward fulfilling the condition of rebuilding the Land of Rain. After all, Amigakure was also part of the Land of Rain. Natsuki suddenly remembered something else. Once Yukaina awakened Blood Demon Art, Infinity Castle, he would obtain the ability as well. That meant there could be 2 Infinity Castles. Where should the second one be placed? The Land of Snow. The Land of Demons. Or perhaps Konoha. Natsuki felt Konoha might be the most suitable choice. Infinity Castle was controlled by its creator. If his Infinity Castle were placed in the Land of Snow or the Land of Demons, it might be too far away for him to control properly. If it were placed in Konoha, it could serve as an ANBU base or even as his own home. However, there was no need to decide yet. He could wait until Yukaina awakened Blood Demon Art, Infinity Castle. Natsuki returned to the courtyard. Yukaina had already become acquainted with Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. Natsuki spoke. I don't know how strong you are yet. Let's have a spar. The spar itself was not his real objective. His main goal was to unlock ice release, demonic mirroring ice crystals from the Haku template. I only know 2 ice release techniques, Yukaina said as she walked to stand opposite him. Yahiko and the others watched with interest. Ice release was still unfamiliar to them. The battle began, and Yukaina immediately formed hand seals. Ice release, myriad ice blossoms. Chakra surged outward and transformed into countless shards of ice that resembled darts. Blood Demon Art, frozen lotus leaves. Natsuki raised one hand. Blood surged outward and transformed into lotus-shaped ice crystals. A large number of ice crystals flew forward and collided with the incoming shards. A series of crisp impacts rang out. Ice release really does resemble my Blood Demon Art, ice crystals, Yahiko remarked. Fragments of ice scattered everywhere. However, Natsuki's Blood Demon Art, frozen lotus leaves proved stronger. The remaining ice crystals continued flying toward Yukaina. She quickly formed hand seals and used ice release, ice dome. An ice wall rose in front of her. Lightning release, Rasengan. A Rasengan appeared in Natsuki's hand. Unlike an ordinary Rasengan, lightning release chakra had been added to it, and faint arcs of electricity flickered across its surface. Natsuki threw it forward. The lightning-covered Rasengan struck the ice wall. A loud explosion erupted. The Rasengan detonated and the ice wall shattered. Lightning spread outward and enveloped Yukaina. Her body immediately went numb, leaving her frozen in place. Fortunately, Natsuki had not used his full strength. The ice dome had also absorbed most of the attack's power, so she was not injured. She only felt numb. Congratulations! Haku Template Ability 4 has been unlocked, Ice Release, Demonic Mirroring Ice Crystals. Natsuki nodded slightly. With that, every ability of the Haku template had been unlocked. Among the ice release techniques Haku used in the original story, Demonic Mirroring Ice Crystals was undoubtedly the strongest. Using that technique alone, Haku had nearly defeated Sasuke and Naruto. After thinking for a moment, Natsuki created a training plan for Yukaina. She would first focus on ice release and her blood demon arts, then learn the 6 powers. Mastering those 3 areas would be more than enough. At the very least, inside her infinity castle, she would be nearly invincible. Natsuki then thought of his 12 Kazuki. There were now 5 members. The upper moons were Yahiko, Konan, and Yukaina. The lower moons were Chino and Fushin. At this rate, he was progressing quickly. He had already gathered nearly half the required members. Madara, who was watching from the shadows, might even be pleased. The Eye of the Moon plan required 10 Jonin to perform the sealing technique, 9 phantom dragons. Its purpose was to extract the tailed beasts from their Jinchuriki, and seal them inside the demonic statue of the outer path. That was also why Akatsuki had constantly recruited new members in the original story, and maintained a specific number of shinobi. Natsuki took out a summoning storage scroll, and handed it to her. Read the books inside whenever you have time. Learning weather arts from the Nami template required more than simply knowing how to use the sorcery climatate. Konan also needed a certain degree of knowledge about meteorology. The summoning storage scroll contained a large collection of books related to weather and climate. Natsuki had ordered Anbu to gather them from various nations throughout the shinobi world. Although the information differed from what Nami had studied, he had done everything he could. Yes, Natsuki-sensei. Konan nodded. Continue training. Natsuki planned to remain there for some time. There were too many things he needed to teach Yahiko and the others. Whether he stayed in the land of rain or Konoha made little difference. Most of his time was spent training either way. Of course, he still needed to return occasionally to check on Kushina, Nono, and the others. March arrived. The academies of the major shinobi villages entered their graduation season. Although Natsuki did not visit Konoha's academy, he used ANBU intelligence to review the students from the previous 2 years. Overall, he did not recognize any of them. The people he was familiar with, such as Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, and Yuhi Kurenai, would not enter the academy for another 2 years. Natsuki did not clearly remember most of the others, but he remembered Kakashi's record. Kakashi entered the academy at 5 years old and graduated that same year. His speed was unmatched in Konoha's history. Congratulations! Kibutsuji Musen Template Ability 3 has been unlocked, Accelerated Regeneration. After 2 months of effort, Natsuki mastered the Mystical Palm technique, and unlocked Accelerated Regeneration. Accelerated Regeneration was a passive ability. He did not need to activate it intentionally. It would trigger automatically whenever he was injured. Natsuki had tested its effect, and it was astonishing. Of course, he had not tested it on a severe injury. However, cuts from a blade healed almost instantly. Now that he had mastered the Mystical Palm technique, the only remaining ninjutsu-related task was learning the Chinoite clan's blood secret techniques. How should he put it? There were many blood secret techniques, so learning them required a great deal of time. Many of them were also fairly difficult. Most importantly, Natsuki had no one to teach him, and had to study them entirely on his own. After all, Chino did not know the blood secret techniques either. He could seek out Enoyashiro, but he had no intention of doing that. He had his pride. Still, Natsuki was not in a hurry. He had plenty of time. Conan has unlocked partial demonization. A line of text suddenly appeared before Natsuki. Natsuki instinctively turned around. Only Yahiko and Nagato remained in the courtyard. "Where is Conan?" Natsuki asked. "She suddenly ran into her room just now," Yahiko said, scratching his head. "We don't know why." Natsuki became thoughtful. It seemed she had awakened partial demonization, and had gone to her room to test it. To be honest, he did not know what Conan's partial demonization would look like. However, judging from her blood demon art, exploding blood, it might resemble Kamado Nezuko's transformation. While Natsuki was thinking, Conan reappeared. Yahiko instinctively cried out in surprise. Nagato also looked astonished. Natsuki looked toward Conan as she emerged from the room in her partially demonized state. Her appearance had changed completely. She had gone from looking like a 7-year-old child to resembling her 19- or 20-year-old self. Her face looked almost identical to her appearance in the original story. However, several features were noticeably different. First, a pair of small demon horns had appeared on her forehead. Second, willow-like markings covered her limbs. Finally, her pupils had become slightly vertical. Just as Natsuki expected, her transformation resembled Nezuko's partially demonized form from Demon Slayer. Her appearance was striking and mysterious. The only problem was her clothing. She was wearing Natsuki's clothes. Thinking about it carefully, that could not be helped. She could not have known in advance that she would need clothing suitable for an adult-sized body. With no other option, she had gone into his room and borrowed a set. Although Natsuki was not yet an adult, he was already tall enough that his clothes were similar in size to an adult's. They looked slightly loose on Conan. Once she grew older, clothing would no longer be a concern during partial or full demonization. For now, she could wear something loose and adjustable, such as a kimono, before transforming. Even if it did not fit perfectly, it would not cause any major problems. "Are you really Conan?" Yahiko asked in disbelief. Conan nodded. She had also been shocked at first, but she had already calmed down. "This is the ability I unlocked, partial demonization." "Partial demonization?" Yahiko froze before asking excitedly, does that mean I can do it too? Conan nodded. Yahiko, spar with Conan, Natsuki said. Yes, Natsuki-sensei. Yahiko immediately agreed. He also wanted to know how much Conan's strength had increased after transforming. Conan walked over and stood across from him. Begin, Natsuki said. Conan instantly appeared in front of Yahiko. She clenched her fist and struck. Armament hockey. Yahiko hurriedly raised both arms. A tremendous force struck him. Armament hockey protected him from injury, but it could not stop the impact. Yahiko was sent flying. Conan appeared in front of him almost as if she had teleported. Konoha whirlwind. She kicked out. Yahiko had no choice but to defend again with armament hockey. He crashed into the ground like a cannonball. The earth cracked and dust rose into the air. Nagato's eyelids twitched as he watched. If he had been the one fighting Conan, the result would probably have been the same. After partial demonization, Conan's physical abilities combined with the 6 powers had already reached the level of a Tokubetsu Jonin. Natsuki nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that once Conan awakened full demonization, her strength would become comparable to that of a Jonin. The same would probably be true for Yahiko. Nagato's progress was somewhat slower by comparison. However, judging from the original story, he would undoubtedly reach Jonin level within 3 years. When that happened, Natsuki would also unlock 3 powerful abilities. Sage Mode, Minazuki's Shirkai, and Minazuki's Bankai. I'm done. I surrender. Yahiko struggled to his feet, looking deeply shocked. Before this, he and Conan had been roughly equal in strength. Now, facing Conan felt like facing Minato, after he learned the flying Raijin Jutsu. She was simply too fast. Yahiko could not react in time, and could only endure her attacks. Although he had lost, he was not discouraged. After all, he could also awaken partial demonization. To be continued. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested, Patreon. com/blown leaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, Priestess of the Land of Demons 3088 words a village north of Amigakure. Natsuki, Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato moved swiftly through the rain before stopping in front of a courtyard. It was already deep winter. Combined with the unending rain, dusk looked almost like midnight. Beneath the curtain of rain, the courtyard before them was unusually quiet. Natsuki waved his hand. Yahiko and Conan activated partial demonization at the same time. Their blood accelerated and their chakra surged. Their bodies suddenly changed, growing taller until they took on adult forms. Demon horns appeared on both of their foreheads. Less than 2 months after Conan awakened partial demonization, Yahiko had successfully unlocked it as well. The sudden fluctuations in chakra immediately alerted the IWA-ANBU inside the courtyard. 4 IWA-ANBU appeared one after another. Natsuki was not surprised. His purpose this time was not to launch a surprise attack, but to test the progress Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato had made. The previous day, Natsuki had received intelligence from the Clear Sky Squad and the Eagle Squad. They had discovered an IWA-ANBU team. According to their investigation, this was the team secretly supporting Hanzo's brother, Hanzo Hayo, in Amigakure. After considering the matter, Natsuki decided to eliminate them. However, his 4th ANBU division would not be the one to act. Instead, Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato would handle them. This IWA-ANBU team consisted of 1 Jonin and 3 Tokubetsu Jonin. The 3 Tokubetsu Jonin were perfect opponents for Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato. After awakening partial demonization, Yahiko and Conan had already reached the level of Tokubetsu Jonin. Nagato had not been transformed into a demon, but his talent far surpassed theirs. After mastering the Konoha 6 powers and armament hockey, he began learning water breathing. Although he had only learned half of its forms, his strength had barely reached the level of a Tokubetsu Jonin. However, none of the three had ever fought a Tokubetsu Jonin in a real battle. Especially not a Tokubetsu Jonin from one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Outside the 5 great villages, smaller shinobi villages deliberately lowered the standards when evaluating shinobi ranks. In other words, their ranks were somewhat inflated. However, that was understandable. Small shinobi villages had very few shinobi. If they followed the standards of the 5 great villages, they would barely have any Jonin or Tokubetsu Jonin. At the same time, employers often imposed rank requirements when issuing missions. Many missions could only be accepted by Tokubetsu Jonin or Jonin. Small villages had no choice but to quietly lower their requirements. Who are you? The appearance of Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato immediately placed the IWA-ANBU on guard. Natsuki moved forward in a flash and intercepted the captain of the IWA-ANBU team. Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato also quickly selected their respective opponents. What should have been a chaotic surprise attack immediately turned into 4 separate one-on-one battles. The IWA-ANBU either failed to notice the change or simply did not care. They reacted quickly and immediately launched their attacks. With Natsuki's strength, he could have quickly defeated the IWA Jonin, but he chose not to. If the IWA Jonin died first, the other 3 Tokubetsu Jonin would undoubtedly be affected. They might lose their will to fight and attempt to flee, which would defeat Natsuki's purpose. The best option was to keep the Jonin occupied. While fighting him, Natsuki observed the battles of Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. Konan was the first. After entering partial demonization, she took out the sorcery climb attack Natsuki had given her. Blood Demon Art, Exploding Blood. Blood spread from her palm and quickly covered the sorcery climb attack. Flames soon began burning across its surface. This was another application of Blood Demon Art, Exploding Blood. It allowed her to coat a ninja tool in flames. At Natsuki's suggestion, she called it Blood Demon Art, Exploding Blood Blade. Any enemy who touched it would be burned. Weather arts was difficult to learn. Konan had not fully mastered it yet. However, because of Exploding Blood Blade, she had first learned Nami's staff technique. Gripping the sorcery climb attack, she suddenly accelerated. With a single soru, she appeared in front of the IWA shinobi. Without saying a word, she swung the sorcery climb attack at him. The rain in its path evaporated instantly. The IWA shinobi had already seen the burning sorcery climb attack from a distance. Now that it was close, he did not dare touch it directly. Earth Release, Rock Fist Technique. The IWA shinobi formed a one-handed seal with his left hand and swung his right fist. A large amount of rock covered his right arm. His fist became heavy and powerful before crashing violently into the sorcery climb attack. The dull impact sent a wave of air outward. The surrounding rain was blown away. Konan gripped the sorcery climb attack with both hands and entered a contest of strength with the IWA shinobi. At that moment, she raised one leg and kicked. Rankyaku. Her high-speed kick caused the air to howl. The IWA shinobi had intended to counter with a kick of his own, but he sensed danger. Konan's kick felt incomparably sharp, as though a ninja blade were cutting toward him. If he tried to counter with his leg, it might be severed. At the last possible moment, he swung his right arm downward and struck the vacuum blade created by Konan's Rankyaku. A cracking sound rang out. The rock covering his right arm shattered. Although the vacuum blade was weakened considerably, it still struck his arm. A bloody cut appeared. The IWA shinobi's pupils contracted. He had not expected to be injured during their first exchange. Konan seized the opportunity and swung the sorcery climb attack toward his head. Earth Release, Subterranean Voyage. Enduring the pain, the IWA shinobi clapped his hands together. His entire body sank into the ground. The sorcery climb attack struck the earth and cracked it apart. However, it failed to inflict any real damage on him. Conan looked from side to side, but could not see any sign of him. Even so, she remained calm. During this period, aside from studying weather arts, she had continued researching blood demon art, exploding blood. Coating ninja tools in flames was only one application. Blood demon art, blood rain. Conan raised her hand. Blood flowed outward and merged with the rain all around her. She remained still. The instant the IWA shinobi emerged from underground, she detected his location. At the same time, the rain mixed with her blood exploded. The water evaporated and countless flames rose into the air. The IWA shinobi, who had been preparing to ambush Conan, paled and quickly formed hand seals. Earth release, hardening technique. His entire body immediately became harder than stone. Flames struck him from every direction. Although they did not injure him, the force drove him backward. Blood demon art, exploding blades. Conan raised one hand. Her blood transformed into two Kurosawa blades, which flew through the flames toward the IWA shinobi. They moved too quickly. Before he could finish forming hand seals, both Kurosawa blades exploded. The flames surged as though hot oil had been poured over them, engulfing him completely. The IWA shinobi screamed and was sent flying. His earth release, hardening technique could no longer protect him from the intense heat. His entire body turned red, as though he had been pulled from boiling water. Armament hockey. Conan pressed her advantage. She rushed forward and thrust the sorcery climb attack toward him. Facing death, the IWA shinobi hurriedly formed hand seals. Earth release, earth-style wall. An earthen wall rose from the ground. Rankyaku. Conan kicked and sliced through the wall. At the same time, strengthened by armament hockey, the sorcery climb attack pierced the IWA shinobi's heart at high speed. His mouth opened and a large amount of blood poured out. A moment later, he lost consciousness. Next was Yahiko. The instant the IWA shinobi saw him, he swung both hands. 8 shuriken flew out, sealing off every direction around Yahiko. Blood demon art, shuriken. Unlike Conan, Yahiko did not use sword to close the distance. He raised one hand. His blood transformed into shuriken-shaped ice crystals and flew forward. Several metallic impacts rang out. Every shuriken was knocked away by his ice crystals. Ice release. The IWA shinobi's heart shook, and he blurted out the words. However, his reaction was not slow. He immediately formed hand seals. Earth release, rock gun technique. He opened his mouth as chakra gathered in his throat and transformed into small stones. The stones shot out and expanded in the air, becoming like cannonballs as they flew toward Yahiko. Blood demon art, scattering lotuses. Countless petals appeared before Yahiko. Every petal was made from a shard of ice and looked as sharp as a blade. They scattered outward and surrounded the rock projectiles. In an instant, the rocks were sliced apart and fell to the ground as rubble. The remaining petals continued floating toward the IWA shinobi. Earth release, earth-style wall. An earthen wall rose in front of him and blocked the incoming petals. Blood demon art, frozen clouds. Yahiko swept one hand upward. Blood surged into the sky and formed a massive cloud. The cloud descended. Although it resembled a cloud, it was actually composed of countless ice crystals. The IWA shinobi heard the sound of rushing air above him, and quickly retreated with the body flicker technique. Yahiko accelerated and appeared in front of him. Rankyaku. A high-speed vacuum blade flew toward the IWA shinobi. His scalp tingled. He had not expected Yahiko, who had just been exchanging ninjutsu with him, to suddenly fight like a taijutsu specialist. Earth release, rock fist technique. The IWA shinobi sensed the terrifying sharpness of the kick. Rock covered his clenched right fist as he punched forward. The rock was immediately sliced apart. A sharp pain ran through his hand. However, his extensive combat experience allowed him to use the force of the impact to create distance between himself and Yahiko. Blood Demon Art, Frozen Lotus Princess. Yahiko did not pursue him. He remained where he was and brought his hands together. Two ice maidens appeared, opened their mouths, and exhaled freezing air. The rain froze wherever the cold air passed. The IWA shinobi shivered uncontrollably. He quickly formed hand seals. Earth release, earth and stone flow. He punched the ground. The earth cracked, releasing a rushing mudslide. The mudslide collided with the freezing air and rapidly froze. However, it also slowed the advance of the cold. Before the IWA shinobi could breathe a sigh of relief, Yahiko used Soru and appeared before him. Earth release, rock fist technique. The IWA shinobi threw a punch by instinct. Armament hockey. Yahiko reached out with his left hand and caught the fist. The IWA shinobi froze in shock. Before he could react, Yahiko extended his right hand and thrust his index finger toward the man's heart. Agonizing pain spread through the IWA shinobi's chest. He lowered his head and stared at his pierced heart in disbelief. Rankyaku. Yahiko followed with one final kick. The IWA shinobi's body was cut in half and collapsed into the rain, staining the water red. Yahiko and Conan were roughly equal in strength, so their battles ended almost simultaneously. Nagato was slightly weaker than the two of them, which made his battle the last to finish. At the beginning of the fight, Nagato drew the projected version of the Kusanagi sword that Natsuki had given him. Without warning, he appeared in front of the IWA shinobi. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. He leaned forward and swung the Kusanagi sword. The surrounding rain was drawn toward the blade and transformed into a stream of water that swept toward the IWA shinobi. Earth release, earth substitute. The IWA shinobi made no attempt to evade, and was struck by the slash. However, no blood appeared. His body transformed into rock. The sound of rushing air rang out. Nagato turned around and saw countless stone spikes rising from the ground. The spikes shot forward like shuriken. Nagato moved like a butterfly carried by the wind, avoiding every stone spike with strange but effortless movements. What kind of taijutsu is that? Surprise appeared on the IWA shinobi's face. In the next moment, he became even more shocked. Nagato flew above him. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. His body rotated like a water wheel as he swung the Kusanagi sword. Water followed the blade and poured downward in an instant. The IWA shinobi immediately raised one hand. Water release, water wave hand. A stream of water shot from his palm and surged upward like a water dragon. Water release, water wave hand was a rare water release technique that required no hand seals. Nagato did not evade. He used the Kusanagi sword to cut straight through the water dragon. By then, he was already close to the IWA shinobi. Without pausing, the man swung both hands. A large number of shuriken flew toward Nagato at once. Nagato vanished from where he had been. Flying techniques are troublesome. The IWA shinobi frowned slightly and scanned his surroundings. He quickly found Nagato. Water breathing, third form, flowing dance. Nagato rushed toward him. Water flowed around his body. As he swung his sword, several currents appeared to move alongside the blade. Earth release, earth and stone dragon. The IWA shinobi formed hand seals. The ground split apart, and a large amount of earth and stone flew upward, forming a dragon. Nagato slashed several times, striking the earthen dragon with every blow. Rocks scattered through the air. The IWA shinobi snorted and raised one hand. He controlled the scattered rocks, accelerating them toward Nagato. Nagato sensed the air currents created by the stones and rapidly evaded them. That taijutsu again. The IWA shinobi frowned and immediately moved both hands like blurs. Dozens of kunai flew out. Kamii was powerful, but even it could not evade such a dense barrage. Armament hockey. Nagato advanced instead of retreating. The stones and kunai struck his body, and were deflected one after another. The IWA shinobi's expression changed dramatically. However, Nagato was already in front of him. Water-breathing, fourth form, striking tide. All the nearby rain gathered around Nagato. He swung his sword with tremendous force, carrying the momentum of a crashing tide. Earth release, hardening technique. The IWA shinobi reacted quickly and raised both arms. A metallic clang rang out. His hardened arms blocked the blade. Rankyaku. Armament hockey. Nagato reacted even faster. He kicked out in an instant. The kick, reinforced by armament hockey, split the IWA shinobi in two. With that, all three IWA Tokubetsu Jonin were dead. The IWA Jonin fighting Natsuki felt as though he had only looked away for a moment, yet all three of his subordinates had died one after another. He immediately realized the situation was hopeless and attempted to flee. Naturally, Natsuki did not give him the chance. Figure eyes. The IWA Jonin had never expected Natsuki's eyes to suddenly cast a genjutsu. He fell under its influence in an instant, and his expression became dazed. Although he reacted quickly and immediately attempted to break the genjutsu, Natsuki was faster. With a single slash, Natsuki severed his head. We actually defeated IWA ANBU. Yahiko patted his face, still finding it difficult to believe. He knew very well how formidable the ANBU of the 5 great villages were. They were among the most elite shinobi in their villages. Nagato and Konan also felt as though they were dreaming. More than 2 years ago, they could never have imagined that they would one day defeat IWA ANBU. Back then, they had lacked both food and warm clothing. They had not even known whether they would survive until the next day. All of this was because of Natsuki. He had saved them and taught them, allowing their strength to improve rapidly enough for them to survive in the chaotic shinobi world. Gather their bodies together, Natsuki instructed. Konan, burn them. Corpses could reveal information. Natsuki did not want Konoha or Iwagakure to learn the details of the battle by examining the bodies. Yes, Natsuki-sensei. Konan raised one hand. Her blood transformed into flames and burned the corpses. By now, the three had experienced many battles and had grown accustomed to such matters. Let's go back. Once the bodies had completely burned away, Natsuki spoke. The new year was approaching again, so it was time for him to return to Konoha. With the IWA ANBU team eliminated, Amigakure would also remain quiet for some time. The following year, Natsuki could finally visit the Yomi cult. He had already unlocked the Blood Demon art from the Kibutsuji Musen template. That meant he temporarily did not need to learn any additional ninjutsu or secret techniques. His remaining abilities required either time or battles to unlock. The priestess's temple in the land of demons. A young woman suddenly awoke from a nightmare. She wore traditional priestess robes. Her white hair had fallen loose, and she breathed heavily as she tried to calm herself. She was Miroku, the current priestess of the land of demons. Holding her forehead, she recalled the nightmare she had just experienced. Or rather, the prophecy. The priestesses possessed extremely unusual abilities. Aside from being able to seal Morio, they could also foresee death. Just now, Miroku had witnessed Morio's death. That should have been impossible. The land of demons had existed for nearly 1,000 years, yet Morio had never been killed. It could only be sealed by the priestesses. The priestesses could seal Morio not because their sealing techniques were exceptionally powerful, but because their powers shared the same origin. That was also why Miroku could suddenly foresee Morio's death. Whenever Morio escaped its seal, it would attempt to devour the priestess and reunite their powers. Who was that person? Miroku had also seen the face of the one who killed Morio. After thinking for a moment, she decided to have an artist draw the face, and then search for that person's help. She did not know why he was capable of killing Morio. However, there was no doubt that he was the savior of the priestess line. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. Patreon. com/blown leaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, Preparing the Black Holy Grail 3077 words Hokage's office. Hiruzen sat behind his desk, reading the document in his hand. This document came from Natsuki's 4th ANBU division, and detailed the recent situation in Amigakure. It included the matter of Natsuki killing the IWA ANBU team. However, he did not mention Konan, Nagato, or Yahiko. He only wrote that he had killed them alone. Hiruzen put down the document and nodded slightly. It had to be said that Natsuki and his 4th ANBU division had done quite well. It could not be called perfect, but considering Natsuki's age, it was already outstanding. Looking across the 5 great shinobi villages, there was no genius of Natsuki's age who could accomplish something like this. Hiruzen picked up the pipe on his desk and took a puff. He was considering whether he should promote Natsuki. With Natsuki's strength, he was more than qualified to serve as ANBU commander. The only issues were his age and experience. While Hiruzen was thinking, there was a knock on the door. Hiruzen raised his head and looked toward the door. Hokage-sama. An ANBU shinobi walked in and said, "We just received a mission issued by Miroku, the priestess of the land of demons." Priestess Miroku. Surprise appeared on Hiruzen's face. Has Morio broken free again? Back when the priestess of the land of demons was still Miroku's mother, she had once issued a mission to the 5 great villages requesting assistance in sealing Morio. The ANBU shinobi replied, Priestess Miroku specifically requested Lord Natsuki to come to the land of demons. Hiruzen frowned. She did not state the specific reason. The ANBU shinobi paused before adding, according to ANBU's investigation, there are currently no signs that Morio has broken free. Hiruzen tapped his pipe, unable to understand the situation. If Morio had not broken free, why was she asking Konoha for help? And why specifically request Natsuki? Go call Natsuki here, Hiruzen finally said. Yes, Hokage-sama. The ANBU shinobi turned and left. At the same time, in the Senju clan compound, Natsuki watched Kushina and Nawaki as they trained, falling into thought. He had returned last week. The document shown to Hiruzen had been written by Asahino under his instructions. After all, having authority and not using it would be a waste. There was less than a week left before the new year. Another year had passed in the blink of an eye. Overall, the shinobi world was still in a relatively peaceful state. However, Natsuki knew that things were not calm beneath the surface. Especially Kumogakure. It could start a new war at any moment. The Third Shinobi World War was different from the Second Shinobi World War. It lasted for a long time, and in a sense, its opening moves began very early. The most typical example was Minato's first clash with Kumo's AB combo. The so-called AB combo referred to the combination of each generation's Reikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. The ones who fought Minato were the future Fourth Reikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. At that time, Might Guy and the others had not yet participated in the Chunin exams. By the time the Third Shinobi World War reached its most intense stage, all 5 great shinobi villages were locked in a chaotic conflict. Konoha, Kumogakure, Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure all fought for themselves, turning the battlefield into a disaster. Its brutality far surpassed the Second Shinobi World War. Although Natsuki often said there was still plenty of time, in reality, there was not that much left. Fortunately, his progress in unlocking character template abilities was quite good. All the abilities that required him to learn ninjutsu, or secret techniques, had already been unlocked. As a result, after returning to Konoha, he had found himself with little to do. Natsuki's next plan was to continue unlocking his character template abilities. The main focus was the 4 abilities that required defeating Jonin. The Misaka Mikoto template's Lightning Spear required him to defeat 5 Lightning Release Jonin. The Jiraiya template's Fire Sealing method required him to defeat 5 Fire Release Jonin. The Unohana Retsu template's Bakudo required him to defeat 5 Genjutsu Jonin, while Kaido required him to kill 3 Medical Jonin. The Hatake Kakashi template's first gate of the 8 gates required him to defeat 3 Taijutsu Jonin. In addition, there was the Blueno template's Tekai, Steel, which required him to withstand the strongest attacks of 3 Jonin. Several of these abilities already had more than half their progress completed. Natsuki felt that he could finish all of them next year. The remaining matters were teaching Yahiko, Konan, Nagato, and the others, as well as developing Akatsuki. A thought occurred to Natsuki. There was one more very important matter. The infinite mana from the Artoria template, in other words, the creation of the Black Holy Grail. Natsuki's current chakra reserves were enough for ordinary use. However, when it came to abilities with high chakra consumption, they were still insufficient. At the very least, he could not use such abilities as freely as he wished. There was one key requirement for creating the Black Holy Grail. He needed a chakra aggregate. Natsuki felt that Morio from the Land of Demons would work. Judging from the original story, Morio possessed immortality and nearly endless energy. Of course, it was only nearly endless, not truly infinite. However, Natsuki had also studied the blueprint of the Black Holy Grail. He discovered that it had the function of absorbing chakra. Simply put, even after using Morio to create the Black Holy Grail, it could continue absorbing chakra aggregates such as the Dragon Vein and the Tailed Beasts. At that point, it could truly achieve infinite mana. After thinking for a moment, Natsuki informed Nawaki and the others before heading toward Granny Cat's ninja tool shop. Although Granny Cat and the ninja cats lived in the abandoned district, she maintained a fixed ninja tool shop inside the Uchiha clan compound. During workdays, she would usually be inside the shop. The Black Holy Grail required many materials. If Natsuki bought them himself, it would be extremely troublesome. Leaving the task to an intelligence broker and ninja tool merchant like Granny Cat would save him a lot of effort. The only question was whether she could gather everything. One of the most important materials, moonstone, was especially troublesome. Natsuki soon arrived at Granny Cat's ninja tool shop. He and Granny Cat were already familiar with each other and had completed several large transactions, so he did not stand on ceremony. He directly handed her the materials list. After reading it, Granny Cat felt somewhat speechless. She had been able to roughly guess the purpose of the materials for the sorcery climate act. But these materials felt completely disorganized to her. She could not tell what they were supposed to be used for at all. "I'll do my best to gather them for you." Granny Cat paused before adding, "But I expect it will be difficult to find everything. Some of these materials are far too rare." "That's fine. Gather whatever you can." Natsuki did not mind. He would first let Granny Cat search for the materials. For whatever remained, he could use the Daybreak Company and ANBU's resources. After its development, the Daybreak Company could already be considered a major force. The only issue was that it had too few products. At present, it only sold stamina recovery potions. Fortunately, the rainwater collection device and rainwater purification system were already more than halfway complete. Natsuki estimated that they could be put into use next year. At that time, he could begin cooperation with the Land of Wind and Sunagakure. "I'll send a ninja cat to notify you when the time comes," Granny Cat said with a nod. Working with Natsuki had always been pleasant. After all, he was wealthy. Natsuki turned and left Granny Cat's ninja tool shop. At that moment, he raised his head and looked toward the alley on his left. An ANBU shinobi appeared there. Natsuki walked over. Lord Natsuki. The ANBU shinobi approached him and said, Hokage-sama requests your presence. I'll go right away. Natsuki raised an eyebrow, feeling puzzled. Why had Hiruzen suddenly called him? The New Year holiday was almost here. Logically speaking, he should not be assigned a new mission now. While thinking, Natsuki went to the Hokage building. After knocking and receiving permission, he entered the Hokage's office. Hiruzen looked at him and asked, Do you know Miroku, the priestess of the land of demons? Natsuki's expression remained calm. I've heard her name, but I've never met her. That makes this rather strange. Hiruzen explained, Miroku has issued a mission and specifically requested that you go to the land of demons to meet her. Natsuki paused slightly and asked instinctively. Had Kakuzu been exposed? But with Kakuzu's strength and experience, there was no reason for Miroku to discover him. Even if he had been discovered, it should not have led back to Natsuki. Kakuzu still had that much professionalism. I don't know. Hiruzen shook his head. However, the priestess of the land of demons holds a position equivalent to a daimyo. Her status is special, so it would be difficult for us to refuse a mission she personally requested. I understand. Natsuki nodded. I can make a trip to the land of demons. That worked out well. He had already planned to visit the Yomi cult in the land of demons after the new year. Natsuki's eyes suddenly narrowed. He thought of a possibility. In the original story, it had been mentioned that Cheyenne possessed the ability to foresee the deaths of others. Aside from Naruto, none of her prophecies had ever been wrong. Then did Miroku, as Cheyenne's mother, also possess that ability? Most likely she did. After all, the power of the priestesses was passed down from generation to generation. The reason Natsuki had not thought of this earlier was because the original story had not mentioned that Cheyenne's mother also possessed this ability. However, there was one problem. The ability to foresee someone's death required the priestess to see that person face to face before it could trigger. Miroku had never seen Natsuki, so why had her prophecy been triggered? Or perhaps Miroku's ability to foresee death differed from Cheyenne's. Could she foresee someone's death without seeing them in person? That would be far too powerful. Natsuki felt it was unlikely. Even the great Toad Sage's prophecies from Mount Myaboku were not that precise. His prophecies came through dreams, and he could only see vague fragments. That was why Jiraiya had spent so many years searching throughout the shinobi world for the child of prophecy. The great Toad Sage only knew that the child of prophecy existed. He did not know where that person was, how old they were, or whether they had even been born. Did she specify a time? Natsuki asked. If not, I'll go after the New Year holiday ends. She did not mention a specific time. Hiruzen paused before saying, that should be fine. Natsuki thought for a moment and said, then we can have ANBU reply to Miroku first. That works. I'll make the arrangements shortly. Hiruzen changed the subject and smiled. Remember to leave a good impression on Miroku. Natsuki immediately understood what he meant. The land of demons was very special. It had no daimyo and no shinobi. All authority was concentrated in the priestess. As long as Miroku was satisfied, she could issue more missions to Konoha. For Konoha's shinobi, that would undoubtedly be excellent news. After all, shinobi made their living through missions. The more missions there were, the better. The opposite example was Sunagakure. After the Third Shinobi World War, the Land of Wind reduced its financial support, forcing Sunagakure onto its so-called elite path. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, even had to mine gold in the desert to maintain Sunagakure's daily operations. You still need to accumulate more prestige within ANBU, Hiruzen said meaningfully. Yes, Hokage-sama. Natsuki's heart moved, and he accepted the advice. Hiruzen was hinting that Natsuki needed to accumulate more prestige, or rather more achievements, so that promoting him would be easier. However, outside of wartime, doing so was not simple. This trip to the land of demons was a good opportunity. He could use it to build prestige. If he resolved the matter well, it would accomplish what Hiruzen hoped for most, making the land of demons issue more missions to Konoha. Natsuki accepted the mission scroll, and left the Hokage's office. He returned to the Senju clan compound. When he saw Nawaki, an idea flashed through his mind. He could bring Nawaki with him to the land of demons. When the time came, he could have Miroku predict Nawaki's fate. Although Nawaki had not died in the Second Shinobi World War due to Natsuki's butterfly effect, Natsuki still felt somewhat uneasy. In addition, Nono could also go with them. It had been some time since their team had gone out on a mission together. Natsuki, why were you gone for so long? Kushina came over and asked. She leaned toward him like a little cat, almost as if she were about to pounce into his arms. I ran into an ANBU shinobi, and went to meet Hokage-sama. He gave me a mission, Natsuki replied. What mission? The moment Nawaki heard the word mission, he became interested. He immediately stopped training and asked. It's a mission from Miroku, the priestess of the land of demons. I don't know the details yet. Natsuki looked at him. After the new year, we can go together. Excitement appeared on Nawaki's face. Too bad I can't go. Kushina grabbed Natsuki's hand. Then you have to spend the New Year holiday with me. Natsuki nodded. He still remembered Kushina wearing a maid outfit last year. He wondered whether there would be a similar surprise this year. Yukaina has unlocked Blood Demon Art, Infinity Castle. A sudden line of text appeared before Natsuki, making him feel delighted. Infinity Castle had finally been unlocked. A large amount of information flowed into his mind. Blood Demon Art, Infinity Castle was undoubtedly a spatial ability. Its effect was to create an alternate dimension large enough to contain an entire castle. Natsuki had originally thought the ability would directly give him an infinity castle, but after unlocking it, he realized that was not the case. It only gave him an empty alternate dimension. There was nothing inside. On the other hand, that also meant he could design and build his own infinity castle according to his preferences. It could even be used as a private hideaway. Natsuki cleared his throat inwardly. Infinity Castle reminded him of a common concept in fantasy novels, a small world or pocket dimension. He could farm and live inside it, and he could also invite others in. Although the space was limited and could not hold an especially large number of people, a few hundred should not be a problem. In the shinobi world, this was equivalent to possessing an alternate dimension comparable to the three great summoning lands. Entering and leaving this dimension required his control. However, he still needed to be cautious of shinobi with spatial abilities. They might be able to ignore his control and enter the dimension directly. The only unfortunate part was that it was fixed in place. If he could carry it with him, it would become a true strategic level ability. In the future, whenever Natsuki fought, he could summon an entire group of allies at any time. What's wrong? Kushina noticed that he had zoned out and asked. Natsuki returned to his senses. Continue training. Kushina and Nawaki had both learned the Konoha 6 powers and armament haki. Now they were respectively studying sealing techniques and water release. Natsuki rubbed his chin. He planned to place his infinity castle in Konoha. However, there was no need to hire a construction crew to renovate it. As a shinobi, he could completely renovate it himself. Earth release was especially suitable for that kind of work. In addition, he could invite Kushina, Nono, and the others to help. A week passed quickly, and the new year arrived. On the first day, they followed their usual routine, visiting the shrine to pray for blessings before strolling around the village. On the second day, Natsuki called Tsunade, Nawaki, Nono, and Kushina to his room. Why did you call us to your room? Nawaki asked curiously. Nono and Kushina were also puzzled. Tsunade looked around and vaguely sensed something unusual. However, she could not tell what was strange. Didn't I try learning the flying Raijin jutsu before? Unfortunately, I don't have the talent to learn it. Natsuki spoke. But I didn't give up. I decided to try modifying the flying Raijin jutsu. You're probably the only one who would dare say something like that. The corner of Nawaki's mouth twitched. You succeeded? Tsunade asked in surprise. How should I put it? I succeeded but not completely. Natsuki explained, I accidentally opened an alternate dimension. It is connected to this room. Kushina immediately became interested. Right here. Natsuki raised his hand, and a spatial door appeared. Tsunade was the first to walk in. She looked around and confirmed there was no danger before saying, all of you can come in. Nawaki and the others entered after hearing her. It's so empty. Kushina could not help speaking. Everything within sight was barren. There were no animals or plants. But the space is very large and sunlight can enter. Tsunade thought for a moment before saying, it isn't much different from the three great summoning lands. Unfortunately, it is fixed in place, Natsuki said after a pause. But it can be modified and used as our hideout. I think that's great. Kushina's eyes lit up. She could modify it according to her own ideas, no longer worry about being watched by ANBU, and spend time alone with Natsuki here. As a secret base, it's quite good. Tsunade agreed. And since the space is so large, you can train here normally. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pad if you're interested, Patreon. com/blownleaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, Cooperation with Pakura 3120 words. Although Natsuki had planned to go to the land of demons after the New Year holiday, he was not actually able to leave that quickly. The reason was simple. He first needed to create the Black Holy Grail. Otherwise, if Morio broke free, and he did not have the Black Holy Grail, he would only be able to seal it again. Releasing it only to seal it again would be pointless. Fortunately, he had unlocked Infinity Castle. Using the construction of the alternate dimension as an excuse, Natsuki temporarily kept Nawaki occupied. Nawaki showed great enthusiasm for building houses. Aside from him, Kushina and Nono also wanted to have their own rooms inside the alternate dimension. The alternate dimension was very spacious. There would be no problem even if each of them had their own house. With a wave of his hand, Natsuki allowed them to build their own homes according to their preferences. Since the alternate dimension was fixed in place, he only needed to grant them permission, and they could freely enter and exit it. Natsuki then returned to the capital of the Land of Rain. Natsuki-sensei, Yukaina awakened a spatial blood demon art. She can create a fixed alternate dimension. When Yahiko saw him, he immediately spoke with excitement. I think it can serve as Akatsuki's secret base. I came back to discuss that with you. Natsuki nodded, then asked, where do you plan to place this alternate dimension? Natsuki-sensei, why ask that? Yahiko was puzzled. Shouldn't we just place it here? I want to place it in Amigakure, Natsuki replied. Yahiko, Konan, Nagato, and Yukaina looked at one another. None of them had expected that answer. Akatsuki's goal is to restore peace to the Land of Rain. Natsuki spoke calmly. Because of that, Amigakure is extremely important. It must eventually belong to Akatsuki. Yahiko's eyes immediately lit up. Naturally, he had thoughts about Amigakure. After all, the current Akatsuki was not an organization recognized by the great nations. If Akatsuki could replace Amigakure, then it would become a legitimate shinobi village, and many of its actions would have proper justification. But Akatsuki can't defeat Amigakure right now, Nagato said. I believe Akatsuki will surpass Amigakure one day. Yahiko clenched his fists. Natsuki concluded, then we won't use this alternate dimension for now. We'll wait until Amigakure is taken. He did not tell them that Amigakure was already under his control. There was no need. In his plan, Akatsuki would eventually fight Amigakure. That battle would be the test of their strength. If they could not even defeat Amigakure without Hanzo, then they would have no way to establish themselves in the shinobi world. After finishing his discussion with them, Natsuki went to the orphanage. Lord Natsuki. Chino quickly walked over. How is the orphanage doing? Natsuki asked. 4 orphans have mastered Sora so far, Chino replied. Natsuki nodded in satisfaction. Taijutsu training had always been hardest at the beginning. After all, it required a certain physical foundation. As time passed, the children in the orphanage continued growing stronger. The further along they progressed, the more orphans would learn the Konoha 6 powers. With some luck, 9 orphans might master Sora this year. Even if luck was poor, there should be 9 by next year. At that point, Natsuki would be able to unlock the Dordor fruit from the Bueno template. Lord Natsuki. Chino continued, the Research Institute in the Land of Snow sent news last week. Both the rainwater collection device and the rainwater purification system have been successfully developed. Natsuki thought that this was an unexpected pleasant surprise. However, it was also reasonable. Compared to computers and the internet, rainwater collection and purification systems were much simpler. In addition, Natsuki had gathered the best researchers from the Land of Rain, the Land of Snow, and the Land of Demons to work day and night. For results to appear only now was already somewhat slow. Still, considering the era, it was understandable. Have them send people here immediately and establish a factory in the Land of Rain to begin production. Natsuki paused before saying, remember, do it in the name of the daimyo of the Land of Rain. He was preparing to make use of the unspoken rules of the shinobi world, or rather, the shinobi code. If he did business with Sunagakure under the name of Amigakure or Akatsuki, there was a high chance they would be swallowed whole. But doing it under the name of the daimyo of the Land of Rain was different. After all, Sunagakure would not lightly offend a daimyo. Amigakure bordered the Land of Wind. If it developed, it would also issue many missions to Sunagakure. Especially now that Hanzo was no longer there. Yes, Lord Natsuki. Chino immediately answered. Natsuki then returned to Yahiko and the others. While teaching them, he waited. 1 week later, researchers from the Land of Snow arrived, bringing the rainwater collection and purification systems with them. With the help of the daimyo of the Land of Rain, a factory named Hope was successfully established. Natsuki looked into the situation. If they wanted to produce clean drinking water for the market, they would need at least another 3 months. 3 months was not long. Especially since selling it to Sunagakure would require building transportation pipelines. With that thought, Natsuki said goodbye to Yahiko and the others, then headed for Sunagakure. 2 days later, he arrived at Sunagakure. Using full mimicry from the Kibutsuji Musen template, Natsuki transformed into an ordinary-looking young man and entered the village smoothly. Outside of wartime, the great shinobi villages were not especially strict when checking outsiders. Of course, if someone chose to sneak into Sunagakure instead of entering through the main gate, the difficulty would rise sharply. After all, as one of the 5 great shinobi villages, Sunagakure had a sensory barrier. Still, stopping a true expert was not very realistic. Natsuki simply found it too troublesome. Besides, with full mimicry, he did not need to go through so much effort to infiltrate Sunagakure. Pakura was very well known in Sunagakure. After asking around briefly, Natsuki learned where she lived. He soon arrived at her home. Probably because she had not yet returned from work, her house was empty. Natsuki was not in a hurry and waited at the entrance. Half an hour later, Pakura appeared in her usual backless outfit. When she saw the unfamiliar Natsuki, she immediately became alert. However, this was Sunagakure, so she was not too worried that something would happen. Who are you? Pakura asked as she walked forward. Natsuki, he answered. You really are bold. Pakura's gaze sharpened. Aren't you afraid I'll arrest you? We are partners, after all. I believe you won't, Natsuki said casually. Even alliances signed between shinobi villages can be torn up at any time, let alone a verbal partnership. Pakura snorted softly. Then you can try and see whether you capture me or I capture you. Natsuki did not seem concerned. What do you want from me? Pakura asked after 2 seconds of silence. To be honest, for a brief moment, she had truly wanted to capture Natsuki. With his current identity and status, capturing him would be a major achievement. However, when she thought about his strength, she abandoned the idea. Even though this was Sunagakure, and she could mobilize many shinobi in a short time, the price of capturing someone with Kage-level strength would be extremely high. Even if they succeeded, the losses would outweigh the gains. It might even provoke a war between Sunagakure and Konoha. If another war broke out, Sunagakure would almost certainly lose again. I heard your current situation isn't very good, Natsuki said with a faint smile. You want to target Raza? Pakura instinctively frowned. Konoha and Sunagakure only recently signed an alliance. If I kill Raza, it will damage Konoha's credibility. Natsuki shook his head. I'm talking about something else. Pakura asked in confusion. She could not imagine how Natsuki could help her. Isn't Sunagakure short on money? Natsuki asked in return. You're going to give me money directly? Pakura raised an eyebrow, her expression a mixture of surprise and doubt. How much money could you possibly have? She could not be blamed for asking. After all, the amount of funding required by a shinobi village was astronomical. How could Natsuki possibly have that much money? Especially when it came to one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Aside from the 5 great nations, most smaller nations could barely afford to maintain one. I'm not giving you money. I'm offering you a business deal. Natsuki smiled. I brought something that both Sunagakure and the Land of Wind lack the most. Something we lack the most. Pakura instinctively began thinking. You mean water? Sunagakure and the Land of Wind lack 2 things the most, money and water. If he was not giving money, then it had to be water. Natsuki reminded her, as you know, Amigakure is effectively under Konoha's control now. The water you're talking about is rainwater. Pakura reacted, and her pupils suddenly contracted. Why had no one in Sunagakure thought of this before? The answer had clearly been right in front of them. I had people develop rainwater collection and purification systems. Natsuki nodded. After purification, the rainwater can be used as drinking water. Pakura's heart shook. She subconsciously began pacing. Although she was a shinobi, she immediately realized the terrifying business potential and the benefits this could bring her. Natsuki's gaze fell on her exposed back. Her outfit exposed her back down to the waist, matching her fiery personality. What do you think? Natsuki urged. Will you cooperate with me? Yes, Pakura answered without hesitation. Just as Natsuki had said, Amigakure was currently under Konoha's control. Sunagakure could not touch it, nor could they bypass Konoha and conduct this business alone. Their only option was to cooperate with Natsuki. As for Natsuki, Pakura was not his only possible partner. If he went to Raza or Gravel, they would most likely set aside their grudges and cooperate with him. After all, this matter benefited all of Sunagakure, and could even influence the Land of Wind. Sunagakure mainly needed water for drinking. But the Land of Wind could use water for irrigation. For the entire Land of Wind, this was a temptation that was nearly impossible to refuse. I need you to solve the transportation problem. Natsuki suggested, you can build underground pipelines. Surface routes are possible too, but they won't be as secure. Pakura nodded. If they built the pipelines underground, they could deliberately make the routes complex. That way, even if someone tried to sabotage them, it would not be easy to locate and destroy the correct pipelines. That won't be difficult. Pakura paused before asking, what are the specific terms of cooperation? For shinobi, building transportation pipelines was simply a matter of using ninjutsu. Besides wind-release shinobi, Sunagakure also had plenty of earth-release shinobi. They were more than capable of completing the work. You won't be cooperating with me. You'll be cooperating with the daimyo of the Land of Rain. Natsuki shook his head. After some time, the daimyo of the Land of Rain will send a professional to discuss the details with you. Naturally, he was referring to Kakuzu. The business in the Land of Demons had already stabilized, and no longer needed Kakuzu to personally oversee it. On top of that, if the matter with Morio was resolved smoothly, Miroku would also provide her full support. At that point, there would be even less reason to worry about the Daybreak Company's business. Kakuzu could return to the Land of Rain and focus exclusively on the rainwater trade. You actually convinced the daimyo of the Land of Rain. Pakura was somewhat surprised. As long as there is money to be made, Natsuki said with a smile. Pakura truly had a traditional shinobi mindset. She had not even considered that he might be controlling the daimyo of the Land of Rain. However, that was understandable. Even when Raza, the fourth Kazekage, was reduced to mining gold to support the village, he had never considered controlling the daimyo of the Land of Wind. After all, if he controlled the daimyo and forced him to increase financial support for Sunagakure, he could solve the village's financial crisis. Natsuki could only say that the shinobi world seemed to have its own strange rules. These shinobi clearly possessed overwhelming power, yet they were excessively obedient to the established order. After thinking for a moment, Pakura took out a kunai. My name is personally engraved on this. It can serve as proof. Pleasure doing business with you. Natsuki accepted the kunai. Pleasure doing business with you, Pakura replied. She looked at him with a brief daze. She had not expected Natsuki to bring her such an enormous surprise this time. Water was undoubtedly one of the lifelines of both Sunagakure and the Land of Wind. If she could control it, her chances of becoming the next Kazekage would increase greatly. She just did not know what conditions Natsuki would propose. I should remind you that Raza and the others will definitely set their sights on this business. You need to be careful. Natsuki paused. They might even make a move against you. I agree with the first half. Pakura's tone was cool. You don't need to worry about me. I know what I should do. Natsuki realized that she was somewhat similar to Nawaki. She held a naive trust in her village. No wonder Sunagakure had used her as a scapegoat and sent her to her death in the original story. After all, anyone more calculating would never have ended up in such a situation. At the very least, they would have arranged for someone else to die in their place. That meant no one among Sunagakure's higher-ups had supported Pakura. Good luck. Natsuki said nothing more. If Raza and the others truly made a move against Pakura, it would actually benefit their cooperation. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Pakura died, it would not have much impact on him. If Raza and the others wanted to conduct the rainwater business, they could not bypass Amigakure or the Land of Rain. In other words, they could not bypass Natsuki. Aside from the Land of Rain, it would be extremely difficult for other nations to provide such a large water source. Even if they could, cooperation might not be possible. The other four great nations and villages would certainly not agree. As for smaller nations and villages, they were often influenced by the major powers behind them. Sabotaging such a business would not be difficult. Natsuki turned and left. After returning to the capital of the Land of Rain, he had Fushin take people to the Land of Demons to replace Kakuzu and notify him to return. Fushin had already unlocked Blood Demon Art, Storm Blades. Combined with his Typhoon release, he was more than capable of temporarily overseeing the Land of Demons. Natsuki did not have to wait long. 3 days later, Kakuzu returned to the capital of the Land of Rain. Natsuki then brought him to the Hope Water Factory. It's truly a simple yet unexpectedly profitable business, Kakuzu said with emotion. The Land of Rain had existed for so long, yet no one had thought of using rainwater to make money the way Natsuki had. No, perhaps someone had come up with the same idea. They simply had not possessed his capabilities or methods. Developing rainwater collection and purification systems was not something an ordinary person could accomplish. I called you back so you could take charge of the Hope Water Factory. Natsuki smiled. I've already negotiated with our first client, Pakura of Sunagakure. You're cooperating with Pakura of Sunagakure. Kakuzu's tone inevitably carried some surprise. Whether it was Natsuki or Pakura, both were significant figures in their respective villages. If news of their cooperation spread, the Kage of both villages would probably become suspicious of them. We're simply exchanging what each side needs. Natsuki casually handed him Pakura's kunai. Take this kunai and find Pakura to discuss the specific details of cooperation. What is our bottom line? Kakuzu nodded and asked. Naturally, we take the largest share. Natsuki smiled. At least 70%. As for the rest, that depends on how you negotiate. Do you have leverage over Pakura? Kakuzu asked curiously. 70% was an extremely exaggerated share. Without some kind of leverage, he felt it would not be easy to negotiate. Nothing special. She wants to become Kazekage, Natsuki replied. Kakuzu understood immediately. You can also use Pakura to open business channels in the Land of Wind. The true major client is actually the Land of Wind. Natsuki continued, but I expect Pakura will also get involved and use the Land of Wind to make it easier for her to become Kazekage. I understand. I'll make everything clear with her. Kakuzu's spirit rose, and he became highly motivated. This is a major business opportunity. A business involving one of the lifelines of the Land of Wind could earn far more money than a few bounty missions. He increasingly felt that his past habit of running around collecting bounties had been a waste of time. It was truly a pity that he had not met Natsuki earlier. The following day, Kakuzu left for Sunagakure. Natsuki did not continue waiting for the result. He returned to Konoha. The negotiations with Pakura would certainly not end in a day or two, and he had no interest in waiting. In any case, Kakuzu would send someone to inform him when the time came. Another 2 months passed. On the first day of March, Natsuki finally met the ninja cat sent by Granny Cat. He immediately followed it to the abandoned district. Only one of the materials you requested couldn't be found. Granny Cat got straight to the point. But I heard it may be in the Land of Demons. Thank you, Granny Cat. Natsuki accepted the summoning storage scroll. After opening it and checking the contents, he found that only one material was missing. It was a material called Moonstone. That was precisely the key material needed for the Black Holy Grail. In the Land of Demons. That was quite the coincidence. But after thinking about it carefully, it made sense. The Black Holy Grail blueprint provided by the system was already a localized product of this world. This Moonstone was most likely connected to Morio in some way. To be continued. Chapter 159. Chapter 159. I can pay any price. 37 words at the entrance of Konoha. I can finally go out again. Nawaki sounded very happy. It sounds like your goal isn't the mission but going outside. Natsuki smiled. The main thing is that only missions let me leave the Land of Fire, Nawaki explained. If you really want to do missions, go find 3 students, Natsuki said casually. I don't know how to teach students. Besides, I'm not even an adult yet. The corner of Nawaki's mouth twitched. He knew himself well. You're already 16. You only have 2 years before adulthood, Natsuki reminded him. When you put it that way, time really does feel like it's passing quickly, Nawaki said with a sigh. The registration is done. We can leave now. At that moment, Nono walked over and interrupted their conversation. Thanks, Nono. Natsuki patted her head. I think our top priority should be finding a new teammate for our squad, Nawaki said, feeling rather frustrated when he saw that. In a group of 3, one person was always the odd one out. Clearly, he was the extra one. Where would we find a new teammate that easily? Natsuki shook his head. It isn't wartime. That's true. Nawaki sighed. If only Kushina. He stopped halfway through his sentence. If Kushina joined their squad, he would still be the extra one. All right, let's not waste time. It'll take at least 3 days to reach the land of demons. Natsuki cleared his throat. The 3 left Konoha and headed toward the land of demons. Natsuki walked at the front. After leaving the Forest of Death, he activated electromagnetic sensing. Neither Nawaki nor Nono knew sensory ninjutsu, so scouting and early warning had to be handled by him. For this trip to the land of demons, Natsuki chose the same route as before. From the land of fire to the land of rain, then through the land of birds and the land of bears, before finally reaching the land of demons. 2 days later in the afternoon, the 3 arrived at the border area between the land of bears and the land of demons. We'll rest here for the night. Natsuki stopped and spoke. Without needing his instructions, Nono went to set up the tent while Nawaki arranged traps around the area. Natsuki opened a summoning storage scroll and began preparing dinner. Although open flames had to be avoided during missions, he had blood demon art, exploding blood. He directly converted his blood into flames and heated the bento boxes. Before long, the 3 sat together and began eating dinner. After dinner, Nawaki could not stay still and began practicing swordsmanship in an open space nearby. The swordsmanship he was currently learning was Zoro's one-sword style. Practicing water-release ninjutsu would make too much noise, and the chakra fluctuations could easily be detected by other shinobi. Swordsmanship was different. It did not even require chakra. Strictly speaking, he should not have practiced swordsmanship either, since sound could still carry. However, with Natsuki present, it was not a major issue. His electromagnetic sensing had a wide range. In addition, he also had blood demon art, eyeball clones. This was an ability Yukaina had awakened. Natsuki had not used it before, so this was a good chance to put it to use. Under Nono's gaze, he extended his hand. Blood soon flowed out and transformed into an eyeball. The eyeball looked almost identical to a human eye. When Natsuki placed it on the ground, it grew legs resembling nerve fibers and began moving across the earth. Nono could not help letting out a soft sound of surprise. This is a blood secret technique I created. Natsuki casually explained, you can think of it as yang release. Nono nodded. Yin release used spiritual energy as its foundation, and could create form from nothing. Yang release used physical energy as its source, and could grant life to form. As a medical nin, she studied yang release, so she understood what Natsuki meant. However, there were not many yang release ninjutsu that could reach this level. It doesn't have much combat power. Natsuki created another 9 eyeball clones. But I can share their vision. 10 eyeballs moved in every direction. With a thought, the scene before Natsuki's eyes changed. He shared the vision of one of the eyeball clones. After watching for a while, Natsuki ended the shared vision. Eyeball clones were indeed useful. Most importantly, their range was extremely wide. In Demon Slayer, Nakeim had used eyeball clones to locate the residences of 60% of the Demon Slayer core members. Can I learn it? Nono asked curiously. I'm afraid it might be difficult. Natsuki thought for a moment before replying. Blood demon arts were techniques used by demons. Nono was not a demon, so there was a high chance she would not be able to learn it. Haven't you still not finished learning your medical ninjutsu? Natsuki asked. I'm trying to learn the strength of 100 seal, Nono replied. But it's too difficult. I still haven't even begun to grasp it. Tsunade-sensei spent a long time learning it too, and she only mastered it last year. Natsuki pinched her cheek lightly. Don't rush. Nono nodded. If you really want to learn something, I have a secret technique called weather arts that you can study. Natsuki looked at her. I'll learn it, Nono said without hesitation. Then read these books first. Natsuki handed her a summoning storage scroll. Inside the scroll were books related to meteorology. They were the same books he had previously given Conan. Nono took out one of the books and began reading. She lowered her head slightly. Her golden hair fell forward, revealing one small ear. Natsuki looked at the pale side of her face, and suddenly remembered something. She did not wear glasses like she had in the original story. Natsuki rubbed his chin. Perhaps this was another butterfly effect caused by him. He wondered why Nono had become nearsighted in the original story. Natsuki reached out and stroked her hair. Nono glanced at him, then continued reading. Late that night, the three crawled into their sleeping bags and fell asleep. The next morning, after breakfast, they entered the land of demons. This was not Natsuki's first time visiting the land of demons. He led Nawaki and Nono along the familiar route to the capital. Under normal circumstances, a capital would have a daimyo's residence. However, the land of demons only had the priestess's temple. The temple was built inside a valley and protected by a barrier. The reason was simple. Every time Morio broke free, it would come to attack the priestess's temple. Please stop. A group of neatly dressed guards blocked their way. I am Natsuki, a shinobi from Konoha. I came at the invitation of Her Grace, the priestess. Natsuki spoke first. Please wait a moment. Clearly, Miroku had given instructions in advance. The moment they heard Natsuki's name, one of the guards immediately ran into the temple. A moment later he returned. Please enter. He raised his hand and spoke respectfully. Natsuki nodded. The three walked into the priestess's temple. Inside the temple, a young woman sat on a cushion. When she saw Natsuki, her eyes lit up. He looked exactly like the young man she had seen in her prophecy. As expected, she had found the right person. Previously, after she asked an artist to draw Natsuki, someone quickly recognized him. After all, Natsuki was already very famous. Natsuki looked at her and felt that she resembled Hyuga Hinata a little. That was understandable. In the original story, her daughter Cheyenne looked very similar to Hinata. From her appearance to her figure, they were alike. Natsuki, I would like to speak with you alone. Miroku took the initiative to speak. Why alone? Nawaki immediately asked in confusion. You two wait for me outside. Natsuki patted him on the shoulder. Nawaki nodded and left the temple with Nono. Miroku rose to her feet, and stepped into her wooden sandals over her white tabi socks. She walked up to Natsuki and looked up at him. Natsuki met her gaze and immediately noticed something unusual. Her eyes were shining with a mysterious light, like a river of stars. Was she using her power of prophecy? A moment later, Miroku revealed an expression of shock and confusion. Your Grace, what did you see? Natsuki asked curiously. I cannot see your death, Miroku replied. What does that mean? Natsuki raised an eyebrow. Does it mean I can live forever? I don't know. Miroku shook her head. This is the first time I have encountered something like this. Natsuki felt that his guess was correct. Longevity was difficult to achieve in the shinobi world, but for the Otsutsuki clan, it was normal. Otsutsuki Kagaya had been sealed away for 1,000 years, yet when she was released, her appearance had not changed. Natsuki had the system, so he was confident he could eventually reach the level of the Otsutsuki clan. But this is undoubtedly a good thing. Miroku took a deep breath. Before Natsuki could speak, she suddenly bowed deeply. Your Grace, what do you mean by this? Natsuki asked. I want to ask you to eliminate Morio. Miroku straightened and said, if you can eliminate Morio, our priestess line is willing to pay any price. If I remember correctly, Morio is a demon from another realm, and the duty of your priestess line is to seal it. Natsuki asked slowly, why do you believe I can eliminate it? Because I saw Morio's death. The person who destroyed it was you. Miroku explained, that is why I issued the mission and asked you to come to the land of demons. Natsuki finally understood. Miroku had not seen his future. She had seen Morio's future. Although Morio was sealed, it shared the same origin as the priestess's power, so there was a connection between them. It was only natural that she could see its future. Any price is a very heavy promise, Natsuki said with a faint smile. Compared to life itself, it is not heavy enough. Miroku spoke seriously. More importantly, if Morio is destroyed, my descendants will no longer have to bear this fatal duty. You already have descendants? Natsuki asked in surprise. Miroku looked somewhat embarrassed. I am not married yet. After saying that, she suddenly looked at Natsuki. If you are willing, Miroku stopped halfway, her face flushing. The priestess line had to marry in order to continue sealing Morio. Many generations of priestesses had not loved their marriage partners. They had simply treated them as a necessity. After all, in the land of demons, the priestess held a position equivalent to a daimyo or emperor. If one imagined the genders reversed, it was easy to understand. That was why Miroku could say something so bold. At the very least, Natsuki was handsome and pleasant to look at. Natsuki was immediately filled with confusion. Clearly, his previous question had caused her to misunderstand. This was completely inappropriate. That is not what I meant. Natsuki shook his head. But the price you must pay is indeed great. What is it? Miroku asked. She quickly regained her composure, and once again became the priestess of the land of demons. It is like this. Natsuki explained the effects of the blood curse to her. Since Miroku had said she was willing to pay any price, he did not speak indirectly. He stated his true objective. There is actually a secret technique like this. After listening, Miroku looked at the drop of blood and fell silent. Compared to being transformed into a demon, and becoming Natsuki's subordinate, she would have preferred marrying him. But clearly, the young man before her possessed great ambition. You may control me, but you cannot control the land of demons, Miroku said slowly. Sealing Morio required her to pay with her life. If she became a demon, her life and death would no longer be entirely in her hands. In terms of price, the two were similar. But the latter had one advantage. Morio could be destroyed completely. That would mean future priestesses would no longer have to sacrifice their lives. I have no particular interest in the land of demons. Natsuki smiled. To him, the greatest value of the land of demons was business. In that case, controlling the country directly or not controlling it made little difference. Using business, or more accurately, economics, to influence a nation was something he was very familiar with. But words alone are not proof. Miroku asked calmly, after I am transformed, I can only obey you. What if you use me to control the entire land of demons? Do you know of the Daybreak Company? Natsuki thought for a moment and asked. It is a company that has recently risen in the land of demons, Miroku recalled, then answered. I established that company. Natsuki replied, at the same time, it belongs to Akatsuki. He then told her about Akatsuki's current situation, including its influence in the land of rain, and the land of snow. Miroku was stunned. She had not expected Natsuki to already control the land of rain, and the land of snow. I have many ways to control the land of demons. Natsuki spoke directly. If I can destroy Morio, then I can also destroy you. Once you are dead, the land of demons will fall into my hands. Miroku opened her mouth but hesitated. She had to admit that Natsuki made sense. On the contrary, if you are transformed into a demon, I can give up on controlling the land of demons. Natsuki smiled. It was an open threat. Miroku's face turned pale, but she had no way to refute him. This situation had been caused by her inviting Natsuki here. Since the Daybreak Company had already begun operating in the land of demons, that meant Natsuki had set his sights on the country long ago. Should she expose his intentions to Konoha? As Orochimaru's student, Natsuki held a high position in Konoha. It might not be useful. Besides, would she even have the chance to notify Konoha? Most likely not. That included asking other shinobi villages for help. She no longer had that opportunity either. But if Natsuki truly did not control the land of demons, then she was indeed willing to pay the price. From the moment she was born, she had been prepared to sacrifice her life to seal Morio. That was what her mother and everyone else in the land of demons expected of her. Therefore, she did not have another choice. I need to personally see you destroy Morio, Miroku finally decided. That is fine. Seeing that she agreed, Natsuki nodded. Overall, things had gone quite smoothly. However, even if Miroku had not taken the initiative to find him, he would still have released Morio, destroyed it, and then transformed her. In chaotic times, one had to be ruthless to survive. Morio's soul and body are sealed separately. Miroku let out a breath. You need to undo both seals at the same time. No, there is another way. The Yomi cult. Natsuki smiled. I can help you eliminate that hidden danger while I am at it. The Yomi cult still exists. Miroku looked surprised. Even more surprising was that the land of demons had been unaware of it. She sighed inwardly. Compared to Konoha, the land of demons' intelligence-gathering ability was far too weak. If I had not intervened, under normal circumstances, the Yomi cult would have released Morio. Natsuki looked at her. When that happened, you would have paid with your life to seal it, leaving your daughter to live on alone. Miroku bit her lip. What Natsuki said would most likely have happened in the future. After all, this had happened to every generation of priestesses, and she was no exception. Looking at it that way, if Natsuki could truly destroy Morio forever, then being controlled by him would be worth it. Does the land of demons have a material called moonstone? Natsuki asked, moving the topic to the Black Holy Grail. Miroku paused slightly. It is a type of stone altered by Morio's influence. It has the effect of storing chakra. Natsuki suddenly thought of the Bell Cheyenne War in the original story. In the original story, that bell was actually a type of sealing stone that sealed Cheyenne's power. Judging from Miroku's description, that sealing stone was most likely the so-called moonstone. I needed to deal with Morio, Natsuki explained. I will give it to you now. Miroku did not hesitate, and handed him a summoning storage scroll. Natsuki nodded. I will go find the Yomi cult first. After Morio is released, I will let you personally witness its destruction. Hope and excitement surged in Miroku's heart. Was the tragic fate of the priestess line, which had lasted for nearly 1,000 years, finally about to end? The next day, Natsuki called over the person in charge of the Daybreak Company's operations in the land of demons, Fushin. He ordered Fushin to monitor Miroku and prevent the worst-case scenario. That would be Miroku going back on her word and asking other shinobi villages for help, or exposing his actions to Konoha. After that, he had Fushin secretly invite craftsmen from the land of demons. Natsuki gave the craftsmen the blueprint and materials for the Black Holy Grail. After looking them over, the craftsmen said they would need 1 month to create it. Natsuki nodded. He had not asked Granny Cat to create the Black Holy Grail because it was far too important. As for these craftsmen, once they finished creating the Black Holy Grail, he could use his Sharingan to erase their memories of the process. That way, no one would discover anything. In truth, even if someone found out, it would be useless. There were only a handful of people in the entire shinobi world capable of obtaining tailed beast-level chakra. Still, it was always better to be careful. To be continued. Chapter 160, Chapter 160, Infinite Mana. 3120 words in a valley north of the land of demons. Natsuki lowered his gaze and saw a massive laboratory built inside the valley. This was the location of the Yomi cult. The leader of the Yomi cult was called Yomi. Yomi was a title passed down through generations. Every leader was called Yomi. Therefore, the Yomi from the original story and the current Yomi were not the same person. However, they were both medical nin. Morio's soul and body were sealed separately. Yomi would first release its soul, then use medical ninjutsu to stitch it into his own body. After that, he would search for its body and reunite the two. The benefit of doing this was that it greatly reduced the difficulty. After all, Morio's soul was sealed in the land of demons, while its body was sealed in the neighboring land of swamps. Releasing both Morio's soul and body at the same time would be almost impossible. Unless the exact timing had been arranged in advance. In addition, splitting the effort would also make it easier for the priestess of the land of demons to discover them. By releasing Morio's soul first, Yomi could temporarily become its Jinchuriki and increase his strength. That would give him a greater chance of releasing Morio's body afterward. A faint ripple passed through Natsuki's eyes. He soon shared the vision of one of his eyeball clones. The situation inside the laboratory came into view. A middle-aged man stood in front of an operating table, performing surgery on an unconscious young man. Natsuki was also a medical nin now. After watching for a while, he determined the man's purpose. He had opened the young man's abdomen and was storing his chakra inside, preventing it from leaking out. Clearly, this was preparation for receiving Morio's soul. In the end, the young man died, but the chakra inside his body did not leak out. However, moments later, the situation rapidly changed. Like a deflating balloon, the young man's chakra turned into currents of air and scattered outward. The middle-aged man looked irritated. Another failure. Natsuki narrowed his eyes. Clearly, this middle-aged man was Yomi. The only issue was that his medical ninjutsu had not yet succeeded. Natsuki rubbed his chin. He wondered if he could help modify the technique using Konoha's medical ninjutsu. In terms of medical ninjutsu, no one in the current shinobi world could surpass Konoha. It was no exaggeration to say that, aside from the 5 great villages, most other medical nin were self-taught, and had never received a proper medical nin education. With that thought, Natsuki cut off the shared vision with the eyeball clone. He walked directly toward the valley. Kaido from the Unohana Retsu template required him to kill 3 medical jonin. Yomi barely met the condition. Once Natsuki finished using him, he could simply kill him. Natsuki used presence concealment and infiltrated the laboratory. The Yomi cult did not have many members, but more than half of them were only genin or chunin level shinobi. The remaining half were researchers who assisted Yomi. Without alarming anyone, Natsuki arrived in front of Yomi. A flash of crimson passed through his eyes. Natsuki activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. Yomi sensed something was wrong and instinctively turned around, only to meet Natsuki's 3-tomo Sharingan. He immediately fell into a daze. Although he was a jonin, he was a medical nin, and was not skilled in direct combat, so Natsuki controlled him easily. The next step was to help him improve his medical ninjutsu. Time passed and April arrived. At the Daybreak Company's branch in the land of demons, Natsuki opened a summoning storage scroll and took out a round metal object that resembled a candlestick. It was the Black Holy Grail. The moment Natsuki held it, a large amount of information flowed into his mind. He immediately understood how to use it. As long as the target was suppressed to the point that it could not move, the Black Holy Grail could absorb its chakra. Once the chakra reached a certain level, the Black Holy Grail would be fully born. As for what level it needed to reach, that depended on how much chakra it absorbed. Natsuki could not guarantee that Morio's chakra would be enough to meet the condition. If it was not enough, he would have to consider making plans for the dragon vein in the land of wind. Call the craftsman over. Natsuki put away the black holy grail. After the craftsman arrived, he erased their memories related to the project and then had Fushin send them away. Natsuki turned and went to the priestess's temple. The moment Nawaki saw him, he could not help asking, "When are we finally getting a mission?" He had thought there would be a mission waiting for them after arriving in the land of demons. In the end, there had been nothing. He had spent an entire month training in the land of demons. He trained in Konoha, and he trained in the land of demons. Had he not come all this way for nothing? There is a mission now. Natsuki smiled. I guarantee the target will satisfy you. When the time comes, you'll need to use your full strength. Nawaki did not quite believe him. He was still a jonin of Konoha. Aside from jonin from the 5 great villages, who else could make him go all out? You'll see it soon. After saying that, Natsuki entered the priestess's temple. Nawaki hurriedly followed. Your Grace. Natsuki went straight to the point. It's about time. Take us to the place where Morio's body is sealed. Panic inevitably rose in Miroku's heart. Although she had prepared herself, she was still nervous now that she had to truly face Morio. Fortunately, this time she had the prophecy of Morio's death. At least there was hope. Miroku calmed herself, stood up and nodded. At her command, a group of elite guards quickly gathered in front of the priestess's temple. Natsuki glanced over them. Although they wore armor and looked like ordinary soldiers, they were actually shinobi. The land of demons simply did not have a shinobi village. It did not mean the country lacked shinobi. As guards protecting the priestess, they naturally could not be ordinary civilians. Otherwise, if some reckless shinobi attempted an assassination, the guards would be useless. Let's go. Natsuki turned to leave. Miroku stopped him, looking somewhat awkward. Carry me. Natsuki paused slightly. He remembered that in the original story, Cheyenne had also asked Naruto to carry her. Although the priestesses possessed special powers, they were more like mages. They only trained techniques meant to seal Morio. Their physical strength was not high, and was only slightly better than that of ordinary people. If Miroku had to keep pace with a group of shinobi, she definitely would not be able to keep up. With that thought, Natsuki walked in front of her, turned around, and crouched slightly. Miroku leaped onto his back. Natsuki immediately felt a soft, springy pressure against him. He steadied his mind, supported her securely, and accelerated toward the land of swamps. This is my first time leaving the priestess's temple. Miroku felt the wind blowing toward her, and much of her tension over facing Morio faded. After today, you'll be able to leave the priestess's temple freely. Natsuki fell silent for 2 seconds before speaking. Miroku froze. If Morio died, the priestess line would indeed be freed. Although she herself would not truly be free. Now, she could only hope Natsuki would keep his promise and control only her, not the land of demons. The land of swamps was north of the land of demons. By noon, they arrived in the land of swamps. Under Miroku's guidance, they reached the sealing temple of the land of swamps. It was a temple hidden inside a mountain. Now we wait for Yomi to arrive. Natsuki put Miroku down and spoke. When they had set out, he had ordered Yomi to go to the sealing temple in the land of demons and release Morio's soul. Miroku nodded. Why is everything so secretive? Nawaki could not help asking, who is our mission target this time? Is it this Yomi you mentioned? You'll know soon enough. Don't rush. Natsuki smiled. Time passed slowly. Another half-hour went by, and the sound of rushing air rang out. Yomi and 4 of his subordinates appeared in front of the sealing temple. The four subordinates remained outside, while Yomi walked in. Nawaki, get ready. Natsuki paused. No, stay here and protect her grace. Nawaki nodded and gripped Samahata. Less than 3 minutes later, an extremely sinister aura spread out from the ceiling temple. What an evil power! Nawaki immediately spoke. Right after he finished speaking, arrogant laughter rang through the sky. With a loud boom, a massive hole split open in the mountain. A huge mass of black chakra rushed out. It flew several meters before crashing onto the ground. Only then did Natsuki and the others clearly see its appearance. It resembled a purple octopus covered in tentacles. Morio suddenly shouted. I can sense your presence. It looked toward Miroku, who stood on the mountain. Morio tempted her. Become one with me, and together we will rule the shinobi world. Big words. Nawaki immediately used Jeppo. He moved rapidly through the air, and appeared in front of Morio in the blink of an eye. Water breathing, fourth form, striking tide. Nawaki gripped Samahata and swung it down. Where did this insect come from? Morio immediately sent out 2 tentacles, knocking Nawaki and Samahata away together. As he was thrown backward, Nawaki quickly stabilized himself. He looked at Morio without fear. Instead, he was excited. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Nawaki immediately formed hand seals. A large amount of chakra surged out and formed a massive water dragon in the air. The water dragon flew forward and crashed toward Morio. Get lost. Morio only found Nawaki annoying. It immediately opened its mouth, and a massive purple-black chakra shot out like a cannonball. The sound of rushing air rang out. As the chakra approached the water dragon, it suddenly spread and covered it. Under Nawaki's shocked gaze, the water dragon was corroded and turned into purple-black water before falling to the ground. The massive purple-black chakra twisted like a dark cloud and surged toward him. Water release, water colliding wave. Nawaki quickly clapped his hands together. A tornado made of water appeared in front of him. It flew forward, and the moment it collided with the purple-black chakra, it burst apart and formed a large river. The 2 chakra forces immediately clashed in midair. Morio became irritated. It immediately raised its tentacles. 8 beams of purple-black light tore through the air. In an instant, they ripped through the river and all shot toward Nawaki. Nawaki's expression changed dramatically. At the critical moment, he gripped Samahata with both hands and leaped upward. Water breathing, 10th form, constant flux. A giant dragon formed above him. As he spun and slashed several times, it struck the 8 purple-black beams. In an instant, the air twisted, and countless streams of chakra scattered outward. The water dragon lasted 2 seconds before exploding into countless droplets. Nawaki seized the opportunity and used the airflow to avoid the 8 purple-black beams. Aren't you going to help him? Miroku could not help asking. She could tell that Nawaki was strong, but he was no match for Morio, and was being suppressed at every turn. He's been idle for a month. Let him vent a little. Natsuki spoke casually. For a moment, Miroku did not know what to say. However, she sensed confidence in Natsuki's words. She did not speak again and quietly waited for him to act. Nawaki's performance made Morio extremely displeased. It opened its mouth. An invisible sound wave spread outward. Nawaki immediately felt dizzy, and his body froze in place. Seeing this, Morio launched a massive purple-black chakra toward him. It moved extremely fast and arrived before Nawaki in an instant. Samahata leaped up and bit into the purple-black chakra. However, there was too much of it, and part of it continued toward Nawaki. Natsuki instantly appeared behind Nawaki, grabbed his shoulder, and returned to his original position. This is Morio's unique mental shockwave. As Miroku spoke, she raised her hand. A special energy surged out and covered Nawaki. Nawaki immediately broke free from the restraint. Stay here. Leave the rest to me. After Natsuki finished speaking, he disappeared again. Natsuki, save my Samahata. Nawaki quickly shouted. During the battle just now, he had fought with all his strength, yet he had still been no match for Morio. Therefore, after being rescued, he obediently listened to Natsuki, and no longer shouted about continuing the fight. But his sword still needed to be saved. After swallowing the purple-black chakra, Samahata looked like a drunk human vomiting. Morio's purple-black chakra had corrosive properties. Even Samahata could not withstand it. After all, Samahata was not just a sword. It was a living creature. Natsuki grabbed it and tossed it back to Nawaki. My patience is limited. Morio glared at Natsuki and roared, die. The invisible mental shockwave appeared again. Figure eyes. Natsuki's eyes trembled. An equally invisible mental shockwave met it head-on. The air shook and twisted. However, Morio's mental shockwave proved stronger. Natsuki was not surprised. In an instant, he used Jeppo. While avoiding the mental shockwave, he arrived in midair. Morio immediately raised all of its tentacles. A purple-black dragon flew out. Natsuki casually waved his hand. Countless swords of the Thunder God appeared in front of him. They shot forward like arrows. Before they could reach the purple-black dragon, all the swords of the Thunder God exploded. Countless fragments mixed with lightning left the purple-black dragon full of holes. But in the next second the purple-black chakra gathered again. Its speed suddenly increased, and it struck Natsuki like a cannonball. Miroku's heart tightened, and she instinctively leaned forward. Only Nawaki and Nono remained calm, trusting in Natsuki's strength. Heido number 88, Flying Dragon Striking, Heaven-Shaking Thunder Cannon. A massive beam of light erupted from Natsuki's hand, and shattered the purple-black chakra in an instant. Blood Demon Art, Cold White Princesses. After the purple-black chakra disappeared, Natsuki extended his hand. Blood spread outward. In the blink of an eye, two maidens appeared. They opened their mouths and exhaled freezing air. Everything the cold passed over froze solid. Morio was no exception. Ice release. Nawaki froze for a moment and could not help asking. It was his first time seeing Natsuki use Blood Demon Art, ice crystals. It's a blood secret technique. Nono noticed the blood Natsuki had released. Blood secret techniques can actually do something like this? Nawaki asked in amazement. But once he remembered that it was Natsuki, it felt reasonable. Perhaps he had modified it based on the Chinoite clan's blood secret techniques. Cracking sounds rang out. Morio broke free from the ice. However, it was now thoroughly enraged. The mist around its body suddenly thickened. Immediately afterward, countless beams of light appeared. The beams spread like lightning, covering the sky as they shot toward Natsuki, Miroku, and the others. Miroku and the guards she had brought instantly turned pale, feeling as if the end had arrived. Lightning Giant. Natsuki raised his hand. Vast chakra poured out of his body. The ground rose and countless streams of iron sand erupted like fountains in every direction. In the blink of an eye, they gathered in the sky and formed an enormous electrified giant. When Morio saw a lightning giant no smaller than itself, it felt disbelief. Miroku and the others were even more stunned. After appearing, the lightning giant immediately clapped its hands together. Brilliant lightning illuminated the sky. Lightning collided with the beams, producing countless streams of chakra. With a thought from Natsuki, the lightning giant reached toward Morio. Morio did not retreat and charged forward. The two massive beings released terrifying power, and piercing sounds echoed through the world. Blood Demon Art, Hoarfrost Water Lily Bodhisattva. Natsuki waved his hand calmly. Behind Morio, an ice sculpture of a bodhisattva appeared. It quickly swung both hands like blades and struck toward Morio. How do you possess this kind of power? While resisting the lightning giant, Morio extended all of its tentacles and wrapped them around the ice bodhisattva's hands. A tremendous force pressed down on it, making it feel uncomfortable, but it still managed to block the attack. Morio sensed danger. Its body shook, and the chakra inside it turned into mist that spread outward. When the mist touched the lightning giant and the ice bodhisattva, it began corroding them. "Insect, I'll make you wish you were dead." Seeing that its mist was effective, Morio immediately shouted, "Iron Sand Sword." Natsuki gathered the remaining chakra. With him at the center, the entire ground began trembling. Nawaki, Miroku, and the others looked at one another. By this point, the battle had completely exceeded their imagination. The ground split open, and countless streams of iron sand flew out. Like flowing water, they surged toward Morio from every direction. Morio froze, then hurriedly produced even more mist. But all the iron sand covered it. An unimaginable weight pressed down on it, forcing it directly to the ground. At the same time, the lightning giant and the ice bodhisattva moved. Under the triple suppression, Morio was forced deep underground. It wanted to escape, but the iron sand was sealed tightly around it, giving it no opportunity. Combined with the heavy pressure from every direction, it was unable to move, as if it had been sealed. Natsuki walked up to it, and took out the Black Holy Grail. The Black Holy Grail trembled and produced a suction force. For the first time, Morio felt a terrifying sense of danger. It was supposed to be an undying being, but at that moment, it felt as though it was about to die. It struggled and screamed. Miroku stared blankly at everything. From Morio's voice, she heard fear unlike anything before. Then the sound vanished. She felt the faint connection between herself and Morio break completely. That meant it had vanished forever. How is this possible? Miroku stood frozen in place. Congratulations. Artoria Template Ability 4 has been unlocked, Infinite Mana. Natsuki could not help smiling. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pad if you're interested, Patreon. com/blownleaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, Priestess Kikyo 30 to 67 words, what is going on? Nawaki scratched his head and asked, when did Natsuki learn so many terrifying ninjutsu? Blood Demon Art, Cold White Princesses, Lightning Giant, Blood Demon Art, Hoarfrost Water Lily Bodhisattva, and Iron Sand Sword. This was the first time he had seen all four ninjutsu Natsuki had used. But their power is truly terrifying. Nawaki sighed in amazement. Nono nodded slightly. She had never seen Natsuki use these for ninjutsu either. However, every single one of them felt like an S-rank technique. A look of admiration appeared in Nono's eyes. Ever since she had met Natsuki, he had constantly surprised her. By now, he had long since become the most important person in her heart. Miroku instinctively activated the power of her priestess line. She was trying to sense Morio. In the past, even when it was sealed, she could still vaguely detect its existence. The truth proved that her earlier feeling had not been wrong. Morio was truly gone. It had vanished from this world. Miroku instinctively pinched herself. After feeling the pain, excitement surged in her heart. Natsuki truly was the savior of their priestess line. She had already made up her mind. As long as he did not control the land of demons, she was willing to be controlled by him, and obey every command he gave. Natsuki stood where he was, digesting the new information. As for defeating Morio, he did not find it surprising. After all, both the third Kazekage and the fourth Kazekage could suppress the one-tail, Shikaku, using magnet release. Morio was said to be tailed beast level, but in reality, it was far weaker than the 9-tailed beasts. It was perfectly normal for Natsuki to defeat it using Blood Demon Art, Ice Crystals and Magnet Release. Of course, he had also carefully considered revealing Magnet Release in front of Nawaki and Nono. Nearly 4 years had passed since the Second Shinobi World War. During this time, he had continuously created and modified ninjutsu. He had even revealed 2 space-time ninjutsu, Unlimited Blade Works and Infinity Castle. Strictly speaking, the difficulty of space-time ninjutsu was higher than many Kekkei Genkai. If Natsuki revealed Magnet Release now, Nawaki and the others would be able to accept it. In addition, his Magnet Release was different from that of the 3rd Kazekage and the 4th Kazekage, so he could separate himself from them. The 3rd Kazekage used Magnet Release, Iron Sand, while the 4th Kazekage used Magnet Release, Gold Dust. Although Natsuki's Magnet Release could also manipulate Iron Sand, judging from its presentation, calling it Magnet Release, electromagnetism would be more appropriate. If the combination of Magnet Release and Lightning Release spread, even the 2 Kazekage would not dare claim that Natsuki had learned his Magnet Release from them. Of course, the most important point was that Natsuki's current strength, identity, and status were already enough to make others trust him. Even if he openly claimed to be a spy from Sunagakure, everyone would only think he was joking. As for Blood Demon art, ice crystals, he could use the Chinoite clan's blood secret techniques as an excuse. Natsuki composed himself. He had finished receiving all the information. He now had a new understanding of the Black Holy Grail. With a thought, the Black Holy Grail rapidly shrank before sinking into his forehead. In the blink of an eye, a Black Holy Grail mark appeared on his forehead. It was very small, similar to the diamond-shaped mark of Tsunade's Strength of 100 seal. The way the Black Holy Grail was used was also similar to the Strength of 100 seal. During battle, once the Black Holy Grail was released, chakra would flow out from it and spread throughout his body. Natsuki touched his forehead, and the Black Holy Grail mark disappeared. He then activated the Black Holy Grail. The next moment, Natsuki clenched his fist. He could feel near-endless chakra surging out from the Black Holy Grail. From now on, he would no longer lack chakra. Of course, his chakra was still far from reaching the level of a tailed beast. Natsuki had seen the Ninetales before. Compared to its chakra, Morio's chakra might not even amount to 1/30th of it. The Ninetales he had seen was also sealed, with its chakra blocked by the seal, so it had not felt as overwhelming as it truly was. However, compared to ordinary shinobi, Natsuki's chakra could now rank among the top 3. The only shinobi who might possess more chakra than him, or be roughly equal to him, were Madara and 2 Reikage. Madara needed no explanation. With the Rinnegan and Mokuton, his chakra was second only to Senju Hashirama's. In the original story, when the 4th Reikage used Lightning Release chakra mode, Karen said his chakra was comparable to a tailed beast. Regardless of whether that was exaggerated, it proved that Lightning Release chakra mode could greatly enhance chakra. In short, both Reikage possessed astonishing chakra. Even so, Natsuki was already satisfied. Especially because the Black Holy Grail had not yet reached its limit. You have awakened the Kikyo template. A line of text suddenly appeared. Natsuki paused slightly. Could it be Kikyo from Inuyasha? He felt that it most likely was. Kikyo was a priestess with great power. In Inuyasha, she had killed many demons and evil beings. Miroku was also a priestess. If placed in Inuyasha, Morio could also be considered a powerful demon or evil being. That was probably why the Kikyo template had been triggered. As Natsuki thought about it, he opened the newly awakened Kikyo template. Name, Kikyo. Period, Shirkan Jewel Arc. World, Inuyasha. Ability 1, Resurrection. Effect, immediately revives after death, but the body becomes clay and can summon soul collectors. Ability 2, Sacred Arrow. Effect, shoots an arrow with great piercing power, reducing the target to ashes. It can break barriers and deals special damage to non-human targets. Unlock condition, kill 5 Jonin from long range. Ability 3, Sealing Arrow. Effect, shoots an arrow with sealing power, causing the target to fall into eternal sleep. Unlock condition, learn 5 sealing techniques. Ability 4, Defensive Barrier. Effect, uses chakra to create a defensive barrier that can resist various attacks and remain active even while sleeping. Unlock condition, learn for Red Yang formation. Ability 5, Concealing Barrier. Effect, uses chakra to create a barrier that hides the surrounding area. Unlock condition, defeat 5 sensory jonin. Ability 6, Dimensional Seal. Effect, seals the target in a different space within the same dimension, rendering the target unable to move and preventing others from seeing them. Unlock condition, learn 1 space-time ninjutsu, including a new ability developed from the Dordor fruit. Ability 7, Priestess Purification. Effect, purifies various impurities, curses, evil thoughts, and genjutsu. Deals special damage to Een release monsters. Unlock condition, kill 1 Een release monster with at least Jonin level strength. Ability 8, Opening the Gate of Hell. Effect, opens a gate leading to the Pure Land. Unlock condition, learn Impure World Reincarnation. After reading it, Natsuki felt pleasantly surprised. The Kikyo template was even stronger than he had expected. Ability 1, Resurrection. Without question, it was a divine ability. In the shinobi world, ninjutsu with resurrection effects always came with a tremendous cost. For example, Nagato's Outer Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life Technique and Chiyo's Forbidden Technique, one's own life reincarnation, both required the user to pay with their life. Resurrection required no such price. If he died, he would immediately revive. The only drawback was that his body would become clay. How should he put it? In Inuyasha, a clay body looked no different from a normal human body. It also felt no pain, did not age, and did not need food or breathing. For many people, a clay body might actually be better. Natsuki, however, did not want to lose his desires and ordinary needs. Living in this world meant enjoying food, drink, and life itself. Still, as a life-saving method, it was undoubtedly excellent. In addition, it allowed him to summon soul collectors. Soul collectors were demons that gathered dead souls to maintain a clay body's activity. Ability 2, Sacred Arrow. Sacred Arrow was undoubtedly Kikyo's signature ability. In Inuyasha, Sacred Arrow carried a holy attribute, and was lethal against demons and evil beings. At the same time, it could also destroy barriers. After being localized by the system, both of those effects were preserved. Destroying barriers would be very useful in war. In ordinary battles, barriers were not always used, so breaking barriers would not always be necessary. In Natsuki's opinion, the most surprising part was the final effect. It dealt special damage to non-human targets. The first thing Natsuki thought of was tailed beasts. Tailed beasts were undoubtedly non-human. Next were summoned creatures. With Natsuki's strength, summoned creatures would rarely pose a threat to him, but tailed beasts could. With Sacred Arrow, he would have a fairly good method against tailed beasts. As for the exact effect of this special damage, he would only know after unlocking Sacred Arrow. Its unlock condition was killing 5 Jonin from long range. Killing 5 Jonin was not difficult, but killing them from long range was troublesome. That was because Jonin were extremely fast. The range of his clairvoyance was 4 kilometers. For many Jonin, 4 kilometers was a distance they could cross in the blink of an eye. Unless his first arrow caused damage. If the first arrow was dodged, then the target would most likely close in or flee. Either outcome would mean failing to meet the unlock condition. Natsuki rubbed his chin. The best method would still be an ambush. Ability 3, Sealing Arrow. As the name implied, Sealing Arrow was an arrow with sealing power. In Inuyasha, because Kikyo had not wanted to kill Inuyasha, she used the sealing arrow to seal him away instead. The effect of the sealing arrow depended on the power used by the caster. Kikyo used all her strength to seal Inuyasha, and caused him to fall into a deep sleep. If not for Kagome, he probably would never have escaped. From that, it could be inferred that if Natsuki used all his strength, he might be able to permanently seal a Kage-level opponent. Of course, that was assuming the arrow hit, and no one else helped remove the seal. Its unlock condition was learning 5 sealing techniques. Natsuki possessed the talent for all 7 chakra natures from the Hitaki Kakashi template. Although it would be difficult, he could still learn them. After all, in the original story, Kakashi had used a sealing technique called Evil Sealing Method. Ability 4, Defensive Barrier. Although the name was rather simple, its effect was not weak. In Inuyasha, the defensive barrier Kikyo created could only be entered by Kagome, who possessed the same soul. In the shinobi world, that would be at least an A rank or S rank barrier. Its unlock condition also confirmed this. For Red Yang formation was an A rank barrier. This formation required for Kage-level shinobi to release chakra from 4 directions at the same time, creating a rectangular barrier made of red flames. In the original story, it had 2 achievements. The first was when Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Hiruzen, and Minato used it to block the Ten-Tails-tailed beast ball. The second was when Kushina, Tsunade, Hiruzen, and Minato used it to block the true Chibaku Tensei. For Red Yang formation was not easy to learn. Most shinobi were not even qualified to learn it. Fortunately, as a shinobi belonging to the Hokage lineage, Natsuki could learn for Red Yang formation. Ability 5, Concealing Barrier. Its name was also quite simple, but in Inuyasha, this was exactly what it was called. Its effect was equally impressive. It could conceal an entire area. In the shinobi world, there were also concealment-type ninjutsu, but most of them only concealed the user. Large-scale concealment techniques were extremely rare. This ability would undoubtedly have considerable value in war. Its unlock condition was defeating 5 sensory jonin. Compared to combat jonin, sensory jonin were fewer in number, but they were still more common than medical jonin. If he searched carefully, he should be able to find 5. Ability 6, Dimensional Seal. In terms of effect, Natsuki felt it was similar to Tsubaime Geishi from the Sasaki Kojiro template. Both involved different spaces. However, the former was a seal, while the latter was an attack. In the shinobi world, it could be called a space-time sealing technique. Sealing the target in a different space within the same dimension meant that aside from the user, only a very small number of shinobi would be able to locate the target. For example, Minato and Obito, who also possessed space-time ninjutsu. Its unlock condition was learning 1 space-time ninjutsu. When Natsuki saw the first half of the condition, he was already prepared to give up. With his talent, learning a space-time ninjutsu would be nearly impossible. Fortunately, developing a new ability from the Dordor fruit also counted. After Natsuki unlocked the Dordor fruit, he could study how to unlock Dimensional Seal. Ability 7, Priestess Purification. After reading it, Natsuki's first impression was that this was an ability used to dispel genjutsu. That was before considering the final effect. Once the final effect was included, special damage against release monsters, the value of this ability rose even further. Unfortunately, there were very few release monsters in the shinobi world. The Morio he had just defeated could be counted as half of one. As for other release monsters, Natsuki thought for a long time before coming up with the Zero Tails and Satori. The Zero Tails was a release monster created by Shino of Sorogakure. Its power came from the darkness in people's hearts. Satori was a release monster that appeared after someone made a wish using the box of ultimate bliss from Kizugakure. Natsuki suddenly thought of a question. Did Susuna count? It was indeed release, but it was not a monster. Natsuki shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Its unlock condition was killing 1 release monster with at least Jonin level strength. Both the Zero Tails and Satori met the condition. Ability 8, Opening the Gate of Hell. Natsuki's first reaction was that it was absurdly powerful. It could actually open the Pure Land. In Inuyasha, hell was hell. But in the shinobi world, hell corresponded to the Pure Land. The Pure Land was where the souls of people in the shinobi world went after death. However, there was one issue. After the Sage of Six Paths died, he became the administrator of the Pure Land. In the original story, he even summoned the previous Kage from the Pure Land to help Naruto and the others. In other words, if Natsuki opened the gate to the Pure Land, the Sage of Six Paths would definitely notice. With his current strength, Natsuki was not yet able to contend with the Sage of Six Paths. Its unlock condition was learning Impure World Reincarnation. There was no need to say much about Impure World Reincarnation. It was a forbidden technique that had influenced the entire shinobi world. Its effect was to summon the souls of long-dead shinobi back from the Pure Land and revive them in physical form. It required part of the deceased soul's body and a living human as a sacrifice. In the original story, Kabuto used an improved version of Impure World Reincarnation to summon a large number of dead shinobi and oppose the allied shinobi forces of 80,000. Impure World Reincarnation was a forbidden technique created by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. With Natsuki's current status and position, he could still learn it. Like for Red Yang formation, learning it was only a matter of time. Natsuki returned to his senses and appeared in front of Nawaki and the others with a single Soru. "How did you kill Morio?" Miroku could not help asking. "A secret." Natsuki smiled lightly. The Black Holy Grail was indeed his greatest secret. When he used it earlier, he had deliberately turned away from Miroku and the others so they would not see it. Miroku was immediately speechless. "You hid this from us so well." Nawaki slapped his shoulder and asked, "Where did all those terrifying ninjutsu come from?" "I created them myself." Natsuki spread his hands. "It's not that I wanted to hide them from you. I just didn't have a suitable target to show them on." The corner of Nawaki's mouth twitched. That answer deserved full marks for showing off. But he was truly envious. If he had that kind of talent, he would definitely be able to recreate the fame of his great-grandfather, Senju Hashirama. "Morio is dead. Let's return to the priestess's temple." After saying that, Natsuki carried Miroku on his back again. The group returned the way they had come. Natsuki and the others had already completed the mission, so they could actually return to Konoha, but they still needed proof. A certificate issued by Miroku, the priestess of the Land of Demons. In addition, Natsuki intended to have her issue more missions to Konoha in the future. That was a reasonable request, and had nothing to do with controlling the Land of Demons. Natsuki mainly wanted to rely on this achievement to get promoted. After returning to the priestess's temple, Miroku dismissed everyone else and kept only Natsuki behind. The two looked at each other and fell into silence. "You destroyed Morio. I will now keep my promise and accept your blood." Miroku took a deep breath. After seeing Natsuki's strength, she understood one thing. He had not lied before. With or without her, it would not be difficult for him to control the Land of Demons. Since that was the case, Miroku could only choose to trust him and hope that he would keep his promise. Natsuki extended his hand, and a drop of blood flew into her forehead. A moment later, Miroku's panel appeared before him. Name, Miroku. Race, human, demon. Ability 1, partial demonization. Effect, transforms the user into a half-human, half-demon state, increasing attack power, speed, and regenerative ability. Unlock condition, comprehended independently. Ability 2, full demonization. Effect, completely transforms the user into a demon, further increasing attack power, speed, and regenerative ability at the cost of greater energy consumption. Unlock condition, comprehended independently. Ability 3, blood demon art, summoning. Effect, uses blood as a medium to summon demons from another realm. Unlock condition, comprehended independently. Ability 1 and Ability 2 were no different from those of Yahiko, Conan, and the others. The greatest difference was Ability 3, blood demon art, summoning. Natsuki rubbed his chin and thought of Gyako, an upper moon among the 12 Kazuki in Demon Slayer. His blood demon art allowed him to summon various aquatic creatures. Morio was a demon from another realm. Did blood demon art summoning allow Miroku to summon various demons from the world where Morio originated? Thinking carefully, that was reasonable. The power of the priestesses shared the same origin as Morio, and also came from another realm. The only question was how strong these summoned demons would be. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. Patreon. com/blownleaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 162, Chapter 162, Natsuki's promotion, taking command of ANBU 2963 words. Miroku instinctively looked over her body, and found that nothing had changed. She had thought that after transforming into a demon, demonic traits would appear on her body, but fortunately, they had not. Otherwise, she would have had to find a reason to explain it to the people of the land of demons. Miroku clenched her fist again. She quickly sensed that her body had grown stronger. If her physical strength before had only been slightly above that of an ordinary person, her current physical abilities were already comparable to a Chunin's. Natsuki noticed this as well. After transforming into a demon, her physical strength was greater than Konan's and Yahiko's had been when they first transformed. Natsuki suspected it was because she possessed the special power of the priestess line. That power had not disappeared after she became a demon. Judging from the original story, that power was not inferior to Morio's. Natsuki currently had 6 demons under him. However, he felt that Miroku had the greatest potential among them. In the future, she would most likely reach Kage level. As for Yahiko, Konan, Yukaina, and the others, he could at most guarantee that they would become Jonin. What do you need me to do? Miroku raised her head and met his gaze. Just continue serving as the priestess of the land of demons, Natsuki said casually. Miroku froze. You don't understand business, so the Daybreak Company's operations in the land of demons will still be handled by Fushin. After thinking for a moment, Natsuki added, if he runs into trouble, I'll have him ask you for help. Yes, master. Miroku hesitated for a moment before changing the way she addressed him. Natsuki instinctively looked at her. You are still the priestess, after all. Who taught you to call me that? There's no need to call me master. Natsuki shook his head. Just call me Lord Natsuki, like Fushin and the others. He personally did not care. But if others heard it, especially Nono or Nawaki, he would never be able to explain himself. Yes, Lord Natsuki. Miroku breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from their brief interaction, being controlled by Natsuki had not led to anything she resisted. It seemed he truly was someone who kept his promises. The mission is complete, so we will return to Konoha tomorrow. Natsuki instructed, write a letter to Hokage-sama explaining what happened in the land of demons. You're leaving tomorrow. Surprise appeared on Miroku's face. Do you want me to stay? Natsuki asked with a faint smile. Lord Natsuki, I will follow your arrangements. Miroku instinctively shook her head, but then realized that did not sound quite right, so she changed her wording. Don't write that Morio has been destroyed. Write that I restrained it, and that you temporarily sealed it. Natsuki patted her head, and turned to leave. He was not some flawless gentleman, and Miroku was indeed beautiful, but she was still young. That was something for much later. The next day arrived. Natsuki had Nono and Nawaki wait at the entrance while he entered the priestess's temple alone. Lord Natsuki. Miroku took the initiative to greet him, and handed him a letter. Thank you. Natsuki opened the letter and read it once. When I have time, I'll return to the land of demons. See you next time. He put away the letter, walked out of the priestess's temple, and headed toward Konoha with Nono and Nawaki. Miroku ran a few steps to the entrance and watched their backs disappear, feeling a little dazed. Too many things had happened during this period, catching her completely off guard. Fortunately, in terms of the outcome, everything was perfect. The tragic fate that had burdened the priestess line for nearly 1,000 years had finally ended with her. Miroku returned to her senses and suddenly found herself unsure of what to do. For days later, at the entrance of Konoha. You two go back first. I'll go meet Hokage-sama. Natsuki stopped and spoke. Then we'll wait for you at home. Nawaki nodded and walked down another road with Nono. Natsuki went to the Hokage's office. After receiving permission, he pushed open the door and entered. You're back. When Hiruzen saw Natsuki, he smiled and asked, You were gone for quite a while this time. What mission did Miroku give you? The mission Miroku had issued to Konoha had been simple. She had only asked Natsuki to visit the land of demons. But since he had been gone for an entire month, there had clearly been another mission. Hokage-sama, this is the letter Her Grace asked me to give you. Natsuki handed Miroku's letter over. The details of the mission are written inside. Hiruzen opened the letter and began reading. When he saw that Morio had broken free, surprise appeared on his face. The last time Morio had broken free, Konoha had also sent shinobi to support the land of demons. Hiruzen knew Morio's strength well. It was at least equal to half a tailed beast. The most troublesome part was that it was immortal and could only be sealed. Ordinary sealing techniques were useless as well. Only sealing techniques used by the priestesses, whose power shared the same origin as Morio, could affect it. Soon, Hiruzen read about the battle between Morio, Nawaki, and Natsuki. When he saw that Natsuki had suppressed Morio, he felt astonished. Blood demon art, ice crystals, judging from the description, resembled the Chinoite clan's blood secret techniques. However, it had definitely been modified by Natsuki. Lightning Giant and Iron Sand Sword were not blood secret techniques of the Chinoite clan. The former looked like a lightning release ninjutsu, while the latter looked like magnet release. You learned magnet release. Hiruzen raised his head and looked at Natsuki. Hokage-sama's insight is as sharp as ever, Natsuki admitted. How is that possible? Hiruzen paused, then could not help asking, How did you learn it? After fighting Raza, I had an idea. Natsuki's expression did not change. Magnetic force is usually related to electricity, so I started from lightning release, and eventually grasped electromagnetism. He raised his hand, held a kunai, and used railgun. Lightning immediately flickered around the kunai. Hiruzen had already known about railgun, but he had treated it as lightning release. Now that Natsuki had reminded him, and he was observing it up close, he finally noticed the difference. It was called lightning release, but in reality, it was electromagnetic force. Natsuki dispersed the railgun and casually waved his hand. The iron-containing objects on the Hokage's desk all floated into the air. Hiruzen opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Natsuki had made the process of mastering magnet release sound so simple that Hiruzen did not even know where to begin. It had to be said, geniuses truly defied reason. After I mastered the 5 basic chakra natures, I also tried fusing them to learn a Kekkei Genkai, but unfortunately, I failed. Hiruzen sighed. In the end, I settled for combining them into compound ninjutsu. Hokage-sama's compound ninjutsu is no weaker than a Kekkei Genkai, Natsuki immediately said. He was not flattering him. Judging from Hiruzen's performance in the original story, that was indeed the case. His 5-release great combo technique in particular was astonishingly powerful. You certainly know how to speak. Hiruzen could not help laughing. I'm looking forward to seeing Sunagakyo's reaction when they learn that you have mastered magnet release. Their expressions should be quite interesting. Magnet release was Sunagakyo's signature Kekkei Genkai. Natsuki was a shinobi of Konoha's Hokage lineage. On top of that, he had captured Raza, Pakura, and others before. He could be considered one of Sunagakyo's greatest enemies. If people learned that he had mastered magnet release, anyone would find the situation complicated. You completed this mission very well. Miroku also promised in the letter that she will issue more missions to Konoha in the future. Hiruzen paused before saying, I have decided to appoint you as ANBU commander. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Natsuki raised an eyebrow and quickly replied. He had not expected Hiruzen to make him commander directly. After all, between squad captain and commander, there was still the position of deputy commander. Go to ANBU headquarters tomorrow and complete the handover with Elephant. Hiruzen smiled. I look forward to your future performance. Yes, Hokage-sama. Natsuki's tone turned serious. I will not disappoint you. You worked hard for a month. Hiruzen nodded. Hearing this, Natsuki turned and left. Hiruzen then passed on Natsuki's appointment as ANBU commander to ANBU. ANBU belonged directly to the Hokage, and obeyed only the Hokage's orders. In addition, Natsuki was indeed qualified to become commander, so the appointment did not cause much turmoil within ANBU. However, en route, the moment Danzo heard the order, he hurried to the Hokage's office. The reason was simple. Root belonged to ANBU. After Natsuki became ANBU commander, he would also be able to influence Root. Previously, Elephant had served as ANBU commander, and Danzo could ignore him. That was because Elephant had no faction behind him. Natsuki was different. He was Orochimaru's student, and had a close relationship with Tsunade. If he insisted on targeting Root, he would cause Danzo quite a bit of trouble. The moment Danzo spoke, he questioned him. Why did you appoint Natsuki as ANBU commander? Is there a problem with him becoming ANBU commander? Hiruzen asked in return. He is too young. Danzo was extremely dissatisfied. The ANBU commander should be an experienced shinobi. Youth and experience are not necessarily in conflict. Hiruzen shook his head. How are they not in conflict? Danzo revealed his true purpose. I suggest this matter be reconsidered carefully. ANBU is under my authority, not yours. Hiruzen's expression darkened. I have already issued the order, and I will not take it back. Danzo froze in place with anger. He had not expected Hiruzen to be so firm, refusing to even give him room to discuss it. Could appointing Natsuki as ANBU commander be meant to target him? Danzo could not help thinking of that possibility. His heart tightened, and he inwardly decided that he needed to suspend the Mokuton experiments for a while. Because of the butterfly effect caused by Natsuki, Orochimaru had not cooperated with Danzo on the Mokuton experiments. Even so, Danzo had still gone down the path of restarting them. Natsuki returned to the Senju clan compound. He did not know that Danzo had gone to confront Hiruzen. Even if he knew, he would only smile. After all, he now had enough strength to oppose Danzo. With help from Orochimaru, Tsunade, and the others, he held the advantage. Early the next morning, Natsuki arrived at ANBU headquarters. Lord Natsuki. Elephant, who had been waiting at the entrance, came forward to greet him. Sorry for the trouble, Elephant. Natsuki nodded. Although he had taken the position of ANBU commander from Elephant, this was simply how the shinobi world worked. Strength was respected. Please follow me. Elephant led the way. Before long, they arrived in front of an office. This is the commander's office, Elephant introduced. Natsuki looked around. Compared to the office of a squad captain, it was much larger. However, the furnishings inside were about the same. That was normal. ANBU was not an administrative department. Most of the time, its members were outside performing missions. They rarely sat in offices to work, so there was no need to decorate the space too much. Lord Natsuki, these are the rosters for ANBU and Root. Elephant pointed to the documents on the desk. Hearing Root, Natsuki's eyes narrowed slightly. After sitting down, he began reading the documents. ANBU had 4 divisions, with 17 people in each division. Root counted as the 5th division. According to its official structure, it also had 17 people. However, the official structure was one thing. In reality, Root had quite a large number of members. After all, it could have unofficial personnel. Root's unofficial personnel were not much different from its formal members. They were all brainwashed and possessed considerable strength. Although Root belongs to ANBU, under normal circumstances, ANBU does not issue direct orders to Root. Elephant explained, if you want Root to cooperate with ANBU operations, you need to request approval from Hokage-sama. Natsuki nodded slightly. He was not surprised. However, ANBU does have the authority to monitor Root. Elephant continued, if Root is found carrying out important operations, it must be reported to Hokage-sama. Natsuki smiled faintly. This authority was rather important to him. Perhaps he would eventually rely on it to bring down Danzo. After all, he knew exactly what Danzo had done in the shadows. Natsuki soon finished reading the roster. He also saw a familiar name, Sarutobi Shinosuke. Hiruzen's eldest son. He was the captain of ANBU's 1st Division. Natsuki remembered that, in the original story, Shinosuke eventually became ANBU commander. The reason he was currently only a squad captain was because his strength and achievements were insufficient. Strictly speaking, Natsuki had taken his future position. Aside from that, the documents also mentioned Elephant's position change. He had gone from commander to deputy commander. The previous deputy commander had been transferred to serve as captain of the 4th Division. The deputy commander's main duty was assisting the commander. You can leave for now. Natsuki waved his hand. If I have any questions, I'll find you. Elephant turned and left. Natsuki put down the documents and fell into thought. Should he place his own subordinates inside ANBU? Now that he had become ANBU commander, he had the authority to do so. But after thinking about it carefully, where would he find so many subordinates? Bring Chino, Fushin, and Yukaina back. There was no need. As for Miroku, Conan, and the others, they were not suitable for entering Konoha's ANBU. Natsuki shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Next, he still needed to continue unlocking his abilities. Especially the Kikyo template he had recently awakened. He needed to learn quite a few ninjutsu. Moreover, these ninjutsu all belonged to the category of secret techniques and forbidden techniques, so their difficulty was extremely high. Even with the Sharingan, it would not help much. Natsuki planned to start by learning sealing techniques. The sealing techniques he needed did not have rank requirements, so he could learn low-level sealing techniques first. On top of that, he had a ready-made teacher, Kushina. After becoming ANBU commander, his work was not much different from when he had been a squad captain. He still organized intelligence and selected important information to report to the Hokage. By the afternoon, Natsuki had more or less familiarized himself with the work of ANBU commander and returned to the Senju clan compound. Natsuki found Kushina and said, I want to learn sealing techniques. Sealing techniques. Kushina's eyes immediately lit up. That's great. I won't be the only one learning sealing techniques anymore. Natsuki, why do you want to learn sealing techniques? Nawaki, who was nearby, heard their conversation and asked curiously. After fighting Morio, I realized that sealing techniques are still the most effective against large monsters like that. Natsuki casually made up an explanation. So I want to try learning them. Nawaki was immediately full of confusion. You clearly suppressed Morio so hard it couldn't move, yet now you're saying sealing techniques are the most effective. I was there. We're going to study sealing techniques first. See you later. Kushina pulled Natsuki to the living room. Why the living room? Natsuki asked curiously. Sealing techniques are different from ordinary ninjutsu. They are activated through patterns or rather sealing formulas. Kushina smiled. Our first lesson is learning how to draw those sealing formulas. Natsuki thought back and realized that this was indeed the case. Most sealing techniques had complex formulas. The most classic example was the pattern on Naruto's abdomen, which was the formula of the 8-trigram seal. Kushina took out a summoning storage scroll. After opening it, the table was soon covered with blank scrolls. I'll teach you how to draw the first sealing technique. Kushina dipped her index finger in ink and began drawing on a blank scroll. Before long, a pair of curved circles appeared. Kushina looked at him with anticipation. Natsuki nodded and extended his index finger. He glanced at the pattern Kushina had drawn, then began drawing. It's exactly the same. Have you learned drawing before? Kushina asked in surprise. Natsuki paused slightly and suddenly realized the reason. He had not learned drawing, but he had the drawing talent granted by the Nami template. Natsuki answered, it's probably because I have some talent for drawing. If you have drawing talent, learning sealing techniques will save you a lot of time. Kushina smiled. Maybe you can reach half my level. Only half. Natsuki pinched her cheek and asked. I'm a super genius of the Uzumaki clan. Kushina snorted proudly. Then I can't embarrass you, Natsuki said with a smile. Believe in my ability. Kushina lifted her chin proudly. Natsuki glanced at her and chose not to comment. Next, we'll learn how to draw the second sealing formula. Kushina was full of energy. Just as she had said before, having someone learn sealing techniques with her, especially Natsuki, naturally made her very happy. I'll learn 5 sealing techniques first, Natsuki reminded her. Kushina nodded. Sealing techniques are very difficult, so you really can't learn too many at once. To be continued. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pad if you're interested, Patreon. com/blownleaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 163, Chapter 163, Pakura gains momentum 3257 words. The Kazekage's office in Sunagakure, Land of Wind. Pakura took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in her heart, raised her hand, and knocked on the door. The third Kazekage raised his head and spoke. Kazekage-sama. Pakura walked in and bowed slightly. What brings you here? The third Kazekage asked, putting down the document in his hand. There is something I would like to report to you. Pakura explained, this matter began some time ago, but it was only this month that we finally achieved results. What is it? The third Kazekage's interest was piqued. The details are all inside. Pakura handed over a scroll. Kazekage-sama, please look it over. The third Kazekage immediately opened it and began reading. The moment he saw the first line, his eyes narrowed slightly. A rainwater business with the daimyo of the Land of Rain. The moment he saw the word water, he immediately sensed that this matter was far from ordinary. The third Kazekage continued reading. The general content stated that in January of this year, the daimyo of the Land of Rain had sent someone to contact Pakura. The Land of Rain had developed rainwater collection and purification systems, and now had a large amount of water resources available for sale. Pakura had immediately agreed and sent people to construct an underground pipeline. By June, the underground pipeline had already been completed and put into operation. Many residents of Sunagakure had already reached purchase agreements with her, agreeing to buy a fixed amount of rainwater resources at regular intervals. The third Kazekage reached the end and saw the number of residents who had signed purchase agreements. There were more than 200 households. The total amount involved was already close to 1% of the Land of Wind's financial support for Sunagakure. Although the Land of Wind's support was a large sum, water in the Land of Wind was extremely expensive. Especially in desert regions, where it was comparable to gold. Sunagakure was considered an area that did not suffer from an especially severe water shortage, but even there, water was still very expensive. The third Kazekage immediately realized that this business could become a key factor in Tsunagekyur's rise. During the Second Shinobi World War, Tsunagekyur had suffered a crushing defeat against Konoha. Even Raza, Pakura, and the others had been captured. In order to ransom them back and pay war reparations, Tsunagekyur's reserves had been nearly emptied. The village was currently in an extremely difficult financial situation. The third Kazekage had even given up on his ambitions. Even if another Shinobi World War broke out, Tsunagekyur would not participate. After all, the village needed time to recover. But the appearance of this rainwater business reignited his ambition. Only 200 households already brought in this much money. What about all the residents of Tsunagekyur? And not only Tsunagekyur. Vast regions of the Land of Wind suffered from water shortages. If they could sell water to those places, Tsunagekyur's wealth would pour in endlessly. With money, Tsunagekyur could restore its glory and even surpass Konoha. You handled this matter very well. With that thought, the third Kazekage immediately praised her. It was what I should have done, Pakura said calmly, though joy rose in her heart. Tsunagekyur's financial situation has not been good. With this business, the village will recover much faster. The third Kazekage sighed. You have given me a great surprise. It is Tsunagekyur's good fortune. Pakura made up a reason. When I previously went to the Land of Rain for a mission, I happened to have some contact with the daimyo. The third Kazekage did not doubt her. After all, Pakura had indeed gone to the Land of Rain for missions. Although Amegakure had been brought under Konoha's control after the Second Shinobi World War, that control was limited to Amegakure. The Land of Rain itself was still under the authority of the daimyo. This was a rule established by the daimyo. Shinobi wars could not involve daimyo or nobles. Has Amegakure reacted? The third Kazekage asked after thinking for a moment. The underground pipeline ran from the Land of Rain to Tsunagekyur. It would be very easy for Amegakure's shinobi, or Konoha ordering Amegakure's shinobi, to destroy the underground pipeline. Not for the time being. Pakura paused before saying, I hope Kazekage-sama can assign more shinobi to me to protect the underground pipeline. Even if you had not mentioned it, I would have increased the manpower. The third Kazekage smiled. That underground pipeline is now one of Tsunagekyur's lifelines. Thank you, Kazekage-sama. Hearing this, Pakura knew that the matter had succeeded. The more importance the third Kazekage placed on this business, the more importance he would place on her. When the time came, her status in Tsunagekyur would rise accordingly. She might even surpass Raza, and become the next Kazekage. The third Kazekage looked at her and fell into thought. Naturally, he knew about the open and hidden struggles between Pakura, Raza, and the others. But he had no intention of retiring so early. After all, he had yet to achieve anything truly significant. Ideally, he would retire after Tsunagekyur won the next Shinobi World War. Only then would his prestige in Tsunagekyur reach its peak, and match his title as the strongest Kazekage. However, allowing Pakura and Raza to compete was not necessarily a bad thing. It could improve their strength. In any case, with him watching, their struggles would not go too far or affect Tsunagekyur itself. In truth, when it came to the candidate for the next Kazekage, he leaned more toward Raza. After all, Raza was his student and had mastered magnet release. The third Kazekage was considering a question. Should he leave this rainwater business entirely in Pakura's hands? After all, for the current Tsunagekyur, this business was far too important. But Pakura had only just reported the matter. If he immediately stripped her of authority, it would seem heartless. Especially since this was a major achievement. Whether from reason or sentiment, he could not do that. You may choose shinobi yourself to help you manage this rainwater business, the third Kazekage finally said. Yes, Kazekage-sama. Pakura's spirit lifted and she quickly answered. If she was allowed to choose them herself, those people would have become members of her faction. When she competed for the Kazekage position in the future, they would be useful. What are your plans for the later stages of this rainwater business? The third Kazekage asked. First, we will focus on business within Sunagakure. After that, we will expand to the land of wind, Pakura immediately said. She had already thought this through in advance, so there was no need to consider it further. That is also what I think. The third Kazekage nodded. When the business expands to the land of wind, come to me again. I will speak with the daimyo. With Kazekage-sama personally handling it, the business in the land of wind will certainly proceed smoothly, Pakura said. Contacting the daimyo of the land of wind was indeed most suitable for the third Kazekage. In all of Sunagakure, aside from him, no other shinobi had much contact with the daimyo. I look forward to your performance, the third Kazekage said with a smile. Yes, Kazekage-sama. Pakura turned and left the Kazekage's office. The moment the door closed, she could not help smiling. Although more than 70% of the rainwater business's profits would go to Natsuki, the remaining 30% was still a huge amount. The third Kazekage looked at the closed door and made his decision. Once the business expanded to the land of wind, he would divide Pakura's authority. He could use the excuse that she could not handle everything alone, and split the rainwater business into 2 or more parts, adding 1 or 2 more people in charge. For example, Raza. After receiving the third Kazekage's support, Pakura immediately took action. With such large movements, it was naturally impossible to hide them from Raza and the others. At Raza's home in Sunagakure, quite a few jonin had gathered, all of them supporting him. Among them were Maki and Karura. In the original story, Maki was the teacher of Gaara and his siblings, while Karura married Raza and gave birth to Gaara and his siblings. We have already investigated the reason, Maki said. He briefly explained the rainwater business between Pakura and the daimyo of the land of rain. What Sunagakure currently lacks most is money. Pakura's actions can be considered a great achievement. This is very unfavorable for us. We must find a way to stop her. Kazekage-sama has already made it clear that he supports Pakura. If we stop her, it will be dangerous. If Kazekage-sama finds out, we will only lose more than we gain. Then what should we do? Let her expand her influence freely. Everyone began discussing the matter. Naturally, we cannot simply ignore it. Raza slowly spoke. Raza, do you have a plan? Maki could not help asking. I understand, sensei. Raza thought for a moment. He will not allow Pakura to monopolize authority. Basing everything on a guess is still risky, Maki suggested. I think you should speak with Kazekage-sama and probe his thoughts indirectly. Raza nodded. After some time, I'll ask about the situation. If things truly reached a point where there was no other choice, he would find a way to eliminate Pakura. After all, accidents happen to shinobi all the time. However, he had to be certain before acting. If he failed, he would face retaliation. In truth, things unfolded just as he expected. 3 months later, a high-level meeting was convened in the Kazekage's office. The attending shinobi included the third Kazekage, Chiyo, Ebizo, Pakura, Raza, Gravel, and others. During this period, Sunagakure's financial difficulties have eased considerably. Pakura's contribution is immense, the third Kazekage said. You praise me too highly, Kazekage-sama, Pakura said humbly. Not far away, Raza frowned in displeasure, but he quickly regained his calm. That was because he had already learned the third Kazekage's intentions in advance. Next, the focus of the rainwater business will shift to the land of wind. The third Kazekage nodded. I have already discussed this matter with the daimyo. He is very pleased and has entrusted the matter to us. The corners of Pakura's lips rose slightly. The money they could earn from the land of wind would be at least 10 times what they earned from Sunagakure, perhaps even more. Many regions of the land of wind lack water, so Sunagakure will become very busy from now on. The third Kazekage continued, to avoid any oversight, I have discussed this with Elder Chiyo and the other senior officials. We have decided to add 2 more people in charge. Pakura's expression instantly froze. She instinctively looked at the third Kazekage, feeling stunned. The 2 people in charge will be Raza and Maku. The third Kazekage met her gaze without changing his expression. However, Pakura will remain the overall person in charge and continue communicating with the daimyo of the Land of Rain. He had actually sent people to contact the daimyo of the Land of Rain. However, the reply he received was that the representative could not be changed. With no other choice, he could only allow Pakura to remain the overall person in charge. Kazekage-sama. Pakura could not help saying, I can handle this alone. Besides, Raza and Maku are unfamiliar with this business. They can become familiar with it. The third Kazekage glanced at her. This is the decision of Tsunagekyu's leadership. Pakura wanted to speak but ultimately had nothing to say. If she continued refusing to accept the decision, she would be opposing the entire leadership of Tsunagekyo. Pakura suddenly felt disappointed. Tsunagekyo was not as good as she had imagined. She thought of Natsuki's words. Perhaps Raza and the others really would make a move against her next. Within less than a week, Natsuki received the relevant information. After all, Tsunagekyo was not doing business with the daimyo of the Land of Rain. It was doing business with Akatsuki. Although Pakura had gained momentum, and then had her authority divided, she was still the overall person in charge. In addition, the Land of Rain held the resources, so the profit split remained unchanged. For Natsuki, as long as the money had not decreased, there was no real impact. On the contrary, he was happy to see this happen. Only in this way would Pakura eventually seek his help. Natsuki put down the document in his hand and fell into thought. The current Akatsuki no longer lacked money. After all, the rainwater business was earning a great deal. Once the business in the Land of Wind fully opened up, money would become even less of a concern. Because of this, the Daybreak Company had not expanded during this period, and had focused only on developing in the Land of Rain, the Land of Demons, and the Land of Snow. On top of that, the production of stamina recovery potions was limited. However, Akatsuki itself was developing well. Using the name of the daimyo of the Land of Rain, Akatsuki had begun recruiting wandering shinobi from the Land of Rain. The number of shinobi had already surpassed 100. For now, there were no jonin among them. Most were chunin, with a small number of young genin. These members had all been carefully selected and still possessed some potential. Of course, in Natsuki's view, the most important parts of Akatsuki were still CP9 and the 12 Kazuki. Among them, CP9 was still an empty shell. After all, its members were still orphans undergoing training. As for the 12 Kazuki, there were currently 6 members, which was already decent. There were 5 who had awakened partial demonization: Konan, Yahiko, Miroku, Chino, and Fushin. Miroku had surpassed expectations despite joining later. The main reason was that, as a priestess, she possessed special power from the start. After unlocking partial demonization, all 5 of them had reached the level of Tokubetsu Jonin. Natsuki had not neglected his own training either. 2 months ago, he had learned 5 sealing techniques, and unlocked Sealing Arrow from the Kikyo template. Aside from that, he had also unlocked Bakudo from the Unohana Retsu template. Bakudo referred to techniques that bound the target. In Bleach, Unohana Retsu had used 5 Bakudo. However, just like Heido, unlocking it gave him more than only 5. After all, Unohana's strength spoke for itself. After learning 5 sealing techniques, Natsuki still did not give up on continuing to study sealing techniques. His main reason was to accompany Kushina. Aside from that, he had 2 shadow clones learning for Red Yang formation and Impure World reincarnation. He had not fully mastered either of them yet. What Natsuki was looking forward to most now was unlocking the Dordor fruit. After Akatsuki gained money, the orphanage had expanded again. He estimated that it would be unlocked soon. Time passed and October arrived. Inside the Senju clan compound, Natsuki was learning sealing techniques from Kushina. Suddenly, a line of text appeared before his eyes. Congratulations! Blueno Template Ability 6 has been unlocked, Door Fruit. It had finally arrived. Natsuki's spirit immediately lifted. With the Door Fruit, he would be able to save a tremendous amount of time no matter where he went. Kushina, something came up with ANBU. I'm going out for a bit. Natsuki casually found an excuse. Come back soon. Kushina did not suspect anything and nodded. Natsuki turned and left. He went to an empty corner, raised his hand to touch the air, and used the Door Fruit. A spatial door appeared in front of him. Natsuki walked inside. When he reappeared, he was already in the Forest of Death. Compared to the Flying Raijin Jutsu, the Door Fruit did not require a Flying Raijin mark for positioning. He only needed to think of a location in his mind. Of course, the prerequisite was that Natsuki had been there before. He could not simply imagine a place out of nowhere. Natsuki raised his hand and placed it on a tree. In an instant, a door appeared on the tree. In the original story, Blueno could even open a door on Luffy's face. The only pity was that, judging from its performance, it could not cause damage. Luffy's head had been opened like a revolving door, yet he had remained completely lively. Even so, it could still be used in battle. For example, Natsuki could open a door with the other end beneath the target's feet, then slip through the door and ambush them from underground. However, to Natsuki, the Door Fruit's most important use was still travel. After localization, just like the Flying Raijin Jutsu, the Door Fruit's teleportation distance depended on how much chakra the user supplied. Minato's chakra reserves were already outstanding among Jonin, but even he could not cross an entire country in one jump. For example, going directly from Konoha to Amigakure. However, Natsuki could try. Because he had the Black Holy Grail. Natsuki casually closed the door, and the tree returned to normal. He touched the air and opened another door, while activating the Black Holy Grail. The Akatsuki courtyard in the capital of the Land of Rain appeared in his mind, and his chakra rapidly flowed into the door. In the end, after absorbing nearly 9 times Kakashi's chakra reserves, the spatial door stabilized. Natsuki raised an eyebrow. That really was a lot. But after calculating it carefully, it was reasonable. After all, a journey of 2 or 3 days had been reduced to a single second. Natsuki estimated that if Minato wanted to travel from Konoha to Amigakure, he would need to stop and recover chakra 7 or 8 times along the way. If he could arrive instantly, the Third Shinobi World War would not have been so difficult. Obito also would not have said that classic line, Minato-sensei, you are always one step too late. Of course, that could not be blamed on Minato. He had already done his best. With that thought, Natsuki walked through the spatial door. After passing through a green corridor, he arrived in the Akatsuki courtyard in the capital of the Land of Rain. Natsuki-sensei. Natsuki's sudden appearance surprised Yahiko and the other 3. This is a space-time ninjutsu I created. Natsuki smiled. With it, I can come here often. Fortunately, he had the Black Holy Grail. Otherwise, he would not dare say something like that. However, the Black Holy Grail recovered slowly on its own. He would have to find time to obtain the Box of Ultimate Bliss. While he was at it, he could also unlock Priestess Purification from the Kikyo template. That's great. Yahiko immediately became very happy. Konan nodded, and a smile appeared on her face. A self-created space-time ninjutsu. Nagato could not help saying, Natsuki-sensei, you really are amazing. After spending so much time with Natsuki, he was no longer as distant as before. Besides, he was sincerely impressed. Natsuki had displayed far too many abilities in front of him, and his strength could only be described as unfathomable. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pad if you're interested. Patreon. com/blown leaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 164, Chapter 164, Unlocking for Abilities 3077 words. I came here this time because I have a mission for you. Natsuki looked at Yahiko and the other three as he spoke. What mission? Yahiko asked impatiently. Nagato, Konan, and Yukaina also looked toward Natsuki. The main reason was that Natsuki rarely assigned them missions. Most of their time was spent training in the courtyard. Akatsuki's affairs were all handled by Kakuzu, Chino, and the others. Now that a mission had suddenly appeared, they were surprised, but more than that, they wanted to complete it perfectly and not betray Natsuki's years of guidance. Investigate Hozuki Castle and find the location of the box of ultimate bliss, Natsuki replied. Where is Hozuki Castle? Yahiko scratched his head and asked, and what is the box of ultimate bliss? Hozuki Castle is in the land of grass. Although it belongs to Kusagakure, it is actually a public prison that holds criminals from various shinobi villages. Natsuki patiently explained, the box of ultimate bliss is said to be one of the Sage of Six Paths ninja tools. It is hidden inside Hozuki Castle. As shinobi, they needed to understand the details of a mission before carrying it out, in order to avoid unexpected situations. After being taught by him for so long, Yahiko and the others could already be considered qualified shinobi. A ninja tool of the Sage of Six Paths. Surprise flashed in Nagato's eyes. What does it look like? Yahiko asked after thinking for a moment. It is a huge cube-shaped box with human faces carved on all four sides. Natsuki paused before saying, the person in charge of Hozuki Castle, Mui, knows its exact location. Is Mui a jonin? Konan asked. Natsuki patted her head and said, he specializes in fire release. Is there a time limit? Yahiko asked again. Natsuki reminded them, your mission is to find the box of ultimate bliss, not to force your way into Hozuki Castle or fight Mui. If Yahiko and the other three worked together, defeating Mui would not be a major problem. However, aside from Mui, Hozuki Castle also had many capable guards. Once they were surrounded, escaping would be difficult. Though that was not necessarily certain. After all, if Nagato erupted and used the Rinnegan, they would naturally be able to escape. With Yukina's blood demon art, we'll definitely complete the mission. Yahiko promised. Yukaina had blood demon art, eyeball clones, which was very suitable for this type of mission. In fact, that was also the reason Natsuki was sending them to Hozuki Castle. They were capable of completing the mission. Aside from that, he also wanted to train them. If they only stayed in the courtyard learning ninjutsu, they would never accumulate real experience. Now that their strength was quite good, they could begin taking on more missions. Be careful. Natsuki nodded, then said, the new year is almost here. Go to the land of grass after the new year. Natsuki-sensei. Hearing this, Konan looked at him and asked expectantly, will you celebrate the new year with us this year? I can this year. After thinking briefly, Natsuki said, wait for me then. I'll use space-time ninjutsu to come over. Yahiko and the others all showed pleasantly surprised expressions. All right, continue training. Natsuki smiled lightly. The four of them resumed their respective training. Yahiko had already learned water breathing, and was now learning water release. Nagato was currently learning the 5 basic chakra natures while also studying how to use the Rinnegan. Konan was still learning weather arts. Yukaina was learning ice release while also studying the 6 powers and armament hockey. That evening, Natsuki returned to Konoha. The new year always arrived quickly. In the blink of an eye, December arrived. One of the things Natsuki had planned earlier could finally be carried out. Back when he had become captain of the 4th ANBU division, he had used the excuse of familiarizing himself with his subordinate's strength, and fought the Jonin of the 4th division. Now he could use the same method and fight all the Jonin in ANBU, while unlocking some of his abilities along the way. Natsuki had not done so earlier because ANBU had been too busy. Gathering all the Jonin rashly would have seriously affected their missions. But as the new year approached, the number of missions dropped sharply, giving them a chance to gather in Konoha. ANBU Training Ground. Under Natsuki's orders, most of ANBU's Jonin arrived on time. Only the Jonin from the 4th Division were absent. After all, Natsuki had already fought them before, so there was no need to invite them again. The remaining Jonin came from the other 3 divisions. Including the deputy commander, Elephant, there were 20 Jonin in total. It was an astonishing number. But this was ANBU. Every shinobi who could join was an elite. Let me introduce myself first. I am Natsuki, the newly appointed commander. Natsuki smiled and said, although I already know all of your names, this is my first time meeting many of you. Only then did everyone understand why they had been called over. Natsuki wanted to meet them. That was understandable. As the commander, he needed to know his subordinates. To better understand each other, we will now have a simple sparring exchange. Natsuki spoke calmly. We will begin with the 1st Division. A sparring exchange. Everyone was inevitably stunned. Did that mean he intended to fight all 20 of them by himself? Many of them also remembered a rumor. It was said that after Natsuki became captain of the 4th Division, he had defeated every Jonin in that division by himself. Now it seemed the rumor had not come from nowhere. Lord Natsuki, please guide me. The captain of the 1st Division, Sarutobi Shinosuke, stepped forward. Natsuki nodded. He had already reviewed the information on these 20 Jonin in advance. If nothing unexpected happened today, he could unlock 4 abilities. Lightning Spear, Fire Sealing Method, Concealing Barrier, and Tekai, Steel. Their requirements were respectively Lightning Release Jonin, Fire Release Jonin, Sensory Jonin, and withstanding the strongest attacks of 3 Jonin. Among them, the progress for Lightning Spear and Fire Sealing Method was already 2 out of 5. He only needed 2 more Lightning Release Jonin, and 2 more Fire Release Jonin. For Sensory Jonin, he needed 5. Although Sensory Jonin were relatively rare, they were standard in ANBU. ANBU regulations required every squad to have at least 1 shinobi capable of sensory ninjutsu. Most ANBU missions involved infiltration. Without a sensory shinobi, it would be difficult to complete infiltration missions perfectly. As for withstanding the strongest attacks of 3 Jonin, there was no need to say much. All 20 Jonin here met the condition. Fire Release, Great Flame Technique. At the start of the battle, Shinosuke used a classic fire release ninjutsu of the Sarutobi clan. He opened his mouth and spat out a fierce stream of flames. The fire surged like a wave, rushing toward Natsuki. Natsuki leaped into the air. Bakudo number 61, 6 rods prison of light. He abandoned the incantation, and 6 sheets of light immediately appeared around Shinosuke. Shinosuke instantly sensed that something was wrong. The light surrounded him, leaving him unable to move. Shinosuke quickly gathered chakra and sent it outward, trying to destroy the 6 sheets of light. Although his speed was already fast, Natsuki was even faster. One sword style, Iai, Lion Song. Natsuki drew his blade. His body suddenly appeared in front of Shinosuke. Shinosuke froze in place. The sharp edge of Minazuki was already pressed against his neck. I admit defeat. Shinosuke immediately sighed and said, Lord Natsuki's strength truly lives up to its reputation. Although he knew Natsuki was strong, he had not expected him to be this strong. He had only used 1 fire release, Great Flame Technique before losing at lightning speed. The others were also shaken. Shinosuke being captain of the 1st Division was not only because he was Hiruzen's son. His own strength was not weak either. Thank you for the match. Natsuki smiled faintly and released Bakudo number 61, 6 rods prison of light. Shinnosuke regained his freedom, then stood up and left the field. The second jonin from the first division stepped forward. Natsuki changed his method of victory again, using Blood Demon art, Frozen Lotus Princess to freeze him. Time passed slowly. By the afternoon, Natsuki had fought all 20 jonin. Shinnosuke, Elephant, and the others all stared at him with extremely shocked expressions. Across 20 battles, Natsuki had used all kinds of chakra natures and secret techniques. These included swordsmanship, the Konoha 6 powers, blood demon arts, lightning release, water release, wind release, fire release, and more. Aside from that, there was another point that they found unbelievable. Natsuki had fought 20 consecutive battles, yet his chakra did not seem to have been consumed at all. No matter how many doubts they had, one thing was certain. Natsuki's strength was even more terrifying than the rumors suggested. Shinnosuke even had the illusion that he was facing Hiruzen. Especially when Natsuki used ninjutsu of all 5 chakra natures. Although the power of his 5 chakra natures could not compare to Hiruzen's. Natsuki had not learned many techniques from the 5 basic chakra natures. He knew the most water release techniques. The other chakra natures were mainly learned to unlock character template abilities. Congratulations! Misaka Mikoto template ability 2 has been unlocked, Lightning Spear. A line of text appeared before Natsuki's eyes at the right moment. Lightning Spear, as the name suggested, allowed him to release a blue-white spear of light formed from a powerful electric current. Its power was considerable, but compared to Lightning Giant and True Lightning Strikes, it was still weaker. With Lightning Spear unlocked, the Misaka Mikoto template had only one ability remaining, Hacking ability. Its unlock condition was the birth of the Internet. Natsuki had already had the research department in the Land of Snow establish a computer and Internet division, specializing in researching computers and the Internet. However, when they would succeed remained unknown. Congratulations! Jiraiya template ability 4 has been unlocked, Fire Sealing Method. Strictly speaking, Fire Sealing Method was a sealing technique. It was not very useful in ordinary situations, but if he encountered flames that could not be dealt with, such as Amaterasu, it would be able to play a role. At this point, the Jiraiya template only had one remaining ability left to unlock, Sage Mode. Congratulations! Blueno template ability 4 has been unlocked, Tekai, Steel. Tekai, Steel was the strongest form of Tekai and possessed the greatest defensive power. However, strongest did not mean there was no upper limit. If it encountered an attack that exceeded that limit, Tekai, Steel's defense could still be pierced. With Tekai, Steel unlocked, all of the Blueno template's abilities had now been unlocked. Of course, the most valuable ability was still the Door Fruit. Congratulations! Kikyo template ability 5 has been unlocked, Concealing Barrier. Natsuki nodded in satisfaction. This had been a huge gain. Everyone worked hard today. I hope we can work together from now on and make greater contributions to Konoha. After saying a few formal words, Natsuki turned and left. Shinnosuke and the others watched him disappear, standing in place for a long time without recovering. After the new year, ANBU became busy again. In the first week back at work, Natsuki received a pleasant surprise. ANBU had found Hiriko's location. He was currently hiding in a valley in the Land of Rice Fields. Natsuki thought that this explained why Hiriko had taken so long to find. The Land of Rice Fields had no shinobi village. Konoha's ANBU mainly focused on monitoring and gathering intelligence on other shinobi villages. The Land of Rice Fields, which had no shinobi village, was a secondary area. Under normal circumstances, it would not receive much attention. Perhaps it was also for that reason that, after Orochimaru defected, he chose the Land of Rice Fields and established Otogekyu there. Natsuki rubbed his chin. Should he learn from his sensei and establish Otogekyu himself? Otogekyu had quite a few talented individuals. However, there was a problem. Those talented people were not necessarily natives of the land of rice fields. Many of them had been abducted by Orochimaru from various places throughout the shinobi world. Still, he could have Chino go there and see if she could recruit any useful shinobi. Within Akatsuki, Kakuza handled finances and oversaw the Daybreak Company's operations in the Land of Rain, as well as the rainwater business with Pakura. Onoka was in charge of the research department, developing various useful devices. Fushin handled the Daybreak Company's branch in the Land of Demons. Chino was responsible for orphanage training and recruiting members for Akatsuki. Natsuki returned to his senses and decided to make a trip to the Land of Rice Fields. He had never been to the Land of Rice Fields, so he could not use the Dordor fruit to go there directly. Fortunately, he had been to the Land of Iron. The country bordering the left side of the Land of Iron was the Land of Rice Fields. By making the trip personally, Natsuki could also create a new destination for the Dordor fruit. With that thought, he stood up and raised his hand. A spatial door soon opened. After he supplied enough chakra, it stabilized. Compared to the flying Raijin Jutsu, the Dordor fruit had one drawback. Opening a door for long-distance teleportation required time. If he was in battle, it would be difficult to use it for long-distance teleportation. However, short-distance teleportation could create an effect similar to blinking, and could be used in combat. Natsuki walked through the spatial door, and arrived in the Land of Iron in the blink of an eye. After finding the direction of the Land of Rice Fields, he leaped upward, used Jeppo, and flew into the air. Once he was in the sky, he used magnet release to fly. He could also have used the Dordor fruit continuously for short-distance teleportation. However, flying felt better. Following the location provided by ANBU, Natsuki soon arrived at the valley where Hiriko was hiding. He landed outside the valley, then activated electromagnetic sensing. He immediately understood the situation inside. Aside from Hiriko, there were 3 other shinobi. They were most likely his subordinates or assistants. Natsuki formed hand seals and created 3 shadow clones. He wanted to make sure none of the 4 escaped. After the 3 shadow clones headed in 3 different directions, Natsuki walked in. Deep within the valley was a laboratory. After Natsuki had taken only a few steps, Hiriko and the others noticed him. The 4 of them walked out of the laboratory. A Konoha shinobi. When Hiriko saw Natsuki's Konoha forehead protector, his expression darkened. Natsuki spoke calmly. "Surrender. Kill him." Hiriko immediately ordered. The 3 shinobi behind him rushed toward Natsuki as soon as they heard him. Before they even got close, they formed hand seals and used the Chimera technique. And so, for the first time in the shinobi world, Natsuki saw half-beast men. 1 shinobi fused with a lion, 1 fused with a snake, and 1 fused with a ninja hawk. Although they became much stronger after fusing, their strength still did not reach Jonin level. Natsuki flicked a kunai forward. Countless arcs of lightning spread outward. In the blink of an eye, the kunai struck the lion's leg. The shinobi fused with it did not even have time to react before being sent flying backward and pinned to the laboratory wall. Bakudo number 62, 100 steps fence. Natsuki swung his left hand. Multiple hexagonal rods flew out at incredible speed, striking the shinobi fused with the snake. His body was pierced in several places, pinning him to the ground and leaving him unable to move. The shinobi fused with the ninja hawk had already flown into the air. He pressed both hands against the hawk, and a large number of feathers began falling. The feathers were like kunai, gleaming sharply as they completely enveloped Natsuki. Blood demon art, wintry icicles. Natsuki clenched his fist. Countless icicles appeared above the head of the shinobi fused with the ninja hawk. The icicles crashed down, causing him to fall rapidly to the ground and lose consciousness. The feathers reached Natsuki, but they were blocked by the barrier formed from his armament haki. At this point, Hiriko's eyes widened, and an ominous feeling rose in his heart. From the moment he gave the order to the moment Natsuki defeated his 3 subordinates, less than 3 seconds had passed. Even for Hirako, defeating those 3 subordinates in such a short time would be difficult. There was no doubt that Natsuki was extremely strong. Hirako immediately thought of fleeing. Your subordinates have already used the Chimera technique. What about you? Natsuki asked casually, how many Kekii Genkai have you fused with? How do you know so much about the Chimera technique? Hirako's gaze sharpened, and he could not help asking. My sensei is Orochimaru, Natsuki replied. You're Orochimaru's student. Hirako's expression immediately turned extremely ugly. The reason he researched the Chimera technique was because he envied the talents of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Yet now, his Chimera technique had not been completed, while the legendary Sannin had already become famous throughout the shinobi world. Even in the land of rice fields, he had heard of their achievements. And now even Orochimaru's student was this powerful. You're Kira Natsuki. Hirako suddenly realized something and blurted it out. I am indeed Kira Natsuki. Natsuki smiled. Hirako froze. After recovering, he turned and ran without hesitation. Although he hated Orochimaru and the others, he still knew his own limits. Natsuki raised his hand toward him. Bakudo number 81, Danku. A massive defensive wall descended from the sky and blocked Hirako's path. Hirako failed to dodge in time and crashed straight into it, leaving his head spinning. Bakudo number 63, Seijo Sabaku. Before he could react, chains had already bound him tightly. Natsuki walked forward and separated out a drop of blood. Hirako had decent research ability, so Natsuki planned to keep him. But as for strength, he was fairly average. Natsuki had no intention of making him one of the 12 Kazuki. Giving him a little blood to control him would be enough. To be continued. Chapter 165, Chapter 165, Setting up Pakura 2886 words. A drop of blood flew into his forehead. Hirako quickly understood what had happened. He had been transformed into a demon, and was now under Natsuki's control. Worst of all, he could not even speak about what had happened to him. For a moment, his heart sank into despair. Before Natsuki arrived, he had still been imagining a future where the Chimera technique succeeded, allowing him to gather 5 Kekii Genkai and become invincible in the shinobi world. But who could have known that his fantasy would disappear in an instant? Now, even his life and death were no longer in his own hands. Show me your Chimera technique, Natsuki said. Although Hirako was unwilling, he did not dare resist under the effects of the blood curse. He could only take out a ninjutsu scroll and hand it over. After reading it, Natsuki thought that it was just as expected. Hirako's Chimera technique was not yet complete. It was currently still in its early stages. At present it could only merge the user with summoned creatures and could not fuse Kekii Genkai. Natsuki fell into thought. In terms of effect, the Chimera technique had limitless potential. After all, it could fuse 5 Kekii Genkai. But in practice, its performance was below expectations. In the original story, Hirako, who had fused 4 Kekii Genkai, had only looked like he was at Jonin level. Perhaps the main reason was that Hirako himself was too weak. The same technique could produce different effects in the hands of different shinobi. For example, the 8 gates. The power of the 8 gates in the hands of Might Guy and Might Dewey was completely different. Shino of Soragekure also knew the 8 gates. But his performance was even worse, completely disgracing that taijutsu. After thinking for a moment, Natsuki decided to begin with summoned creature fusion. After all, he had promised Anoka and the others. As for Kekii Genkai fusion, he would let Hirako continue researching it. In any case, Akatsuki was rich now. After giving Hirako's 3 subordinates simple treatment, Natsuki used the door fruit. The other end of the door was connected to Yukigekure in the land of snow. Natsuki spoke. Hirako and the other 3 exchanged glances before entering the spatial door. Natsuki then followed them in. When they stepped out, Hirako and the others immediately showed shocked expressions. They had arrived in the snowy land of snow. Natsuki brought them into Yukigekure. Their appearance immediately attracted the attention of Yukigekure's shinobi. Before long, Nadar Roga hurried over. "Take them to meet Anoka," Natsuki instructed. "Yes, Lord Natsuki." Roga immediately answered. Natsuki did not stay long and turned to leave. Only after leaving Yukigekure did he use the door fruit. After thinking for a moment, he went to the capital of the Land of Rain. However, to his surprise, the courtyard was empty. Yahiko, Konan, Nagato, and Yukaina were all absent. Natsuki raised an eyebrow and went to find Kakuzu. Yahiko and the others went to the Land of Grass. When Kakuzu saw him, he took the initiative to speak. "Before they left, they asked me to tell you. How is our rainwater business doing?" Natsuki asked, unsurprised, changing the subject. "Very well." A rare smile appeared on Kakuzu's face. "It can be described as earning gold every day. Seeing you so happy, I imagine that must be true." Natsuki could not help smiling. "When it comes to money, I never deceive people." Kakuzu restrained his smile and spoke seriously. "I trust your integrity when it comes to money." Natsuki nodded, then asked, "How is Pakura's situation?" "Neither good nor bad. She is currently only responsible for Sunagakure, and 1/3 of the Land of Wind." Kakuzu replied, "The remaining regions of the Land of Wind have been handed over to Raza and Gravel." "The third Kazekage is truly ruthless," Natsuki said with a sigh. "As long as it does not affect us making money, it does not matter," Kakuzu said indifferently. "I want Raza and Gravel to make a move against Pakura." Natsuki changed the subject and asked, "Do you have a way? You want to provoke internal conflict in Sunagakure?" Kakuzu instinctively narrowed his eyes. Only now did he remember that Natsuki was a shinobi of Konoha. Although Konoha and Sunagakure had formed an alliance, they were still enemies in essence. Natsuki did not hide it and stated his true purpose. "I want Pakura to side with us." "Is that so?" Kakuzu fell into thought. "There is a way. We can interfere with Raza's and Gravel's business." "How would that work?" Natsuki asked curiously. "Whether it's Sunagakure or the Land of Wind, they have no reason not to buy our rainwater resources. Rainwater resources are highly profitable. Because the profits are too great, other merchants have already taken notice." Kakuzu explained, "Especially now that there are many bounties related to our rainwater resources on the black market." "What kind of bounties?" Natsuki became interested. He truly did not pay much attention to the black market. Kakuzu was different. He had once relied on the black market to make a living. Although he had now joined Akatsuki, he still paid close attention to the black market. The black market could indeed play a useful role in many situations, such as intelligence gathering. There are all kinds. The most important ones target the locations of the transportation pipelines. Kakuzu paused before continuing. "Aside from that, many people have directly approached the daimyo of the Land of Rain, but all of them were refused." "You want to leak the locations of the pipelines managed by Raza and Gravel?" Natsuki quickly understood and said, "That is indeed a good method. Not many people know the locations of the transportation pipelines. Aside from the daimyo of the Land of Rain, there is Pakura, the overall person in charge." Kakuzu's tone remained flat. "Raza and Gravel will definitely suspect her. If it happens a few times, they will eventually lose patience and resort to violence. Then I'll leave it to you." Natsuki nodded. "If Pakura is attacked, crush the eyeball clone I left with you. The only problem is that our business will be affected." Kakuzu sighed with some pain in his voice. "The Land of Rain lacks everything except rain. Wasting some of it is nothing." Natsuki found it rather amusing. Kakuzu truly loved money as much as his life. Fortunately, he was not the one who had founded Akatsuki. Otherwise, he definitely would not have done something like this. There is one more matter. Some merchants are planning to imitate us by importing river water from the land of rivers, Kakuzu suddenly remembered and said. The land of rivers has many rivers and mountains. Although its water resources cannot compare to the land of rain, it does have quite a lot. Natsuki smiled lightly. And they can sell it more cheaply, Kakuzu continued. Actually, that is easy to solve. Natsuki did not mind. We solve it the shinobi way and control the daimyo of the land of rivers. That is indeed your style, Kakuzu said. Then that's settled. See you next time. After finishing their discussion, Natsuki turned and left. He found an empty place and used the door fruit to return to Konoha. Next, he only needed to wait for Kakuzu's actions and news from Yahiko and the other three. 2 months later, the Ninja Academy's opening day arrived once more. Early in the morning, Natsuki brought 2 ANBU squads to the Ninja Academy. The reason was simple. They needed to inspect and prepare the area in advance, eliminating any unsafe factors. This was to ensure that Hiruzen could give his speech at the entrance ceremony smoothly. When Natsuki had been captain of the 4th Division, this task had not fallen to him. But now that he was ANBU commander, it belonged to his responsibilities. Although he did not think Hiruzen, with his strength, would encounter any real danger. If someone truly came to assassinate Hiruzen, the ones in danger would probably be the ANBU. That being said, the necessary work still had to be done. Moreover, this year's entrance ceremony was different from previous ones. Even if he had not been ANBU commander, he would have come to watch. Natsuki stood on the rooftop and activated clairvoyance. The entire school came into view. Although it was still early before the entrance ceremony, many parents had already brought their children to school. Natsuki soon saw a familiar figure, Hitaki Tsukumo. Kakashi, do you have any goals after enrolling? Tsukumo asked, lowering his head to look at his son, Hitaki Kakashi. To graduate as quickly as possible, Kakashi replied after thinking for a moment. Tsukumo asked. I want to become a shinobi like you as soon as possible, Kakashi answered. Being a shinobi isn't as wonderful as you imagine. Tsukumo rubbed his head. You're still young. You can enjoy life at the academy. Kakashi still wanted to say something, but he was interrupted. Might Dewey and Might Guy, father and son, both wearing green jumpsuits, rushed into the ninja academy while shouting slogans about youth. Kakashi looked at their strange behavior, and could not help feeling confused. Could people like that also become shinobi? Don't look down on them. Tsukumo smiled and said, they are taijutsu experts who have mastered the 8 gates. Because of the butterfly effect caused by Natsuki, Might Dewey had gained a certain amount of fame early due to mastering the 8 gates. What kind of taijutsu is the 8 gates? Kakashi asked curiously. It is an S-rank forbidden technique. Tsukumo paused before saying, that child will definitely become a powerful rival for you in the future. Kakashi nodded, but he remained confident. I'm not that easy to surpass. At that moment, Tsukumo instinctively turned his head. Not far away, Hiruzen and Sarutobi Asuma were walking over. Hokage-sama. Tsukumo quickly went forward to greet him. It's been a long time, Tsukumo. Hiruzen glanced at Kakashi and said, it seems Kakashi and Asuma will become classmates. Of course, that was not a coincidence. It was something he had arranged intentionally. Asuma was actually 1 year older than Kakashi. Asuma was 6, while Kakashi was 5. In an era when war could break out at any moment, the age for entering the academy was not strictly fixed. Quite a few children enrolled at 5 years old. For example, Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Noara Rin. As Hokage, Hiruzen cared about the bonds formed between children. Placing these geniuses in the same class would allow them to form bonds more easily. After exchanging greetings, they walked toward Class 1A. Asuma also took the initiative to greet Kakashi. The current Kakashi was not the emotionally closed-off version from the original story. Although he was not especially outgoing, he could still converse normally. Natsuki withdrew his gaze. Time passed slowly, and soon it was 9 o'clock. All the teachers and students lined up in order on the Ninja Academy's plaza. Then Hiruzen appeared. The teachers and students immediately erupted into cheers. As Hokage, Hiruzen enjoyed extremely high popularity in Konoha. Among children in particular, his popularity was extraordinary. That could be seen from the fact that 9 out of 10 children dreamed of becoming Hokage. Standing on the rooftop, Natsuki yawned. Hiruzen's speech was truly long and tedious. It was still the same old will of fire. Natsuki had heard it often when he attended the Ninja Academy. Natsuki rubbed his chin. He was thinking about a question. In the future, which 3 students should he choose if he became a team leader? In the original story, after Kakashi, Obito, and Guy's generation graduated, the teachers selected were from Minato's generation. In other words, Natsuki's generation. When the time came, Hiruzen would most likely ask Natsuki, Minato, Nawaki, and perhaps even Nono to each choose 3 students. Natsuki shook his head, feeling that there were not enough outstanding students to go around. There was also the rather dangerous Uchiha Obito. After all, he would be targeted by Madara. In the original story, he had been assigned to Minato. This was actually a decision Hiruzen made to ease the tense relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage lineage. In other words, once the butterfly effect was included, Natsuki and Nawaki could also possibly become his team leaders. After all, both of them were shinobi of the Hokage lineage. Of course, with Natsuki's strength and status, he had the right to choose freely. He did not plan to become Obito's team leader. Although Obito had not yet fallen into darkness, Natsuki had already seen the original story and could not accept him. If he had to choose, he would prioritize Might Guy. The 8 gates combined with the 6 powers and armament haki would be very interesting. By noon, Hiruzen's 2-hour-long speech finally ended. The entrance ceremony also came to a close. Natsuki did not leave immediately. As ANBU commander, he had to wait until Hiruzen left first. After watching most of the children leave, Hiruzen stepped down from the stage. Seeing this, Natsuki prepared to return to the Senju clan compound. At that moment, he stopped and looked toward the school gate. A little boy wearing goggles rushed into the school gate, covered in sweat. But when he saw the students walking out, he froze. It's over. I even missed the entrance ceremony. Uchiha Obito scratched his head, filled with regret. Are you Obito? At that moment, a little girl with brown hair walked up to him. Obito froze for a moment, then asked, Who are you? My name is Noera Rin. We're classmates. Rin smiled. I picked up your entrance materials for you. Obito looked pleasantly surprised. Thank you. Standing on the rooftop, Natsuki raised an eyebrow. He had not expected to witness a famous scene from the original story. He raised his hand and opened a spatial door. Natsuki walked inside and returned to the Senju clan compound. You're back. When Nawaki saw him, he asked, How are this year's new students? Quite good, Natsuki replied. Kushina asked curiously. Can they compare to our class? They feel about the same. Natsuki thought for a moment before answering. That impressive. Nawaki looked surprised. Who are they? Natsuki then picked 5 important students and introduced them. Sarutobi Asuma, Hatake Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, Might Guy, and Shizen. The first 4 had fathers who were fairly famous. The last had a famous uncle. Shizen's uncle was Kato Dan. In the original story, he had been Tsunade's boyfriend. He had also been an extremely capable jonin, who had mastered the S-rank ninjutsu, spirit transformation technique. Unfortunately, he had died in the Second Shinobi World War. As for the remaining ones, Uchiha Obito and Noera Rin, their parents were not famous. Although the Uchiha clan itself was famous. This generation of students really is high quality. After listening, Nawaki agreed. But I think none of them can surpass Natsuki. Kushina waved her small fist. Just as Nawaki was about to speak, he saw Nono and quickly greeted her. Nono, why do you have time to come over today? Kushina asked in confusion. Today is the first day of school. Many new students will join the medical nin training class this afternoon. Nono explained, I took a day off from Konoha Hospital to come help Tsunade-sensei. Can students join the medical nin training class as soon as they enroll now? Kushina asked, puzzled. It was Hokage-sama's order, Nono replied. Natsuki raised an eyebrow and roughly guessed what Hiruzen wanted to do. As Hokage, Hiruzen certainly knew that the current peace in the shinobi world was temporary. That was because Kyomogakure had not participated in the Second Shinobi World War. With Kyomogakure's style, it was impossible for them to remain quiet. They would inevitably start a new shinobi world war. The role of medical nin in war was beyond doubt. Allowing new students to enter the medical nin training class early would let them learn medical ninjutsu sooner and play their role earlier. To be honest, there was nothing wrong with this approach. The Ninja Academy only taught the 3 basic techniques, which wasted time for many students. Students capable of learning medical ninjutsu were basically small geniuses. Have any students applied? Natsuki asked after returning to his senses. I don't know yet. Nono shook her head. The morning was the academy's entrance ceremony. They won't apply until the afternoon. If there are any good students, you can take them as assistants, Natsuki suggested. In this generation, Rin and Shizun both had talent in medical ninjutsu. They would be more than qualified to become Nono's students. And even if they became her students, they could still join other teams after graduation. Nono herself was an example. She was Tsunade's student, but she had joined the shinobi squad led by Orochimaru. I'll pay attention. Nono paused slightly, then nodded. Natsuki just said this generation has many geniuses. There should definitely be someone suitable for you. Kushina smiled. Maybe some of them will become my students too. Nawaki immediately said, by the time they graduate, I'll probably be old enough to take students. To be continued. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, Tsunade's consultation 30:15 words in the afternoon. After lunch, Natsuki and Nono walked into Konoha Hospital. Tsunade's voice rang out. It's rare to see you at Konoha Hospital. Tsunade-sensei. Natsuki turned to look at her and joked, that just proves I'm in good health. At this point, Tsunade was already quite similar to her future self in the original story. Especially her mature figure, which had become increasingly striking. Then did you come here today because something is wrong with your body? Tsunade raised an eyebrow and joked, come on, let your Tsunade-sensei examine you. I came to take a look at Konoha's future outstanding medical nin, Natsuki said calmly. Why weren't you this enthusiastic in previous years? Tsunade reacted and asked curiously, could it be that there's a student you have your eye on this year? Who is it? I attended the Ninja Academy entrance ceremony this morning, and did find a few promising students. Natsuki thought for a moment and said, in terms of medical ninjutsu, Shizun and Noera Rin may achieve something. Shizun and Noera Rin. Hearing those names, Tsunade said, come to my office. Let's see if they submitted applications. Natsuki and Nono nodded and followed her to her office. Tsunade walked forward and picked up a document from her desk. She quickly flipped through it and said, they really did apply. Natsuki was not surprised. In the original story, Shizun and Rin had both dreamed of becoming medical nin from a young age. Shizun is still Kato Dan's niece. Tsunade glanced over Shizun's information and sighed. She's a pitiful child. Shizun was an orphan, and had been raised by Kato Dan since childhood. That was why, after Dan died, Tsunade took her away. If Shizen's parents had still been alive, there would have been no need to do so. After all, she was only Dan's niece. However, because of Natsuki's butterfly effect, Tsunade was not close to Dan. She had only heard his name. She was merely sympathizing with Shizen's background. She would not, as in the original story, immediately think of taking her as a student. Why do you think they can become medical nin? Tsunade put down the file and looked at Natsuki. I listened to their self-introductions. They both want to become medical nin. People with dreams are more likely to succeed. Natsuki paused before continuing, but if I had to give the real reason, it would be intuition. I'll pay attention to them. Tsunade nodded and did not press further. If they truly have talent, that will be a good thing for Konoha. What Konoha lacked most were outstanding medical nin. The medical training class had been running for quite some time, but students with the potential to become medical jonin were pitifully rare. Sensei, it's about time. We should go to the classroom and meet the new students. Nono checked the time, and reminded her gently. Hearing this, Tsunade walked outside. Natsuki and Nono followed close behind. Before long, the three arrived at the classroom for the medical nin training class. Rin, do your best. I believe you'll definitely become an excellent medical nin. Uchiha Obito spoke with great seriousness. Thank you. Rin smiled and said, I'll go into the classroom first. See you later. Are children this precocious nowadays? Seeing this scene, Tsunade could not help laughing. She did not pay it much mind and walked into the classroom. Natsuki stopped outside and watched Tsunade and Nono step onto the platform. He was not a teacher for the medical nin training class, so there was no need for him to enter. I am Tsunade. The moment Tsunade finished speaking, the new students below immediately cried out in surprise. There was no helping it. She was far too famous now. Tsunade then introduced Nono. Nono also had some fame. However, most of it came from the fact that she was Natsuki's teammate. Next came the new students' self-introductions. There would be no class today. After the students finished introducing themselves, Tsunade let them go back and rest, telling them to attend class on time tomorrow. I'm going to work. See you later. Nono took the initiative to speak. Natsuki nodded and watched her leave. Do you have anything to do? Tsunade suddenly thought of something and said, good timing. I have a question I want to ask you. I'm free. Natsuki smiled. For you to use the word ask, it must be quite a troublesome problem. It is troublesome for me. Tsunade walked as she spoke. But maybe it will be simple for you. What problem? Natsuki asked curiously. Let's talk in my office. Tsunade did not answer directly. The two soon returned to the office. Tsunade casually closed the door and immediately became much more relaxed. She took off her shoes and flopped onto the sofa. As the sofa trembled, her body shifted as well. Natsuki's eyelids twitched. Tsunade stretched lazily and noticed his gaze. She suddenly froze, realizing that Natsuki was no longer the little boy who had once been shorter than her. He was now quite a bit taller than she was. Thinking of this, Tsunade instinctively sat up. But she quickly discovered another problem. Natsuki was truly bold. His eyes did not even shift away. He kept looking directly at her. You've been learning sealing techniques from Kushina recently. Do you know about the strength of 100 seal? Tsunade returned to the topic and asked. Natsuki replied, Tsunade-sensei, the diamond-shaped mark on your forehead is the sign that the strength of 100 seal has been successfully formed. Tsunade nodded. The greatest function of the strength of 100 seal is storing chakra in advance, but I discovered a problem. What problem? Natsuki's heart moved. He realized what she was talking about. During battle, drawing chakra from the seal is too slow, Tsunade answered. Natsuki thought that this was exactly it. The strength of 100 seal came from the Uzumaki clan. But ninja art, creation rebirth, strength of 100 technique was Tsunade's own creation. She created that technique because simply drawing chakra from the strength of 100 seal was too slow. Natsuki asked, Tsunade-sensei, you want the seal to release chakra instantly whenever needed? That would be best. Tsunade nodded. In battle, saving even half a second can be enough to turn the situation around. What is your current idea, Tsunade-sensei? Natsuki asked after thinking briefly. I want to modify the strength of 100 seal, and increase the chakra output, Tsunade replied. I think that idea is fine, but you can be even bolder. Natsuki smiled. You can fully release the strength of 100 seal, and let the chakra spread throughout the body. Tsunade paused slightly and fell into thought. Use a method that combines sealing techniques and medical ninjutsu to develop a new ninjutsu. Natsuki continued, after spreading the markings and chakra throughout the body, when you are injured, the markings activate and the chakra automatically heals you. Tsunade's eyes lit up. She thought of Senju Hashirama's ability to heal without hand seals. The new ninjutsu Natsuki described was undoubtedly a weakened version of that ability. When it comes to creating ninjutsu, you really are better at it. Tsunade smiled. Just talking with you gave me a direction. Even without my reminder, Tsunade-sensei would have thought of it soon. Natsuki shook his head. That may be true, but talking to you saves time. Tsunade stood up. I'll try it first. If I run into problems, I'll come find you. If Tsunade-sensei needs me, I'll be there even if it costs me my life. Natsuki said this with a serious expression. Why are you making it sound so dramatic? It's not going to kill you. Tsunade rolled her eyes at him. All right, go handle your own business. Then I'll take my leave, Tsunade-sensei. Natsuki nodded slightly and turned to leave. After returning to the Senju clan compound, he resumed training with Nawaki and Kushina. Time moved on to April. In the land of rice fields, Chino brought 8 shinobi to a small town. These 8 shinobi had originally been from Amigakure, but they had all joined Akatsuki. Chino had come to the land of rice fields because of Natsuki's previous order. He had asked her to search for talented individuals there. Natsuki's order had been rather flexible. If she could not find anyone, she could give up. Chino had searched for months, and was just preparing to stop when one of her subordinates brought news. In a small town in the land of rice fields, they had discovered a little girl who had awakened crystal release. Chino entered the town. According to the information gathered by her subordinate, the little girl was an orphan. She survived by begging together with other orphans in the town. The subordinate had learned that she possessed crystal release because another group of beggars had tried to steal her things, causing her power to suddenly erupt. Before long, they saw the group of orphans inside a dilapidated house. Chino's gaze fell on the little girl. She had blue-purple hair, and looked around 6 or 7 years old. Who are you? The little girl stepped forward. She appeared to be the leader of the orphans. Although she was somewhat afraid, she already showed signs of leadership. We come from the land of rain. Chino went straight to the point. We want to invite you to the land of rain to join our organization. After that, you'll be able to eat your fill. The moment they heard that they could eat their fill, the orphans immediately showed expressions of shock and excitement. Why are you inviting us? The little girl still remained rational. Because of you, Chino said honestly. The little girl froze, then quickly reacted. Her only value was her crystal release. I want to know what kind of organization you are, the little girl said after thinking for a moment. Chino then explained Akatsuki's purpose and goals to them. We'll join. After listening, the little girl agreed. What is your name? Chino asked with a faint smile. Guren, the little girl replied. Guren, welcome. Chino extended her hand, took Guren's hand and spoke. Another week passed. Natsuki arrived in the capital of the Land of Rain. He now came here every Sunday at a fixed time. His main purpose was to see whether Yahiko and the others had returned, as well as to check on Akatsuki's development. Unexpectedly, Natsuki saw Chino and an unfamiliar little girl in the courtyard. The two of them were clearly waiting for him. Lord Natsuki. Seeing him, Chino immediately said, "I did not fail you. I brought back a genius from the land of rice fields." Natsuki looked at the unfamiliar little girl and asked. Her name is Guren. She possesses the Kekkei Genkai crystal release, which can crystallize surrounding substances, Chino replied. Natsuki could not help feeling surprised. She had actually found Guren. In the original story, Guren was a shinobi of Otogekyure, and one of Orochimaru's subordinates. Her crystal release was quite powerful, which led to her becoming Orochimaru's first candidate as a vessel. It was only after Kimimaro and Sasuke appeared that she fell out of Orochimaru's favor. Natsuki sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, she was too young. If she were already an adult, she could help share Akatsuki's responsibilities. But at her current age, they could only raise and train her first. With her talent, however, she was qualified to become one of the 12 Kazuki. You did well. Natsuki nodded. Let her study under you for now. Chino was currently still responsible for the orphanage. Guren could develop her crystal release while also learning the 6 powers. After she accepted the blood curse in the future, becoming a Jonin would be more than enough. Yes, Lord Natsuki. Chino immediately answered. Natsuki then went to find Kakuzu. The transportation pipelines managed by Raza and Gravel have been attacked frequently during this period. Kakuzu smiled faintly. Pakura's current situation is not easy. It seems what I hoped for will happen soon. Natsuki felt reassured after hearing this. 1 month later, at Raza's home in Sunagakure. This is too much. A Sunagakure Jonin spoke angrily. Because of the transportation pipelines, we have already lost nearly 20 shinobi. Although Sunagakure's shinobi were generally stronger, they could not withstand such frequent ambushes. Maki said in a deep voice, there's no need to investigate further. Pakura is definitely behind this. Although we have found no proof that Pakura participated, aside from her, who else knows the locations of our transportation pipelines? Another Sunagakure Jonin agreed. Raza fell silent after hearing this. He had not expected Pakura to be so ruthless that she would actually betray the locations of their transportation pipelines. But it was also understandable. They had taken 2/3 of the rainwater business from Pakura, so she must have hated them for it. Should we report this matter to Kazekage-sama? Maki asked after thinking for a moment. Reporting it to Sensei will only make us seem incompetent, Raza refused. The third Kazekage had already helped him, and Ma could take authority away from Pakura. If they still had to ask him for help over something like this, then what qualifications did he and Maka have to compete for the next Kazekage position? I will contact Maku, Raza said in a deep voice. Since Pakura has shown no mercy, she cannot blame us for being ruthless. Although his strength was not inferior to Pakura's, quietly killing her would be difficult. If Maka joined him, it would become much simpler. Conveniently, the region Maka managed had also encountered the same problem. At the same time, Pakura was also having a headache. She had known for a long time that the transportation pipelines managed by Raza and Maka had been attacked. She knew very well that she would definitely be suspected, so she had sent people to investigate. However, the investigation had produced nothing so far. The only information she had learned was that most of the shinobi attacking Raza and Maka came from the black market. The black market involved too many forces. She could not use violence to force the black market to submit. She could also guess that the people posting commissions on the black market were most likely merchants from the Land of Wind. Perhaps even nobles of the Land of Wind were involved. After all, the rainwater business was simply too profitable. Pakura had also suspected Natsuki. But she believed Natsuki would not do this, because it would damage his own interests. The profits brought by the rainwater business amounted to tens of millions. No matter how she thought about it, Natsuki would not destroy his own business for no reason. Unless his goal was to provoke internal conflict in Sunagakure. But there were more direct ways to cause internal conflict in Sunagakure. For example, assassinating Raza. Moreover, if that had been Natsuki's intention, he should not have done business with Sunagakure in the first place. The rainwater business helped Sunagakure recover its strength. It was essentially supporting an enemy. And even if Natsuki was behind it, there was nothing she could do. She had to rely on the rainwater business to accumulate prestige and compete for the next Kazekage position. In any case, she had to stop the attacks on the transportation pipelines. Late June. When Natsuki arrived again in the capital of the Land of Rain, he saw Yahiko, Konan, Nagato, and Yukaina. Natsuki-sensei. Yahiko spoke excitedly. We completed the mission perfectly. Do you have a mission report? Natsuki asked with a smile. Yahiko looked at Konan. Konan immediately took out a scroll. Natsuki patted her head, accepted the scroll, and opened it. There was not much written inside. After arriving at Hozuki Castle, Yahiko and the others had gone into hiding. They monitored Mui while searching everywhere for the box of ultimate bliss. However, after searching for a long time without results, they eventually tracked Mui and found the location of the box of ultimate bliss. Natsuki-sensei. Yahiko asked curiously, are we going to seize the box of ultimate bliss next? If you put it that way, you are not wrong. Natsuki nodded. Then are we going together? Yahiko asked with anticipation. We can go together. Natsuki thought briefly before saying, when the time comes, you will deal with Mui. His target was the release monster inside the box of ultimate bliss, Satori. In the original story, opening the box of ultimate bliss was very troublesome. Not only did it require a large amount of chakra, but it also required several people to jointly perform a specific ritual. That was why Mui had cooperated with the elders of Kizugakure. But Natsuki did not need to do that. He had an ability he had never used before, and it was perfect for this situation. Nfiria Template's innate talent allowed him to use all ninja tools without any restrictions. In other words, Natsuki only needed to pour chakra into the box of ultimate bliss to open it and make a wish. He did not know whether Satori would unlock a new character template. But Natsuki felt it might be difficult. The main reason was that Satori and Morio were somewhat similar. Both were release monsters. Still, it did not matter. As long as he could unlock an ability from the Kikyo template and add more chakra to the Black Holy Grail, that would be enough. Natsuki then thought of the box of ultimate bliss itself. This ninja tool might trigger a new character template. After all, its wish-granting function was quite similar to a corrupted Holy Grail. Of course, when it came to granting wishes, there were not only Holy Grails. There were also things like the Dragon Balls, the Peace Stars, and the Shirkan Jewel. When are we going? Yahiko asked impatiently. Next week. Natsuki thought for a moment and said, you just returned, so rest for a few days first. To be continued. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.